Just doing a little bit of quick testing here. I don't know if anyone even heard that intro song. That was a song I covered from last year. It's on my other YouTube channel. Maybe I'll show that a little later. But just give me a minute here. Give me about 5 minutes. I should be completely set to go here. All right. All right. I think we're about set to go here. So, yeah, well, no easy way to say this. Friday was insane. Friday was probably one of the craziest days I've seen in a long time as a weather enthusiast, weather nerd, whatever you want to call it. And unfortunately, we saw a very violent tornado. I was on stream trying to document everything, but my computer just kind of went on the fritz here. My mic was cutting in and out, and then Streamlabs itself kind of went out on me. So that being said, we were unfortunately not able to cover the entirety of the event like I was planning to. But this is me partially trying to make up for that here, and also this is me trying to prepare for what we could be seeing today. Towards the end of this one, we'll be going into the details with that in just a minute. So for right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to get this set up to where we can go over exactly just what the heck happened on Friday and how we ended up getting an EF4 plus tornado. Because right now it has a preliminary rating of EF4, but I do think that there is a chance it might go all the way up to 5. As unfortunate as that sounds. Just trying to get my screen set up properly. Hopefully you can see everything. If you can't, definitely let me know in the comments or in the chat. I would definitely appreciate that. Also, if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel here, we cover weather here. We're also a big-time metal fan as well. So you'll hear a little bit of that every now and again, but mostly we are about weather coverage, weather forecasting on here. So if you like what you are seeing so far, definitely hit the subscribe button so you can stay up to date, because I'm on here pretty often. Okay, it looks like everything on the screen is up properly, so we're going to go ahead and get into the details. And basically, this has also changed a bit since I last looked at it, which was about maybe an hour ago. So they're still filtering through all the storm reports. That's just how massive this event really was. If we look at unfiltered reports, we have 32 tornadoes. A lot of them were through Mississippi, Alabama, and a couple through Tennessee. Also, there was a significant wind over towards the Tennessee, North Carolina line, and there were a couple of hail reports. But to put things simply, we were in a very I don't know the best way to describe it, but the atmosphere was beyond amped up at this point. We're kind of gonna jump back a little bit and look at things as they were. We're gonna basically start out by looking more so at the wind shear, because usually that's where everything really starts with these kinds of events. So here is the trough that is responsible for that severe weather outbreak here. I need to get this off the screen. Something I downloaded a little earlier. But here is the trough that is responsible for the severe weather that we had on Friday. This is us looking at the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. Trying to make sure I can get a good view of it for you guys, but here is that upper level jet. We're looking at trying to get a good estimate of what we were seeing about the time of the tornado. I think it would be about the 18th or 19th frame. Well, you can clearly see here that we have a jet streak or wind maximum that developed as we were drawing closer to the time in which the tornado occurred. I'm going to assume that this was 19Z. I hate that they don't specify the time zone, so it's a little bit difficult to kind of go over the analysis at times. But I'm assuming this is either 19Z or 20Z. Not entirely sure, but we can see a very notable wind maximum. When you start seeing these lighter blue colors and these purples, that is always a telltale sign. And, of course, as we draw closer, I think this is frame 23. Again, not very clear on the time, but you can see that wind maximum, this jet streak, really starting to develop at the upper levels of the atmosphere. And another thing to note is with the lower levels, winds were pushing this way. I don't have my epic pin up, unfortunately, so I don't have a way to really make note of the direction or mark it on my screen, unfortunately. But if we were to go ahead and shift over to the 850 millibar here, we'll be able to see that, and you'll be kind of getting a good idea of where those winds were intersecting, so to speak. Oops. All right, let's see if we can get to frame 23 here. It just went back to 1. Sheesh. Come on, just stay there. Okay. That's odd. Went a little too far ahead. I'm still trying to figure out the time frames with this. I don't really use this much. I might just go to pivotal weather and just kind of go with that setup. We'll just do the best we can with this. This would be a little bit more accurate, but considering how new all of this is, considering it's a new outbreak, it's a little bit tougher. But simply put, the thing that needs to be noted here was we had ridiculous winds, and we're going to switch over to pivotal weather, actually. I just think that's going to be a little bit easier for me to navigate. Excuse the kids outside. They aren't mine. But excuse the kids outside. I live in an apartment or a subdivision, and they're playing outside while it's dry out because it's about to rain again a little later. But this is the trough that we had during the morning hours here. Watch what happens as we move this towards 21Z and towards OOZ, which would be about 8 o'clock Central Time. You can see that there is a really strong jet streak that's developed here. We have about 94 knots on this particular area, and this is right around the area that our storm started to fire. And by the next frame here, this is really before 03Z. This was really, I would say, is about 01, 02Z is when we had those storms going into the Rolling Fork area that produced that violent tornado. So what ended up happening here, and we'll also get to take a look at the sounding with this too. There you go. By this point, we already had a ridiculous storm relative felicity of 483 meters squared per second square, and a significant tornado parameter off the chart here. Here's a look at the low-level hordeograph. This was indicative of a embedded supercell, so this had a little bit of a linear nature to it. It was going to be rain-wrapped, but that spin that was towards the lower levels of the atmosphere where the tornado would end up forming were going to be pretty intense. So this was really what we were fearing, because this had been noted about a week out. Maybe not to the exact intensity of what we would end up seeing, but the threat was always there. I remember making my first video on this about Saturday or Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to correct me in the comments. But that being said, simply put, with a Cape value of 1,800 plus joules per kilogram at the surface and 1,700 joules plus, it was pretty. Unfortunately, this setup was almost perfect, you would say, for strong to violent tornadoes, which is, of course, what we would end up seeing. We'll go ahead and take a look at the radar loop while we're at it real quick. All right. So here is actually the loop from Friday storms. I don't know why I'm saying Saturday. So I remember when I was on stream yesterday, I was watching this storm right here. Disregard the storm chasers that are here right now. There's nothing going on. They weren't there at this position at this time. There are storms to talk about later today, and I may talk about them on stream if there's enough people wanting that to happen. But that being said, you could see right here, this is where our storms would end up firing. We're going to go into that frame in just a minute here. This is really before the storm started to go tornadic, but you could kind of see a semblance of it beginning to really ramp up here as it was crossing the Mississippi River and heading over towards Lake Providence. So we'll move this a couple frames at a time here. So I'm going to start out with this frame here. The storm really didn't start getting tornado warned, I think, until right about here. And it was right to the southeast of Marysville where we got the first tornado report from this cell. But yeah, you could already see the hook starting to develop at that point, and shortly after, our tornado had spawned. So what we'll do here now is we're going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity and then maybe even the CC. This took me to current time. Oh man. Let me see if I can take that back. I'm still figuring out how to work this stuff on Radar Omega. I've never actually done an archive video on here, so it'll be interesting to navigate through this for the first time. All right, so here's our proper storm loop here. I think we're good now. Yep, and there's the couplet along in correlation with the cell here. This is just past Lake Providence. I think the no, they are in good time. I just wanted to make sure. The scan is about 2 minutes apart, actually. I wasn't wrong. But you can clearly see what looks to be a red and green radar couplet. The red means wind's going away from the radar. The green means wind's going towards the radar. And whenever you see them touch like that, that's a very telling sign of rotation right there. In correlation, you can see the hook echo right here. Here's the hook echo. Here's the TVS, or tornado vortex signature. So if we move this another frame here, you can see that couplet has really ramped up here, and right up in there just to the southeast of Marysville is where that tornado touched down and started to do damage. We'll move this a couple more frames here, and this really started to get ugly by the time it got to Rolling Fork, unfortunately. From this point, this storm really started to look violent. And this was also a rain-wrapped storm, so this was pretty dangerous for anyone that was chasing this. You had to be in the perfect spot in order to see this. My guess would be that anyone who had the clearest view would be somewhere around here where the rain was a little bit lighter. Either that or you were in the bear's cage right here, which would have been nuts. I think if I remember correctly, Reed Timmer said at one point he was about 100 yards away from the thing. That is scary to think about. To be that close to a tornado of that level of violence like what we saw, because the damage is pretty evident. But from what we see here, we'll go ahead and move this a couple of more frames, because this did stay on the ground apparently for 100 miles. This could have been a family of tornadoes too. There's a lot of speculation still going on about this. This was only happened 2 days ago, so there's a lot of things that are still being hashed out, including the rating. Right now it's at a preliminary EF4, but I do see some indicators that could be EF5, but of course I'm not a building engineer, so I'm not going to speculate on that. I'm going to stay neutral in that regard. Would it surprise me if it got an EF5 rating? I would say no. The storm, by the way, was moving at about 70 miles an hour. So right after this point, the storm would hit Anguilla and cause significant damage there. And then the next more notable town that took a direct hit was Silver City, unfortunately. And you can actually see the debris signature right here just on the reflectivity. We don't even have to switch this over to the CC in order to really figure this out. But look at that couplet at this point. That is unbelievable. I'm trying to get the proper gate to gate here. I mean, really, it's more or less a formality at this point. But if we look at the green right here by this sample that I've taken, I thought I had it at 58. Yep, it was 58.16 miles an hour there. And then if we go into the yellow, this is probably just more or less on my part, but from what I have here, I have two areas where we're sitting at 100 mile per hour gate to gate. At one point, I heard a report of about 270 mile per hour gate to gate. I'm still trying to figure out exactly which frame that was. But if I do find it, of course, it'll be shown here on stream. But just looking at the scan here, you can clearly see as this is heading towards Silver City, you can almost see some of the rain trying to wrap around this circulation here. And as a result, this tornado probably became almost invisible to the people here in Silver City, unfortunately. So these guys would take the hit. And then next in line would be between the areas of Belzoni and Tuccia. Tochula, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to make sure I'm pronouncing these names right. I got to get a lot better at that. So we'll go forward a couple more frames. So this is when the tornado made a direct hit over Silver City here. And this signature is absolutely ridiculous. Seems like at this point it kind of weakens just a tiny bit right before it crosses Interstate 49E. And then it looks like it starts to ramp back up as it crosses. This scan is a little bit behind, though, at this point. Sometimes that'll happen with these radar scans. Sometimes we'll get the reflectivity scans looking a lot more like they update a lot faster than the velocity scan, and that's exactly what happened here. We're 10 minutes behind. The tornado by this point has crossed the interstate, and our signature's all the way back here. And I do think this tornado actually went further beyond this point here. It looks like this tornado kind of started to dissipate here, but probably revamped as we moved forward here. So we still got a signature right here at this point. And it looks like the velocity scan is starting to catch back up here. Looks like we still have a we had an embedded but less impressive circulation as it was heading towards Winona, where it still was a reported tornado there. But by this point, we were starting to lean a little bit more towards a linear type system with an embedded circulation. This wasn't necessarily as violent, I don't think, by this point. Because when I look at the velocity couplet, we start to lose it by this point here. We'll switch it over in just a minute to verify whether this was still down by this point. I'm kind of leaning more or less towards no. But with this storm moving at about 70 miles an hour, this likely still went about a good 100 miles, maybe a little less. We'll have to verify that, or we'll have to see if that's verified or not. But based off radar data, it's a pretty good indicator. So we'll move this back here, and we'll actually change this over to correlation coefficient. Hopefully this doesn't change anything on here. I think we should be good. If this ends up loading, I'm going to be loading it the wrong way. I'm going to be a little bummed. Looks like we're good. Okay. Like I said, it's the first time I've done an analysis like this live, so it's a little bit sketchy for me. And I'm still not a pro at doing this whole live streaming thing yet. If you have any advice for me on the comments on how to make these better, let me know. I am always game for advice. Oh, hey, Baconator Henry, how are you doing, man? Uh-oh, wasn't the full screen mode. I think we're good now, though. All right, so we've gone back to the first frame here. Oops. So this is before the storm really starts to pick up. The next couple of scans is when we'll see this thing really start to develop here. Here's that first signature, and we'll actually go ahead and zoom in more or less on the CC here. You start to see the first signs of tornado debris right here. This scan's about 2 minutes ahead of the velocity scan, and you start to see the CC drop begin to develop. And as time goes on, this really starts to get sharper just as it's starting to enter into rolling fork. I did get to see this part on stream. Hey, there you are, Kyle. How you doing, buddy? I know you didn't get to catch the stream. Okay, understand skew. Oh, skew T. Yeah, I'm still learning a little bit about that myself, but it's very useful. But skew T charts are. Oh yeah, yeah, Kyle. That was wild. My stream actually went down as I was trying to cover this. Like my mic got disconnected, and then Streamlabs itself just said kaput. Oh no, Kyle, don't go there. Listen, those guys in LA they're inexperienced, all right? Don't do that to them. Yeah, Baconator. Skew T's can be confusing, but there are some little tricks that I've been learning over the last couple of months that have kind of helped me read those. It's more so the hordeographs that are tricky for me. The hordeographs can be a little bit deceiving. But even so, like if in due time you kind of start to figure it out. It's somewhat of a feeling out process. But to answer your question though, Kyle. Oh, oh no. You seem fired up about that. You seem fired up about that, man. I mean, I do too, but they didn't have to put it on Twitter. I'll put it that way. I'm not trying to put anyone on blast, but come on. I really think they could have done a lot better with how they went about that. But again, that's talk for another day. It's another situation to talk about. And I'm not gonna make a video on that. It's not my place to put people on blast unless it's just that was egregiously bad. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you literally no. I'm not gonna do that. Oh no. Oh, why did you have to tell your professor? Oh no. I mean, oh man, there's going to be a major major slew storm for those guys in LA for making that tweet. But Baconator Henry, one thing I would recommend that you would look at, I would recommend you look at, and this helped me tremendously with the skew T-charts, is a YouTube channel by the name of Convective Chronicles. He's really good at that. Like he is he masterfully breaks down everything. It's a long playlist, so you're gonna have to bear with it. But when you come out the other side of it, man, you will have it like down to a science. Well, which really is a science. But anyway, though, deviating a little bit here. But at this point, though, this is at 9:02, 9:04 time frame. You can clearly see the nasty CC drop here. It's hard to watch this sometimes, realizing what happened here too. But just look at that. Rolling Fork seems like it's going to be the one that had the worst damage here. I want to actually see if I can get a sample here. Oh my goodness. Look at the dang it. With all these reports up here, I'm going to have a little trouble moving this around. I'm going to get rid of that real quick. So now we can actually get face to face with this scan here. Yeah, the CC drop was wild on this one. It's a good bit of videos. It's at least about 30 or 40 if I remember correctly. I haven't watched it in a while. I probably might want to refresh on it myself because the way this spring is already panning out, it could be pretty daggone active. Yeah, 40 is not bad. It's just finding the time to watch all 40. It depends on how quickly you're trying to watch them too. I had to watch them a few different times in order to really start to hone in on things. Do I have a Discord server? As of right now, I don't, but I'm working on that. I'm considering doing one. There's a lot of stuff I still have to do. I didn't think the channel would already be where it is, honestly, so I was just kind of like, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but it looks like it's growing at a pretty decent pace. But we'll go ahead and actually get a sample of this, the velocity here. And this is crazy to look at. The gate-to-gate shear at one point with this was apparently around 270. So I'm trying to see where I can find that. That's a pretty strong sample right there. So I at least can see up to about 130. Trying to find it. The highest I've seen so far is 7606 on here. But yeah, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous to look at, though, man. Holy. So right around here at this point, this was also a mile-wide tornado from what I saw. From what I saw in reports, apparently this was confirmed by multiple chasers that were on the ground at this time. So moving this forward now, this is after it went through Holland Landing. And actually, this is interesting here. I don't hear this being talked about quite as much, but this almost looks like it could be two different CC drops. Because we have one towards Holland Landing, and this is the one that went through Anguilla. So we could have very well had two tornadoes on the ground at once at one point. Again, with the conditions being as they were out there, more than likely this was rain wrapped. So we're gonna zoom back out here and just kind of keep things going here as this heads towards Silver, as we draw this towards Silver City. There's big CC drop here, and there's another one here. So I do think at one point we may have had twins. And then we might have seen one weaken over here. The one to the north weakens, and then we see the big CC drop over Silver City. And unfortunately, we know what happened with that town. There's still... Hang on a second. Could you give me a moment? I think my groceries arrived. Just give me a moment here, guys. I will be right back. Sorry about that, you guys. Just ran and did that. Yeah, I had to do an Instacart order. But actually, you can do that through the Kroger app itself, too. Which is actually what I did. But, yeah, sorry about that. But, oh, dang, I needed to catch my breath there. I hate the fact that I live in an area that has a lot of stairs. Okay, I think I'm good now. All right, so where were we? Oh, you have fries out west. I've never heard of those actually. I've never heard of those. Wait, maybe I have. I've never been that far out west though, so I wouldn't know for sure. Why ill, Henry? But mammoth emoji. Hola Jay, how you? Hola Jay, ¿cómo estás? Sorry, that's as much Spanish as I know, so I'm not trying to give you a false expectation, but hola. Oh, you speak good Spanish, Kyle? Okay, where were we? Where were we? I keep losing focus. But this is where we were after the storm. It went through Silver City. This heads just to the north of Chula, Chula. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I feel like one of those two might have been right, but if not, of course, let me know. But that being said, here we'll keep moving this forward. The couplet looks like it starts to lose a little bit of steam. It's still really impressive at this point. We still have a gate to gate shear of at least about 100 plus, not 100 plus miles an hour, probably more than that. But this is also the part where we start to have the CC and the velocity and the reflectivity radar starting to get a little bit fidgety here. The CC scan at this point, as you can see here, we're at 1006 on that, and then with this we were at 958. I don't know why this has popped up here in the way now. Before it wasn't. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. So here's that CC drop where that tornado still is at this point, and then we watch this. We'll zoom out and watch this go the rest of the way. This goes through Winona next. Then after it goes through Winona, we see this try to hang in there as it goes to the north of Walthall, but it finally dissipates, it looks like, at this point. So I guess the main thing I'm trying to figure out now is the distance. Oops, I did that a little too early. So we're going to pretty much just stretch this out from Lake Providence. I don't need this up anymore. Get this back up to full screen here. All right, let's make sure I have Walt Hill up here. How do I turn soup into gold? What? What's going on here in the chat, man? Turn soup into gold. What do you do? Scalp the bottom of the pot, I guess? I don't know. Or is this some bad I walked right into it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. But I needed this last night. I needed this the other night when I was streaming. It would have made this so much more. It would have made it so much more fun. The chat was pretty dead the other day. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the scan here at this point. Wait, I clicked the wrong thing. Daggone it. This is what I wanted here. Ah. So yeah, about 115 miles is actually the look of how long this tornado might have lasted. At one point, maybe even having two on the ground, which is crazy. Got a true chat roulette. They be popping. You guys are a trip. But that's what makes it so much fun here. But look at the distance, though. 116 miles. Wow. The whole scan that I had here, let me look back at it. I put it up between 8 o'clock, and then this is about 11 o'clock right here. So this was about a good 3 hours. It's close to 3 hours here. About a little over 2 hours on the ground, probably. Man, what a storm. And then I'm not going to show any pictures of the damage. I feel uncomfortable showing that. I mean, it's fine if that happens on a chaser's feet, but I don't want to go around looking for it. But yeah, we can run this in a loop here and we'll see everything again. So here's that storm beginning to develop. Here's a CC drop over here towards Rolling Fork. I got a little bit off. I was a little off on the path, but not by much. Yep, there it is right there. There was a point here towards the north of Tachula here where we could have maybe seen it. Actually, they were saying this storm was moving at like 70 miles an hour. I'm not sure. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of stuff to really hash out with this being a big time event here. Yeah, I saw what it did to the water tower. That was insane. And you know what the craziest thing about all of this? You know what the craziest thing is now, though? Has anyone seen today's SPC outlook in the chat? I wonder if anyone has, because this isn't even being talked about by the weather community. What's going on? What could be in store for us today? Oh, snap. You didn't know about it? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, Baconator. We're going to go over that towards the end of this stream real quick here, because it's pretty wild. We actually, yeah. I'll put it to you like this, Kyle. Basically, we were at a marginal risk yesterday for severe weather. Then it got up to slight by last night. Then this morning, we basically have gone from a slight risk to a moderate risk, which includes the threat for strong tornadoes over some of these same areas, which is nuts to think about. So basically, I can already tell you what the synopsis is from this. It's going to be a stalled out frontal boundary that's going to be a little further to the south here. I guess we can get out of this mode now since we've gone over everything. But yeah, basically the synopsis is a stalled out frontal boundary is pretty much going to be draped over this area here. Going to try to draw this as best as I can. So basically anywhere south of the metro area and just to the south of where Tuscaloosa and Birmingham is, there's a high likelihood of maybe some severe storms today. Big time hail. And then, oh yeah, I can only imagine what would happen, Henry Baconator. That's really, yeah, that's one thing I'm really like concerned about and kind of almost sick to my stomach thinking about it because, you know, that's the last thing I think anyone wants to see. But pretty much a boundary is set up here. This line's probably a little further north than I need it to be. But basically there's a boundary that pops up here as far back as eastern Texas. And there's a low that's associated with it here. And you can if we look at the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere, you can see a jet streak that pops up later in the evening right over this area. Yeah. There's a moderate risk, but it's not an enhanced risk. It's a moderate risk. Wait, hold on a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, this is from the other night. Let me go ahead and fix things then. I was about to say, are we already seeing stuff now? I'm going to change this back to the way I had it before. I'll probably go like 17, maybe 21 frames. We're going to be out of this loop here in a second. Oh, he just put a video up about it. Oh, it was a typo, Kyle. Oh, yeah. I didn't get this. I haven't seen that video just yet. But I do kind of want to watch it if I can. But if I'm streaming, I'm not going to be able to. But of course, I'll actually be trying to cover that event too. Tonight's event, potential event. Let's hope nothing comes of it, but it wouldn't surprise me if something big has been happening. There's already been a big tornado today, by the way, in case you guys don't know, over towards the Grange, actually, which is about maybe 70, 80 miles to my southwest here, maybe a little bit more, give or take. Oh, no, I'm not walking into this one. You're going to have to try. You're going to have to do better than that. Carrot com what? No. You know what? Screw you guys. I'm not paying attention, okay? Not paying attention. Okay, so we're going to put the weather alerts back on now and see just what the heck is going on here. Okay. So we have a severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued now towards Montgomery, and then we have a new tornado watch over here towards Alexandria and parts of eastern Texas. Lufkin's in there as well. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen over here in Jackson. Switch back to the reflectivity here. Should I just I'm halfway wondering if I should just do a stream now. Just switch over to coverage streaming now, because looks like we already have some stuff going on. We already have at least 3, 4 maybe severe thunderstorm warning polygons. You think I should, Henry? Well, all right. Let's just go ahead and see what we got here, I suppose. So we'll probably just start out by covering the severe thunderstorms warnings first, and then what I'm probably going to do from here is I'm probably going to go over what I saw with the parameters just before I started streaming here. It's a pretty impressive line of storms here. Big threat with this not only is tornadoes, but also hail. So we already see these getting pretty well organized from the looks of it here, especially these ones towards St. Augustine and Hemphill. That's quite a name. This is right on the border right here, too, if I'm correct. This is right on the Texas-Louisiana border. These storms look like they're trying to get their act together, and they might be doing so pretty fast. Oh, I didn't say it was 40 minutes long. I said it was like 40 videos long. Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, it's a long playlist. Yeah, sorry if I didn't clarify it, but yeah, 40 videos plus at least. Oh, it's 17 videos? Felt like it was a lot more. Maybe it was another playlist I watched. But yeah, Convective Chronicles has great videos on skew T charts. Does a great job with the skew T and the hordeograph. Yeah, they're 40 minutes apiece. That's what I'm saying. They feel like a lot. That's why I think they felt like they were 40 videos, because they were super long. His videos tend to be long, but they are very, very in-depth, very detailed. No, Kyle, we are not answering that. 1.5 times speed that. Yeah, it's a fair point. Not everybody has the time to watch those videos, but me, I'm the type that'll mess around and miss stuff, and then I'll find myself in a mess. Hey Kyle, since you go to school for this too, I'm pretty sure you're keeping an eye on this storm that's a little further to the south here, over towards Woodville. Right now, it looks like there's no severe thunderstorm warning on it, but it's starting to look suspicious. Do I have Discord, or are you asking Kyle, Baconator? Yeah, I have a Discord in general. I just don't have a server. I actually am on Ryan Hall and a few other people's stream. I have my Discord for mainly just music and weather. I rarely use it though. That's the only problem. But I don't know if you see this storm over here, Kyle. But this storm over here towards Woodville is starting to look pretty impressive now. I'm gonna go ahead and actually take a look at the velocity with that. Nothing to get necessarily excited about, but you can see that increase in lightning, so that it's something that we're gonna have to keep a close eye on here. So that's the first of 2 severe thunderstorm warnings over in Texas. Here's the second one. Both of these are warned for 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then there's that special weather statement that's an indicator for increased hail. So far, there's no indicator of an immediate tornado threat, but given the fact that we're in a tornado watch and we're seeing rotation with that, definitely something to keep an eye on. Here is the vertically integrated liquid for anyone that wants to see that. And these brighter colors are usually a dead giveaway that there's hail in here, and usually a lot of it. In fact, here's a good indicator. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Kyle. That's exactly what I was thinking. But look at the hail on this joker too. Well, really, both of these storms. But this one towards the south definitely looks like it could end up producing later, or at least prompting a tornado. Ooh, look at this new scan that just came in. Very deep colors right here. This is going to be producing monster hail as it heads into Woodville. So if you guys happen to be in Woodville, time's up. If you're hoping to get your car in the garage, you should have already done it. Because if not, you might have some serious damage. Probably would be a good idea to also get away from the windows too, if at all possible. Hopefully you guys don't mind if I have the NASCAR race on in the background, because I'm going to be watching that while monitoring these storms. All right, so while I'm at it, yeah, you better have full coverage with hail. Well, of course, with people like us that wouldn't mind being out there storm chasing, we better. Yeah, I agree with that. Because even if you don't have a tornado, or even the damaging winds, if that hail ricochets off the ground and hits the window, especially with the size that could be indicated here on the VIL, that could be a real problem. I really wouldn't want to be there if I was them. Then we have this sneaky little storm here that looks like it's getting its act together. Could be a pretty big hailer. Wow, what? Literally got totaled? You mean it got totaled by hail? I mean, that's believable around there, but sheesh. Good grief. Let's go ahead and take a look at these storms over here towards Bama. And this is actually in the panhandle of Florida, too. See if I got a good radar here. We got the Mobile radar, and we got the Ozark radar here towards Enterprise. Some big hail with these two. This is away from the... This is a little bit away from where the greatest threat for hail is going to be, but even so, there's some pretty good VIL values on here. So with that being said, we're going to have to watch out for hail here. We'll also look at the reflectivity, see if maybe we might see a shape that's indicative of maybe some tornadic activity. This one to the south has a little bit more promise with it. I'm going to see if I can use the mobile radar here. Yeah, this storm looks like it's pretty outflow dominant, but could potentially get its act together, depending on what happens with this storm to the south of it. Looking at the velocity, might just check the velocity too. Oh yeah. I mean, if you want to cuss in the stream, you can. I'm not going to, obviously. I mean, I heard you could probably cuss on here, but I'm not really trying to get into that. If I do have another YouTube channel where I do music more so, and maybe with that one, when I start doing live streams on that, I might do a little swearing here and there, but I'll probably keep it on a minimum. Yes, Kyle is 100% right. Great segue right there. If you are just joining in, because I see the viewership has increased here. If you are just joining in here, we were talking about the Rolling Fork tornado, doing a small analysis on that, and we are also in the middle of a potential severe outbreak. Storms are really expected to get going later into the evening here, but for right now, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of them do have a little bit of rotation, albeit limited. And we're going to be keeping an eye on those and also going over the threat later in the evening, which could include some of the areas that were recently affected by Friday's severe weather. So if you've joined in, buckle up because this could be a lengthy ride here. And, of course, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I'm on YouTube often, and be great to have you aboard. Also, hit that bell if you do subscribe, so that way you don't miss an update. I post almost every day. That being said here, let's go back to the latest as far as severe weather is concerned for today. We're going to jump over. I think I'm going to choose the HRRR here. Oh, perfect. It just finished loading, too. All right, so we're going to look over the southeast here. Go regional. So this is the upper level jet right here. And the main area that I want you to watch is going to be right around this region here between Louisiana and Mississippi particularly. So we'll drag this forward here and watch what ends up happening as we get into the late evening hours. There's a little maximum that pops up here where we're getting to about 70, 80 knots here. And it really starts to root in as we get into the evening and overnight hours towards Alabama as well, especially towards south central Alabama. Things just south of my area too, by the way, so we could be seeing some nasty weather heading into the morning hours. And there's a secondary maximum that pops up here, so there could be a hotbed for severe weather, maybe even a couple of tornadoes around here. And this is the part where probably some of my family over towards Augusta might want to be looking out as well. But this is just from the 18-hour look here. The 18ZH is going to be pretty telling of what happens tomorrow. Depending on how things go with this, depending on how things go with this, if it stays slow for a bit, I'll probably discuss a little bit of that too. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the low-level jet, and this is probably the most prevalent thing and the most concerning thing, and this is probably why I think in large part we ended up seeing the upgrade from enhanced risk to moderate risk. See this little mess right here that starts to develop here where we're getting up to about 30 to 40 knots. That with plenty of veering already present is a very troublesome sign here, especially over towards this area here between the Mississippi-Alabama state line here where we're getting up to 55 knots. Pretty alarming look. Oh, no kidding, huh? Uh-oh. So, best thing I could advise for you, Miguel, is to make sure that you have a way to get warnings through the overnight hours, because that's when I think the storms will be most likely to go through there. Just make sure you have a way to get warnings through, like to be woken up through your sleep. Cell phone is a pretty safe way to do so, but if you can, if you have a chance to, a NOAA weather radio wouldn't hurt for sure. A 24-hour meteorologist. I hope I could stay up that late. I don't know whether or not I'll even be working tomorrow because I don't know how long the storms will last here and just what the effects will be. Uh-oh. That southern storm that was over towards Florida that we were watching. All right, I'm going to shift back over then. All right, let's see what the new scan brings. Also, how's the stream going? Is it smoother? Is it smoother than the last couple of times? Because I've been really working feverishly since Friday night to get that better. Trying to get this to up. Oh, yeah, I do see a little something there. That lightning, just like we were talking about, Kyle, was a very good telltale sign here. Hey, in the future, I could use some mods on the channel if you guys are interested. I have I can put my socials on there. Kyle, you already have them, or you could just put them on there for me if you'd like. Yes, thank goodness, man. I was so frustrated. The real test will be when we try to look at a chaser's feed on here. I pay in selfies. I don't even think you've seen a video of me with I don't even think you've seen one selfie of me. You've seen me play guitar videos because, I mean, well. Oh, yeah, in case you don't know, Kyle is also a metalhead weatherman himself. We've actually collabed on a few guitar cover videos here on YouTube on my other channel. I'll show that a little later if things are slower, but it looks like things are kind of picking up right now. So that's going to be, so we'll figure out whenever we can get that going. But, yeah, Kyle here has his own YouTube channel. It should be in my featured channel section. So if you're subscribing to my channel, definitely check his out. He mainly does metal, but he's also an aspiring meteorologist. So feel free to look him up, because you may be seeing him out here on your feed in due time. No storm chasers near this one. This looks like Brett Adair is over here towards Montgomery. He's just kind of waiting things out right now. Just kind of figuring out what his next move is going to be most likely. I do see a little bit of rotation. I did see a little bit of rotation with this, but it's kind of pulsating in and out. It's like this storm is fighting its outflow dominant tendency right now, because that's what I was seeing in the last couple of scans. You already know, Kyle. You already know. On KEVX. Is that over towards Florida? I'm on KEOX. Let me see if there's another radar I can look at here. Ah, here we go. Man, move. This KEOX. Let's see what this is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Thanks for the tip there, Henry. All right, let's go back to velocity then. Let's see what we got here. I guess we were starting to get pretty far away from that radar site. Oh, my goodness. It's not the tightest rotation, but it's there. This could get a tornado warning soon here, folks. And this will be heading right into J. So even though there isn't a tornado warning right now and there isn't immediately a tornado on the ground, definitely want to be heading to your safe spot, because there should be a tornado possible tag with this if there isn't going to be a tornado warning at all. And then right after that, since we're figuring out how to use this better, we're going to go ahead and scope this out a little bit, see which areas are in line here. for this storm, because it looks like it still has that northeastern component. Light rotation. Yeah, it's weak rotation, but it's there. It's sneaky too. Oh, wow. Come on, Radar Omega, work with me here. Oh, wow, this thing is being a little difficult right now, is it? All right. That's fine, though. Yeah, if you're over towards... Hang on. Let me make sure I got the speed right here. 30 miles an hour. This is over towards J. This is right next to you guys. It could be right on top of you. This doesn't immediately look like it's putting down a tornado, but that can quickly change. So if you are over in this region here, be ready to head to your safe spot. Storm's moving at 30 miles an hour, so you may have a couple more minutes to get out of the way of this thing. Oops. Uh-oh. Come on. Yeah, this is not working well for me right now. Why didn't it do that just a second ago? Okay, there we go. Now we got it working. So here's some towns that could be in line here. This is from the 243 scan. The current time right now is 2:45. So Jay, you have 7 minutes. Mount Caramel, you have 10 minutes or 12 minutes, excuse me. Dixonville, this will be over to you guys at 3:06, as well as Fidelis. Dixonville at 3:07, Sellersville at 3:19, McClellan, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, McClellan at 3:23, Bellandville at 3:28, Roberts 3:28, Parker Springs 3:35, Bradley 3:43, and Dixie at 3:49. There's 1,000 people in the line of this potentially rotating storm here, so keep an eye on this. And if you haven't taken shelter, definitely do so. We're also going to go ahead and take a look at this because this is, wow, this is the latest scan for this. The latest scan on the hail for this is also pretty impressive too. So regardless of whether or not this is producing a tornado or not, you definitely want to be taking shelter here, or at least getting away from the windows. If we look at the velocity here too, not as impressive on this scan here, but this is still going to have to be watched. It still seems like it's fighting some outflow dominant tendencies, but it does look like it's starting to organize a bit more based off reflectivity. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Probably going to be another 5 minutes before that one, because I thought I saw the latest scan at 2:45. So actually 3 minutes. But yeah, you can see there's an area for inflow to get into this storm here. X marks the spot right here, guys. I haven't even had a chance to put my groceries away. I still got to change the title to this. Give me a second here, guys. I'm not muting or anything, but the screen might change for just a minute. Go to Radar Omega only now. We'll probably close some of this stuff out to help things move a little bit quicker too. 17 viewers here. That's actually the most I think I've had on here so far. So I'm just going to adjust the title here real quick. Kyle. I see you deck on it. Stop it. But, oh, by the way, yeah, to answer your question, Baconator, yes, that is for hail. That is mainly specialized for hail. When you see those brighter returns, that's usually indicative of heavier drops and usually ice crystals in there. It's, in a way, it's kind of like correlation coefficient, but it's not. It's kind of hard to explain. I'm not an expert with VIO myself, but the the VIL basically is good for a. Daggone it, Kyle. Daggone it, Kyle. Why? Why? All right, I gotta focus here. Trying to think of how do I work this thing? Crap. Okay, there we go. I figured it out. Just having brain farts. It's an appropriate theme for the stream. Yeah, especially. Well, I don't know how well the umbrella would do against hailstones. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here with that. If you want to go for that experiment, by all means, be my guest. But I don't think it would be a metal umbrella. Yeah, I don't think that would bow well with the lightning that would be with some of these storms. I don't think a lot of people would enjoy that. I don't know if I even have enough characters to use here. Yeah, you'd be safer, but that's a lot of money you're putting in. I don't think a lot of people are willing to put the money or the effort into that. At that point, you might as well be in the Tiv or the Dominator. All right. All right, so we've just updated everything now. Oops, I forgot NASCAR race. I'll look at that too while I'm doing this stream. Gotta catch my race. Okay, I'll make sure my mic's still on. 'Cause the one thing I don't want is for something to happen. Oh, no. No. This is what the chat has turned into already. We have such a long way to go. This is going to be ridiculous, but I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. All right, let's get back to it here. Oops.
And that is huge on the final day of the tournament. A lot of the anglers, when they talk to him about how to win here at this particular one and all, is just minimize your time behind.
Wait, what? Okay. That's not too loud, is it? You don't hear the TV like too loudly in the background, do you? Looks like that storm to the south of this one is starting to pick up too a little bit. I wonder if this will interfere with this storm's inflow and maybe choke it off. Because one thing to note about this setup out here is the fact that the Cape values, both at the surface and in the mix layer, it's really impressive. I've been seeing values up to about 1,500 joules plus. Oh, wow. You guys are awful. You guys are awful. Lapdogs, really, Kyle? I'm disappointed in you. You know what? You're grounded. How about that? Yeah, you're grounded. Just kidding. Lapdogs. Man, come on, Kyle. I expected better from you. Oops. Get that off of there. All right, let's look back this way and see what we have going on there. There was one storm that was over to the south that we were kind of sus of at one point. Still no tornado possible tags with any of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Also got a couple of special marine warnings in effect here. All of these are being noted for hail, and this one over here has a 1.5 inch hail. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Do you guys see that? Wow, Kyle. You guys see that? Do you guys see this storm right here? Look at the reflectivity return. I don't even want to take a look at the VIL, man. But that's exactly what I'm about to do too. Because this is probably gonna have some ridiculous. This is gonna have some ridiculous hail with it. Like, there's no question about it. Oh wow, this is maxed out actually. This is 80 kilos plus. Wow, that is insane. Yeah. This is essentially maxed out. Yep. Look at that. Look at that value. 79.54 is what popped up there. That is ballistic. I wish there was a chaser under this. Then again, I kind of don't wish there was. I want to see what's happening with it, but good grief. This is probably going to end up getting a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag on it. It wouldn't surprise me. It's hard to get that with hail, but this is almost going to be radar. This is essentially radar confirmed, I would say. A severe thunderstorm. Yeah, it's still radar indicated, but I would be unsurprised if this ended up getting confirmed. In fact, I'm almost sure that this is happening. I'm almost 100% sure. Why aren't we getting any why am I not able to get any view on the race though right now? Guess they're starting later cuz they have fishing on right now. Okay, so let's check out that storm that was further to the south while we're at it. Not quite as impressive as it was before. Oh wait, or maybe that was the same storm that we were looking at. It was one of these two, I think. This is a new one. This has an indicator for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's for Tyler County in Texas. It's moving east at 45. Again, you don't want to be near any windows when it comes to these storms today, regardless of whether or not they're producing tornadoes, because the hail is going to be immense. And, of course, the threat for damaging winds exists with this as well. When you have storms that produce hail like this, you can often get downburst. And these downbursts can happen out of nowhere. I'll see you. Oh, I'll be on here, Kyle, especially since the stream's moving a lot better now. Make sure I drink some water because this is going to be a long. See you, Kyle. Ping pong ball size hail. I can agree with that. Love to see if there's any sort of way we could get reports from this soon. I need to actually fix the reports when I was trying to do the stream for the rolling fork analysis. So I think I turned them off earlier. Yeah, I did. No, wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't turn any of them off. So to anyone that has just come in to watch, we are looking at the beginning phases of what could be another big severe weather outbreak. So far, we are dealing with only severe thunderstorms at the moment, but later today, there could be an increased tornado threat, maybe strong to violent tornadoes. And unfortunately, it looks like we could see increased storm potential over some of the same areas that were hit on Friday. So we will be doing coverage on here. This came up kind of last minute too, so there might not be as many people streaming this. So if you can, please share this stream. Make sure that this is getting out to people so we can help get the warning to people a lot faster. And hopefully today, no fatalities. We do not want to see anything close to what we saw on Friday. We can't always protect property, but we can do what we can to protect life. And that is the main goal of today's stream. Also, while I'm not really the type that tends to push for this, if you could, feel free to support the stream. If you don't have it to do so, that's okay. That's fine. This is free. This is meant to be free. But to keep things going into the future and improve it, if you want to support the stream, hit the exclamation point, type in exclamation point support in the chat, and you'll be shown how to do that. So while we're waiting here to see how things kind of unfold with this, we're also going to go and take a look at what the storm outlook is. And this is probably what's going to help kind of drive home the urgency a little bit here, too, because, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's not do that just yet. Need to get this off the screen here. But this storm is starting to really get its act together again. We're going to have to watch this storm over here again that's been hanging around towards Woodville, because it seems like it's acting like it's trying to rotate, but it isn't really in those really impressive parameters that we could be seeing later on. So this might have a chance of producing. This may go outflow dominant. Right now it's kind of wrestling with that right now, but we could potentially at some point see increasing rotation with this cell here. There's a lot of lightning out around this storm right now too, though. So as of right now, no immediate rotation, but we will be watching that. There's a very strong winds with this, though. This is more than likely producing straight line winds. I wonder if there's a severe thunderstorm warning on this yet. If there isn't, then that's kind of crazy to me. But yeah, I'm seeing we're seeing velocities of about 85 to almost 90 miles an hour. So treat this almost as if this was a small tornado, and they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this. So we're going to go ahead and say who we have in line for this severe thunderstorm warning. It's Tyler and Jasper counties in southeastern Texas until 2:15 p.m. Central. So we'll move this out the way real quick. And I actually think the strongest winds are going to be here. So some storms that are in the immediate path here. I think I clicked the wrong thing, by the way. Okay, looks like NASCAR's on. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on now. Come on, go steady for me. I clicked the wrong thing again. It's embarrassing. Okay, there we go. Strongest winds that I've seen on the velocity here. Oh, you're heading out, Henry? All right, I'll see you next time, buddy. Thanks for stopping by at the very least. All right. See if we can get this to work here. Probably some stuff I might need to close out in a minute here. So here's some areas that could be in line for this next storm right here. Storm is potentially packing up the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, maybe even higher if those winds mix down to the surface. But Mount Union, this storm is practically going to be right on top of you within the next 12 minutes. Magnolia Springs, 317, Aaron, 322, Bon Ami at 325, Roganville at 328, Pine Grove 322, Holly you have till 336, and then Newton at 340. Some other towns involved here. Down the line, we have Jamestown at 341, Mattox at 349, Shankleville 350. Weirgate 352. Burkeville 354. Junction 356. Almadane 401. Evans 404. Knight at 404. South Toledo Bend at 408, along with Burr Ferry, and then Toledo, Texas at 412. All you guys might want to treat this as if this was a small tornado just based off of the velocity scan I just saw here. So if you haven't already, go ahead and take cover now. I'm going to switch over real quickly to take a look at the SBC outlook here, because this is going to catch you by surprise a little bit. So here's the categorical outlook. We've gone up to a moderate risk now for severe weather. This was based off of the late morning scan from the SPC. They're taking a look at all the atmospheric ingredients. And this is a tornado and hail-driven moderate risk now. And you can see the hatch risk right here. Another potential area where we could see strong to violent tornadoes possibly. Anything above EF2 is possible here, especially in this red area where we could see above 15% chance. We can't disregard the areas here that are in the 5% either. So we'll be watching you guys. Can't disregard the people in the 2% either. But anywhere in this area, we're going to have to be watching you extra close for the chance of a stronger tornado. The hail threat is ridiculous too, especially off towards the west. But really, this has now been stretched out a lot further now. We can see the increased hail threat now stretching even into parts of southern Georgia, into South Carolina even now. But this area right here, if you're seeing that correctly, that is a 45% chance of hail, and not just any sort of regular hail, maybe significant hail. We could see hail up to golf ball size, maybe even bigger than that. So for these areas over here, we're going to have to, this is a big warning for you guys. Watch out. Then there's also the wind threat here. No hatch risk area with this, but even then, you don't need winds of 70 miles an hour to cause plenty of damage. 60 miles an hour will do plenty of that. And who's to say that we can't rule out? Who's to say that we can rule out maybe a 70 mile per hour plus wind gust here? So we'll have to keep a close eye on this area too throughout the course of the night. All hazards are on the table, and very much so in abundance. We'll switch back over to Radar Omega here and get an idea of what's going on next, or what could be going on currently, I should say. Okay. All right, so as of right now, we don't really see anything in the way of tornado warnings just yet. We're mainly just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but this is going to be a lengthy stream, so got plenty of time. Keep an eye on things. I cannot figure out how to use that thing worth anything. Anyone that's still watching, by the way, how's the day going? Just kind of shooting the breeze here, more or less, just trying to figure out what we'll be watching for next, because we're starting to lose those severe thunderstorm warnings over here towards the Florida-Alabama line for the meantime. We're mainly just watching these two that are over towards the south. These two have pretty notable potential, especially this one to the south for significant hail and also damaging winds. There isn't any confirmed tags on either one of these just yet. Oh, looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a little further to the north now. This is over towards Ringgold, Louisiana. This has 1 3/4 inch hail actually right here. We'll go ahead and switch this over. This is right on the. This is getting pretty close to the radar, so we're kind of on a bit of a shear line here. So we'll go ahead and just switch back to reflectivity here. The velocity isn't going to do us a lot of good from this radar site. Look at the reflectivity return on that. You can see the blue core right there. That's where our hail is most likely to be. This also has that little bit of a developing supercellular type of look. The eagle qual is starting to develop here, where the storm is really starting to breathe out and expand. And this is heading just to the north of Hall Summit. You guys are not in the severe thunderstorm warning, but over towards areas such as... Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can get this to work properly. Okay, it's not wanting to do that. See if we can't scroll this out. Maybe it'll work better this way. Okay, let's see if we can get that off of there. All right. This storm was moving at 45 miles an hour here. So the areas that could be seeing that have an increased threat for hail are Woodward. You have approximately 7 minutes before this hail core reaches you. Tullis, it's the same time. Castor and Jamestown, you have about 10 minutes or less. Sparta, you have about 15 minutes plus. Bienville, 3:43, that's when you could expect this hail to come in. Bear Creek, 3:46. Bryceland, also the same time. Walsh and Liberty Hall, you're looking at this storm maybe reaching you guys by 3:48. Have to watch this entire cone here because this storm could veer off to the left or right. So there is something to keep an eye out for. Also, this storm developing, there's also potential for a damaging wind threat with this as well. So one thing that we'll need to keep an eye on too is the... I just clicked the wrong radar product. But what we'll need to be keeping an eye on out here will be the velocity here. Because even if this doesn't immediately look like it's going to produce a tornado, this could produce some pretty strong winds with this. I'm a little too close to the radar site here, so I'm going to have to probably switch over to a different one. So let's go ahead and do that right now real quick. Scroll on out here. I don't know if the Monroe site will reach this one, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, I figured that tower was offline. So I don't know if the Alexandria radar is going to pick up on that. Yeah, it's not even going to reach that far out. Yeah, I might be in a little bit of a radar hole here. Let's see if maybe there's something towards southern Arkansas we could use. I think Jackson's a little too far. Yeah, I think that radar site towards Little Rock is too far. Yeah, I think we are in a radar hole here, folks. I firmly believe we are in a radar hole here. The next closest site, or the most ideal site, would probably be the Shreveport site. Storm isn't really being picked up as well on the Alexandria radar here. Well, actually, no, we need to go ahead and try that. Let's try. Let's try the Alexandria radar. If that doesn't work, then we're just in a radar hole, and we'll just have to work with Shreveport as best as we can here. Yeah, this radar is offline too. Yeah, it looks like we're in a radar hole, and we're just going to have to work with Shreveport as best as we can. Okay. The winds don't really seem to be strong with this, but the problem with being so close to this radar site is the fact that we get to a point where we can only scan so high around the atmosphere because of the Earth's curvature. And as a result, the wind readings may not be quite as accurate. Once you get within, I would say, about this arc of the radar circle, I'm gonna do a circle here real quick. But somewhere around this arc of the radar circle of the radar scan, things can start to get a bit messy here. And we're just on the edge of that. If we wait for this to move further off to the east, it'll probably be a little better. It's a bad drawing on my part, by the way. Sorry about that if you're disappointed. I'm not an artist, man. Well, at least not a artist as in as far as colors, painting, drawing, that kind of stuff. I'm a musician. So, yeah. That being said, I'm going to switch back to reflectivity here and then go ahead and look at the VIL. Storm looks pretty impressive still on radar, but like I said, it's not going to be as easy for me to get a good visual of it due to the fact that we're so close to the radar. We have all the radar noise that we do. Let's try and see if we can't switch over to the Alexandria radar. Hopefully this will work. Again, they're saying that radar is offline, which is kind of frustrating. Wait a minute. No, this is actually working a lot better now. I don't know why I kept getting that notification, though. But yeah, this definitely has a supercellular look to it. It looks outflow dominant. And then on top of that, it has a storm to the south of it, which could undercut any chance of the inflow coming in and producing anything on the tornadic side of things. Could be a shear line that develops with this, though, too. So that's still going to have to be watched. Let's go ahead and take a look at the, yeah, it's definitely a shear line there, but it's very weak rotation. Not anything that would prompt a tornado warning as of right now. But this may need to be watched a little bit further down the line here. All right. So let's go ahead and look at the VIL now. We'll be taking a look at the hail potential because this has already been tagged for 1.5-inch hail. Wouldn't be surprised to see if that's gone up a little bit slightly. But that also increases the damaging wind threat. Yeah, it's still going. It's still likely producing hail. If anything, this indicator is about maxed out. It goes up to about 80 kilos per meter squared. And when we click on that, look at that. It's still at 79.54 here. And that was scanned about 13 minutes ago. Maybe this radar is offline a little bit. But then again, some of these features take a little bit longer to get scans in. Sometimes you'll see the velocity product taking a little bit longer to get in. And the correlation coefficient will be the same. They actually have gone up on this. This is now 1 3/4-inch hail, by the way. So far, this is still radar indicated from what I've heard, but I would not be surprised to see if the public ends up reporting this. So this is golf ball size hail we could be dealing with. Again, if you happen to be in this severe thunderstorm warning, we already mentioned the towns just a little bit ago, but we'll do so one more time. New scan just came in. This is 312. Just took a little longer for it to come in, but There it is right there. Oops, this is what I want. This is what I want here. So this is where the most intense hail is right now. And this is where we could be looking at. And these are some of the next towns that could be in line for this here. So Castor, this is already on top of you, pretty much. You may have about Alberta. You may have an extra couple minutes or two. Lucky, you got probably another 10 to 15 minutes before this is on you. Bloom, Croson, it's about 15 to 20 minutes. Bienville, 39. You got it at 3:39, so that's another 20 minutes for you guys. Walsh, Liberty Hill, you have about another 25 to 30 minutes. Same as New Friendship. Then by the bottom of the hour, we can see Mount Olive, Lakefield, Hodge, Rockfield, North Hodge, East Hodge, Quitman, Pumpkin Center, Hilltop, Ansley. Right, and Ansley could be seeing a severe thunderstorm with some pretty notable hail here. Then at the top of the hour, Beach Springs, Woodville, Clay, Grambling, Barnett Springs, Vernon, Ruston, Kelly's, and then Chatham. As we get to a quarter after 4, we could be seeing you guys dealing with an increased threat for us, severe thunderstorm winds, and also hail. Again, another thing to keep note of is the fact that when you get updrafts like this with increased hail, the air will start to cool sometimes, and sometimes you can get downburst or microburst with this. So there is a chance that damaging winds can be a factor with this. So we'll be watching as this severe thunderstorm warning will most likely get extended further out to the east here. Okay, so see some more people coming in. In case you might have missed it, we started out doing the stream doing an analysis of the Rolling Fork tornado, but now, and a lot of people probably haven't been covering this because this really came up last minute, but we have a moderate risk for severe thunderstorms today, which includes the threat for not only tornadoes but some potentially strong ones. So we're on here covering this because I think a few people in the weather community today might have been caught off guard. Nothing of their doing, but we weren't expecting anything like this to develop, but parameters have started to fall into place now over the last 24 hours. We went up from basically a slight risk to an enhanced risk to a marginal risk within the course of a day. So I'm just out here trying to do my part, and hopefully we can have an event here where where we can have 0 fatalities, whereas unfortunately Friday there were far too many in my opinion. I think the storm itself and other factors came into play there, so it's not necessarily anyone's fault, but nonetheless, let's see if we can do our part here to keep the injuries and fatalities down. Sometimes it can't be helped, but we'll do what we can here. This new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, that just got issued that we were calling for was for Jackson, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes in north central Louisiana. This is in effect until 3:15 Central Time. The threat is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is still radar indicated. This is now moving east at 60 miles an hour. Other towns that are included were a lot of the ones that I mentioned just before. It's going to be at a little bit earlier of a time frame than what we were looking at before because we had it at 45 miles an hour. So just make sure you are in your safe spot because these damaging winds can still have the potential to do damage similar to that of a small tornado. And then you don't want to be outside with quarter size plus hail involved here. Although the vertically integrated liquid, which is a good way of indicating hail, indicates maybe some bigger hailstones higher in the atmosphere. So this is what we're looking at right now. But the latest scan, this scan is a little bit behind, so maybe this could have weakened. Let's hope that is the case. So we'll go back to reflectivity here and get a good look at that. Yeah, there's still some pretty big hail in this storm here. So again, in case you missed it, you are in Jackson, Bienville, and Lincoln Parish in north central Louisiana. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here, and you have some pretty nasty hail heading your way. So definitely get away from the windows. Don't be outside, and hopefully you've already put your car in a safe place where it's covered. If the storm's already here, just don't bother. Don't worry about it. We want you safe. Oh, I forgot to take that off. I do that a lot sometimes. We're kind of laggy now, I think. Stream still seems like it's going pretty well here. It's good to hear. Or good to see, at least. I think I hear rain outside my window right now. I wonder if there's something going on out towards my area. You have yet another severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Hemphill. We've been watching that one for a while. Still producing, from the looks of it, radar indicated quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. This is for Sabine Parish in northwestern Louisiana. We have St. Augustine County and Sabine counties involved in there too. This storm is moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hails. Radar indicated. Towns still involved in there. Milam, Minnie, Hemphill, Pineland, Florian, Fisher, McElroy, Negrete, Fairmount, Mount McCarmichael, Yellow Pine, and Columbus. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. Excuse me. So these are all the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect right now. Nothing really new going on at the current time. There are no new watches issued. We are trying to keep an eye out for any mesoscale discussions because this will probably be an inkling to what we could end up seeing later here. Storm chasers aren't really on the move. They're trying to position themselves for storms that are going to be firing a little bit later today. The later we get into the evening, we'll see an increase in storm coverage and probably an increase in the tornado threat as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on here. We still have Montgomery that's under a severe thunderstorm watch right now, and we could still see another line of storms late into the evening and maybe even into the overnight. The same can be said across southern Mississippi here over towards Jackson. We'll go ahead and take a look at see what the Jackson radar site is seeing right now. Right now, it's probably still pretty quiet here, I would imagine. Yeah, so far it's pretty quiet. I think this is Brad Arnold right here and Vince Welty that are sitting here waiting for these storms to develop here. Looks like Brett Adair it looks like Brandon Kopic is there as well. Yeah, so far it looks like things are still pretty quiet at the moment here. All the main activity is a little bit off to the west here. Still got probably at least an hour, if not two or more, before storms start to really pick up there. Also, just a reminder to anyone that has come in here, If you are enjoying what you're seeing with this live stream, or if you're watching any forecast videos, hit that subscribe button already, as this helps me get out to more people. We want to try to, again, make sure that we have enough people informed of severe weather today, because this was a sneaky one that went under the radar until recently. So a lot of people probably aren't covering this, or they're just now starting to. So that being said, we want to do our part, get the warnings out quickly and effectively, or get people notified so that way they know how to properly prepare and take the proper courses of action should they end up under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning today, because we will probably be seeing plenty of them. So subscribe, like the stream, share it too, tell your friends on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Let's do our part and help out our fellow neighbor, our fellow man. That being said, though, for right now, we're just kind of more or less not quite hanging out, but we're watching, we're monitoring, but we're also kind of hanging out right now. So if you want to talk in the chat, don't be shy. I don't bite. I don't bite at all. Do see another severe thunderstorm warning over here towards Alabama. This is drawing ever closer towards the Bama-Georgia line here. This is for Coffee County in Alabama. This is up until 3 p.m. Central. The storm's moving east rather slow compared to other storms. 25 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is the hazard for right now. This is heading towards Enterprise, Fort Rutger, New Brockton, Alberton, Elba, you're already in there. Richburg, Perry Store, Curtis, Carl Folsom A&P. I'm not sure why that's an A&P there, but maybe if somebody over there is watching, feel free to educate me in the comments. I'm always looking to learn new stuff. Some other cities: Eno, Turner, Turner Crossroads, Clintonville, Batten's Crossroads, Shell Army Field, Goodman, New Haven, Tabernacle, Camp Alflo, BSA, and Basin. So make sure you're taking shelter. It's a nasty little thunderstorm heading over you guys. Still waiting to see what these guys are going to end up doing here, because they're all stationed over towards Jackson and Hattiesburg. Watching these little small kidney beans pop up here. Right now, I don't think these will mean much of anything right now, but we will be watching these later. And if by any chance you hear anything in the background, I am watching the NASCAR race right now. So just bear with me on that. Especially since we're in the quiet period right now. I'm just kind of trying to keep myself entertained, because it looks like we're going to be here for a while. So grab a snack, grab some popcorn, and just make sure you're responsibly watching warnings if you happen to be in the area of interest for warnings issued for your area, so to speak. Other than that, kick your feet up and relax. I'm also going to try to share this stream out to Facebook. I haven't even done that yet today. So if I'm silent for a little, well, actually, this might be a good time to maybe put some of the groceries I had away. I actually ordered Instacart earlier to try to make sure I was on here in time. I was originally planning to just do the analysis of the Rolling Fork tornado, but seeing the number of warnings that were in effect right now, we just kind of switched over from this point. So that being said, if you would actually just give me a minute, I will be right back, and I'll have these put away for you guys real quick. I'll have these put away and then be back to you guys really quickly. All right, I'm back, guys. I'm sorry about that. Just a lot to. I had a few groceries to put away real quick. But we are back in action now. So far, it looks like we have maybe one additional severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like it looks like for the most part, nothing really has changed. We still have this one over here that has a quarter, 1.5 inch hail here. Could be looking at nearly golf ball size. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at that one real quick. This one probably is the strongest storm that we have on radar so far. Let's go ahead and look at it. This beast right here definitely has a supercellular look. Hang on a minute now. I see something that's a little bit suspicious here. This looks like it's still a little bit outflow dominant, but I do see some potential that this thing is trying to ramp up a bit. Let's go ahead and actually take a look at the velocity here, because this could very well start to rotate here. This looks like it's getting a little bit better organized. I do see rotation here. This is actually just to the east of Kirbyville here, so there could potentially be some tornado warning that will get issued shortly if this continues to trend in this at its current pace right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at where this rotation could be heading. We'll go. So far, we're seeing this moving at 55 miles an hour. Let's try this again because it didn't work. Come on now. Hang on a minute. Okay. Dang, I cannot get this thing to work worth anything. Come on, Radar Omega, work with me here. So some towns that would be in line here. Excuse me a second. Sorry, I had someone coming in real quick. I had to go ahead and answer that. But some areas that could be involved in this potential point of circulation would be Bleakwood. You have exactly, well, it's actually going to be on you guys right now. In 8 minutes, we have Fallwill, Bonweir. You have about 10 minutes, a little less than that maybe. Maryville, you at 4:02 at the top of the hour, you guys could be in line here, as well as Junction, Neal, and then as we get towards the first quarter of the hour, Shear, Carson, Heights, Bon Ami, DeRitter, Tola, Ludington. Before the first half of the hour, you guys could be very well in the line of the storm here. So this is something for you to watch out for. This isn't a tornado warning just yet, but this thing does look like it's trying to start to rotate here. So you may want to get close to your safe place. Let's also look at the hail here, because this was indicating a hail at about, I would say, maybe 1 1/4 inch. Maxed out value, so that's pretty telling enough in its own right here. I've seen several storms like this today. And there's 2 cores with this too, it looks like, interestingly enough. So if this does end up trying to produce a tornado, this could end up being rain wrap. So this is definitely something to keep a close eye on. We'll switch back to velocity product here. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's trying to get its act together for sure. So we're going to be watching this one in the meantime and waiting to see what happens beyond that point. No storm chasers near this though, or at least not on radar Omega. I'm sure there's some around. In fact, I think we'll turn on the spotter network. See if there's anyone close by. I'm pretty sure there is. Wouldn't surprise me, even though he's not on here, if Mitch Weather was on. Yeah, we got a few of these guys out there. We got somebody on this storm. Okay, let's get that off of there. But just because they're there, we can't necessarily access their stream. This is Michael Vintner. Vinther. Michael Vinther. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. That's the last thing I want to mess up is someone's name. But Michael Vinther is on this storm here. This is his last location here. And then we have George Bailey on this storm as well. He's a little bit behind it. And he's probably going through the core, probably experiencing the hail. But Michael Vinther could be in a line where he could possibly see what the mesocyclone could be doing with this. So things starting to ramp up here. Newest scan came in. I do see a lot of lightning with this, and I see rotation trying to increase with this. Again, we're not in a sector where we're not at a point in time where the tornado threat's going to increase with this just yet. But it is, but parameters are improving and will continue to improve throughout the evening. Go ahead and take a look at mesoscale discussions here too while I'm at it. Thank you for the sub, Norvin. I appreciate you a bunch, bud. And Nathan Retta, also thank you for subbing, man. Welcome. We're just kind of waiting to see what's happening here right now. We're in a situation where we've been, where we're tracking maybe another active day of severe weather. And for some of these areas, it's a deja vu because they just went through a massive severe weather outbreak Friday. So I don't know if you hear that in the background. I'm also watching NASCAR, especially during the slower periods. I'm kind of just more or less waiting to see what happens with this storm, particularly right now. That's the one I'm most interested in. But I'm also watching the storm over here that's towards Dothan, or to the west of Dothan, Alabama. That one had some pretty good potential earlier. Okay, so they've upped that to tornado possible. Well, guess we'll have to switch back and forth between these storms. All right. Let's see if we can't get a look at this storm, see what the rotation looks like. There is something there. It's weak rotation, but there is something. There is a little bit of a change in wind direction here. In case you don't know, the reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards the radar. We're looking for a couplet for where those two can touch. There is something here, but it's not like it's strong enough to really warn a tornado warning just yet. But if the storm continues to organize, I think there will probably be a tornado warning. We haven't had a tornado warning since earlier this morning, but there was one that actually went through the west side of, through parts of West Georgia here towards the Grange. Apparently it was a pretty significant tornado from what I've seen here, but we do see a trend here where this storm really does look like it's trying to do it. So between these two storms, we're going to have to keep a close eye on which one may very well end up prompting a tornado warning here. So we'll look at this storm for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to probably have to just jump back and forth. I'll have to get the loop off of here real quick. So this is just to the west of Enterprise right here. Anyone that isn't familiar with Enterprise, Alabama, in 2007, they were hit with a significant EF4 tornado. And they were featured on Storm Stories, by the way. All right, so we're going to zoom out really quick, and then we're going to switch back over to this storm here. The storm over here that's further towards the south. No tornado warning, no tornado possible tag with this one just yet. But I do think that that could change, especially if they reissue this warning, which is more than likely what I would expect to happen. So the warning, by the way, is in effect for Beauregard Parish and Vernon parishes in Louisiana, and then central Newton County in eastern Texas, as this is traversing the state line here. This is moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Switch over to this radar site. Starting to get close to the Alexandria radar, so we may have to switch radars here. Because whenever we get too close to a radar site, it can get a little bit tricky to look at stuff like velocities, because it'll look higher up into the atmosphere because of the radar beam. It's not flat. It goes over the curvature of the Earth. No, the Earth is not flat. Don't troll with that, please, because if it was, it'd be a lot easier to track this. I think that storm really is starting to organize pretty nicely, though. I would not be surprised to see if there's a tornado warning get put on this storm. Let me go over to the Lake Charles radar site, because we might get a more clear picture with it. It should be in range of it. Let's go ahead and zoom out here. Yeah, the picture is a lot more clear. It's a little less messy, but the rotation, no, there's a pretty good rotation couplet right there. And then there's a shear line right here. So let's go ahead and switch over to reflectivity again and see what the storm as a whole looks like on radar. I think this is going to try to produce something real quick, or at least it's going to prompt a tornado warning. This has that structure that you would look for as far as supercellular. As far as the supercell is concerned here. So this is I think I'm gonna watch this storm a little bit more. Nah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and check that storm as well. I mean, I feel like both of them have a good chance of producing here. And then also, this storm up towards the north here looks a little bit more impressive than it did within the last hour. I've been watching these for a while. This has a very good structure as well. It's got what you call a dangly bit hanging down. At least that's what guys like Ryan Hall call it. Nothing against those guys. I actually love watching people like Ryan Hall. But I'm doing my own thing, so I can't. So I'm not going to steal their thing. I'm just going to do my own. But both of these storms here look like they're starting to get their act together here. So we're going to have to watch really both of these. It's going to be a little bit tricky to juggle between the three. My computer is a little old. It's reliable, but a little bit old. So it's going to be hard to keep up with all of this. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued over here. Still has a tornado possible tag on it. We'll shift over to the radar site, and then we'll also get a look at the warning here. Hone in a little bit more on that rotation. So this new severe thunderstorm warning is issued for Dale, Coffee, and Houston counties in southeastern Alabama. This is up until 3:30 Central. This is moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. Hail damage is hail and winds are the main factors here. But Daleville, Enterprise, Fort Rupter, Ozark, a lot of the same cities that we've been talking about in that last polygon, still in effect for this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So now, I do see a little bit of a indicator here that this is trying to rotate here. You are seeing a little bit of curvature here. Don't see too much of an appendage with this storm. But we saw rotation on that last scan, and I I can see that there still is a little bit. It's not strongly rotating just yet, but we will have to watch. And I think the point that we'll have to be watching the closest is going to be right over here. I'm going to mark that really quickly. I would say but right about there is where I'm thinking the greatest point of rotation is going to be so far. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and draw this out here. Take a look and see where this could be heading off to next. All right, so we'll drag this out towards Midland City. This is moving really slow, so I'm not able to really get a good... Okay, there we go. We're at 30 miles an hour here. So now we'll get a good time estimation of everything. We're going to see Turner Crossroads, which will be next in line for this storm. It's actually going to be over there right now. Enterprise, you have till 4:11, so you got about 15 to 20 minutes before the storm gets there. Keaton, after that, you have about 20 minutes. Culpenville, you have about a minute after that. So once we get towards the halfway point of the hour, Level Plains, Gerald, Fort Rutger, Daleville. Okay, we'll get this to scroll down here. And then towards the mid part of the hour, Kelly, Plainview, Waterford, Newton, Ewell, Picknard. All of you guys need to watch out for a storm that looks like it's getting increasing potential for maybe producing a tornado and a tornado warning to be issued. Population around all these areas combined is over 50,000 plus. So hopefully we're all doing what we need to do, so that way there's no reason for any injuries or worse to be occurring here. Let's go. Now we're gonna be playing musical storms here and going back to the other one. Gotta get that out of there. Have we gone up to a tornado warning yet? No. Not even a tornado possible tag yet. So let's go back and switch over. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here, and this is heading towards the Mississippi, Louisiana line here. Starting to see increasing rotation on this storm just to the west of, or just to the south and east of Bon Weir here. So this is really trying to produce here. So we got to keep an extra close eye on this one. Then we're going to switch over to the Jackson radar here to take a look at this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is heading... we're not in a good radar site right now. It's on the edge of the radar site here. This might be another radar hole here. Okay, let's go ahead and see if maybe Shreveport will give us a good picture of that one. Okay, we're just on the edge of this radar site here, so I think this is about as good as we can get. The Monroe radar site's offline, so we're gonna have a little struggle with that. Let's go ahead and switch over to reflectivity here. Little kidney bean cell here. This is most likely going to be a hailer starting out, but we could see an increased threat for damaging wind and tornado, or maybe even a tornado later on, as we go further down its lifespan. Let's go ahead and look at the vertically integrated liquid here, or the VIL as I'll call it. There is some potential for hail here. It's not a lot. I think this is mainly going to be for damaging winds. I'd say maybe oh wait, here we go. Hail potential is increasing. Here's a good look at the value. Here's a key right here. Usually once you get to about 20 kilograms per meter square here, that's usually a telltale sign that we're getting severe hail or just towards the minimal requirement of it. We'll also go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. Okay. So there is a small pocket right here where we're starting to see some stronger winds, getting up to about 50 miles an hour and towards a couple thousand feet above the air, above the ground. A couple thousand feet above the air. Sheesh. A couple thousand feet above the ground. So that being said, there is a legitimate threat for damaging winds. We don't know for sure if these are making their way down on the surface. We can't get those winds at the surface with the radar, unfortunately, due to curvature of the earth and the radar being propped up a few 100 feet in the air itself. So that being said, now that we looked at that severe thunderstorm warning, we're gonna hop back to Alabama. And here's the storm probably heading right over Enterprise as we speak right now. We're going to switch radar sites since we're getting pretty close to that site around Enterprise, actually. I didn't know they put a radar over there. Well, I forgot that they did. So here is a pretty nice couplet right here. I'm really starting to think that this could be getting a tornado warning very soon. I just don't see why they haven't done it just yet. This looks like a pretty notable couplet. I mean, on this side at the very least, I would say that this would warrant a tornado warning. And it's just outside of Enterprise too, so I'm trying to figure out exactly why they haven't called it just yet. I guess I don't know if they're waiting for a debris signature or not, which I wouldn't, but tornado definitely seems likely. Well, not likely, but at least possible with it. It's definitely rotating, in my opinion, what would be sufficiently enough. Look at that. Yeah. I mean, it's more or less a shear line, but you can see where that kind of protrudes a bit more. I guess it's because the velocities themselves are not that impressive yet. I see 22 miles an hour, winds going away from the radar. Oh, come on now. Move out of the way. I guess the winds going towards the radar aren't strong enough yet. That would be my only guess, really. But there's plenty of inflow with this, so I think at any given point, this could easily go tornadic here. So that's going to be another one. That's one of the ones we've been watching. And then we have to, of course, go back over this way towards Louisiana again, where we have this storm over here that's been producing some pretty big hail. Oh, the winds have gone up to about 70 miles an hour now for the warning. This could end up getting a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag on it. Go ahead and switch over to that radar site, and then we'll look at the reflectivity and the velocity with this too. Pretty strong winds right here in this sector here. Of course, this is in a bit of a radar. Oh my goodness, 118 miles an hour with this. Wow. So yeah, there's almost a certainty that there's damaging winds with this. Is a little bit of rotation too. So again, this is something that has to be watched very closely. But for the most part, the wind's moving at just one direction the one direction that we just saw. More than considerable enough to do the same kind of damage as a small tornado. I don't know where I got that 118 from, though. But either way, I would almost be willing to say considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag here. And then, of course, the hail threat is pretty impressive with this, too. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the VIL here. Look at that. Maxed out values. Pretty much you can just match the color and you can figure it out. 79.54. This goes up to 80 kilos right here. So definitely some hail falling somewhere between Bon Weir and Maryville right now. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go back to the velocity and we'll get a look at where this could be heading next. Yeah, look at how strong this is where I was seeing the strongest winds. So we'll go ahead and stretch this all the way out to about here, right towards State Highway 113. And this is going at about 55 miles an hour if I saw correctly on the warning. Decided not to do it right now. Let's try it again. There we go. Actually, I think it's moving at 60. So I'll just go with 60. And some towns that are in line for that would be Neal. You have 4 minutes exactly. Shear, you have 10 minutes, as well as Carson. Height, you have closer to 20 minutes, as well as Bon Ami and Tula. DeRitter, you have 15 minutes as well. Ludington, you're getting closer to 20 minutes. But with this storm moving as fast, it could get there a little bit, maybe a minute or two faster. Towards the middle of the hour, we could be looking at Ikes, Markey, Cole Central, Sugartown, Sergu, Cravens, Grant, Fullerton. Need to be on the lookout for this severe storm here that has very strong winds and very large hail along with it. Then towards the bottom half of the hour, we can look at areas like Pitkin, Reeds, Ditto, Elizabeth, Westport, Appman, and Union Hill in line for a severe thunderstorm. Okay, so I guess now with that out the way, we're going back to the Alabama storm. Oops. Okay, so we're going to go back to this storm here. I'm going to stay with the velocity product here while we're at it. Rotation looks a lot less impressive on here, so I think that we may not get a tornado warning out of this, which is good news. Still need to keep a close eye on this over here just to the north of Enterprise. We have a couple of chasers on there. Cannot get a hold of their feeds, so that's that. But anywhere between Enterprise and Fort Rutger, we'll have to watch this because this could very well be trying to cycle. Because this does have a supercellular structure to it, and these supercells are often, oh no, this is looking a lot less impressive now. This looks like it's about to be undercut by rain-cooled air, and maybe we could see this go outflow dominant here. Storms to the south here with the special weather statements do not look like they are imminently threatening at the time. So we're going to switch back over to that storm over towards Louisiana. Just kind of go from that point right now. We're still not anywhere near the main event of this severe weather event here. We're really just getting into the beginning of it, so to speak. I'm going to switch over to the Lake Charles radar this time. Storm still has a pretty good... Oh, the storm's formed a hook now. So this storm over to the south of Maryville, we'll have to watch, see what that ends up doing here. This has a pretty good area for a lot of inflow to come into this storm here. So again, I'm really concerned about a tornado, about a possible tornado trying to develop here. It's a storm chaser that's in perfect position right now. And with the discrete nature of this supercell, he should be able to see pretty well into this. This is Michael Vinthier. Been watching his positioning for a while here. So we'll have to see what this ends up yielding, but I do think there is a good chance this could be trying to produce here. We'll look at the velocity product here. And right now the rotation isn't that strong still, but that structure is definitely indicative of something that's trying to develop for sure. Still looks like this storm is mostly outflow dominant. We just need it. I think we would need it to tighten up a bit more to produce possibly. I don't want 200 frames. I only want 21. There we go. I don't know how we got the 200 frames there. That kind of startled me a little bit. Okay, we'll get that name off of there. We'll kind of look at things from that point. If we can get this to tighten up, we won't get this hook to turn in just a little bit into itself. I think that would probably be a sign that this storm is rotating a lot more. The storm also looks like it could take a trend towards the linear side of things. So again, we'll just have to see what happens with this. Kind of in more or less a wait and see kind of mode with this storm particularly. This storm over here, I've been watching this for a while, and this one looks honestly a little bit better, and so does the National Weather Service. They've put a tornado possible tag with this. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning for Natchitoches Parish and Sabine Parish. This is ongoing until 4 p.m. Central Time. Main threat with this is, of course, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, but it has a good structure with it as well. So areas included Natchitoches, Mini, Florian, Provincial, I think. That's how you pronounce it. Natchez, Fisher, Kisatchie, Kisatchie, Cloutiersville, Melrose, Mount Caramel, Bellwood, Chopin, Flora, Cypress, Bermuda, Aloha, Gorham, and St. Maurice. We'll be watching you guys for the threat of a storm that's producing damaging winds, hail, and may possibly try to produce a tornado here too. This storm looks a lot better than this storm to the south too. So that being said, we'll go ahead and take a quick look here at the velocity. It's not a strong couplet right now, but I think we may need to switch radar sites because this is a little further away from the Lake Charles radar. This is a little bit closer to Shreveport and probably in a better spot for the Shreveport radar. But there definitely looks like there's like a little shear line, maybe a little small area where we're seeing some weak rotation. Yeah, we're probably too close to that radar site. Switch over to it, actually. We're just going to have to play around with radar sites and figure out what works best for us right now, really. That looks like a slightly more interesting feature right there. Yeah, that's too close to that radar site. Just going to have to play around and see what happens. I guess this is as good as we're going to get right now, because we're in a small radar hole here in the Ozarks here. It's always tricky to chase here. Also, go ahead and look at this one for hail. We have seen some very impressive hail signatures today on radar. This one's maxed out as well on the values. Yep, just about maxed out, 79. And so is this one. Yeah, it's essentially, yeah, both of these are big time hailers for sure. With winds, downburst, microburst, and of course, we already know that these are trying to produce, or they look like they're trying to produce tornadoes here. Might see, okay, so this severe thunderstorm warning has been moved out a little further to the north and west, or north and east, excuse me. Wow. That's what you call a botch. But this one is located near Winsboro, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail possible with this. We could see an increase on that warning labeling. Crowville, you have exactly 4 minutes before this storm is on top of you. Then 14 minutes before Bakers. Tyndall and Waverly, you have until 3:45, so you got about 30 minutes. And then Gilbert's another town that we have to keep an eye on, too. All right, so far it looks like, oh. I think some dry air might be getting involved in this, and that's what's stopping this from rotating. It's really trying to get its act together. There's an increase in lightning around the storm, but right around where that tail kind of develops, it just seems like there's just something holding it back. There is a little bit of a couplet that's becoming more and more concerning for me right here. Right there is what I'm looking at right now. It's a bad circle, but we might have to watch this for the increased threat of maybe it rotating enough to produce a tornado warning, and maybe even the tornado itself. So as a whole, we're just going to be continually just watching back and forth, just bouncing back and forth between these storms. I don't think this storm has the same potential to produce like it did earlier. Alright, so 6 people here still right now. Anyone that's been just joining in earlier, we are covering what may very well be yet another active evening and afternoon of severe weather. All hazards are on the table here, including the threat for tornadoes, some of which could even be strong, and also significant hail. We've already seen numerous hail scans today with the products just about maxed out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a multitude of hail reports throughout the course of the evening here. So just be prepared if you happen to be in one of these areas for changing conditions. Tornadoes are not only tornadoes, but significant wind and hail are very much possible here. Of course, if you are just joining on here, be sure to hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. If you want to support the channel, just hit the exclamation point support in the chat, and you will be led to a spot where you could do so. New scan just came in just a minute ago while I was talking about that. This storm really seems like it's trying to produce, but it just seems like it's a little bit on the outflow dominant side still. Storm structure is a little bit interesting. The anvil's kind of veered off a little bit, almost like this is trying to do a thing where it's either going to split or try to be like a little bit of a line segment here. It's really interesting looking at this storm structure though. But regardless of the structure, we can clearly see there's plenty of hail in the core of this southernmost cell right here. And you can see these little kinks right here where you can see little small points of rotation based off the velocity here, but this isn't really indicating anything tornadic. If anything, I'm thinking that this is going to shear out into a line right here. And maybe there's still a chance for an embedded circulation to pop up there. Okay, so here's the one that still has a tornado possible tag on it as well. It's for the same counties. We've been watching this one for a bit here. We'll see what the latest velocity scan shows for this storm. Looks like so far no real couplet here that immediately says to me that there's going to be anything down. There is something there, but it's pretty unimpressive at the moment. There's just enough rotation to maybe draw your eye to it, but that's about it currently. I'm going to share the video to my social media here. If you want the tags, just let me know. Or you could type in the chat here, exclamation point socials. Alright. So far, it doesn't look like there's any other storms right now that are of major urgency right now. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here towards the Alabama-Florida line. This is just heading into Alabama here. This has a tornado possible tag on it. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, I don't know why I'm still in velocity mode even though it says reflectivity. I guess I just need to let it load a little more. See if I can readjust this a bit. Okay, there we go. Decent little bit of structure here on the reflectivity. Still waiting to see if it'll get more organized. Do see a hail core with this. Plenty of lightning as well. But looking at the velocity is going to be a key factor. Ooh, that actually is a pretty nice little couplet right there, though. I'm not going to lie. That's probably the best couplet I've seen so far today, if anything. You can see right there where those red and greens are touching pretty clearly here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the gate to gate here. It's pretty weak still, but not to say that this can't produce a tornado. We'll see if the weather service over there ends up weather service station over there ends up putting out a tornado warning. Hard to say right now. But yeah, that definitely looks very organized if you ask me. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they call it within the next couple of scans. So let's go ahead and take a look at who could be in line for this as well. This was 30. It's at 30 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and calculate that. Some towns that are immediately in line here. This is in a relatively underpopulated area. But Rome looks like the next town that could be in line here. That's 443. You have about 10 minutes until then. Carolina, you have about 30 minutes. Stanley, you have about 40 minutes. Libertyville, you're about the same time frame. Then we have Stanford at 5:21, which is about 45 minutes from now. Keep an eye out for a possible tornado with this severe thunderstorm right now that is being clocked in for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go ahead and look at the integrated liquid here. Maxed out values yet again, so we'll probably end up seeing an increased forecast on the hail with this storm too. I wonder if this has been. I wonder just how many reports we could be seeing with this as well. Main thing that we need to watch is right in this little corridor right here. Here's that reflectivity return though, near max. It's getting pretty close to maxed out there, so something to really keep a close watch on there. We'll go ahead and switch back over to this Enterprise storm here too, where it looks like it could be trying to cycle and maybe make another attempt at trying to produce. I keep forgetting that thing's still on. This still has the tornado possible tag on it, rightfully so, but I still think that this is partially outflow dominant here. So we'll be keeping an eye on this one as well. It's going to be a lot to keep track of over the course of the night here. Also have to watch these storms a little further to the south over here. That's over towards Florala, Sampson, and Geneva, as maybe some of these storms could eventually get their acts together and maybe potentially rotate too. So, like I said, it's going to be a very active evening. And then these storms over here look like they're getting their act together. Really over the course of the next couple hours here is when I expect business to really start to pick up here. So about 5-6 p.m. Central Time is when I expect the most severe weather to be ongoing. So far, we don't see anything in the way of any new tornado watches. It's all just been one severe thunderstorm watch, one tornado watch. Nothing ongoing yet towards southern Mississippi, but we expect that to change. More than likely, it will change. So we're just kind of in a waiting pattern right now, just waiting to see what ends up happening next. So far, I've had no tornado warnings since the stream has started nearly 3 hours ago. Actually going to go ahead and take a look at the uptime exactly. All right. I'm watching the NASCAR race too while I'm doing this stream. So I guess my commands aren't working right now on here. I'll have to fix that at some point. Also, I'll be right back really quick. Just give me a second here. I gotta go to the restroom. Alright, I'm back. Uh-oh. There goes the mic. Here we go again. Running again. Oh, we got a tornado warning, of course, when I walk away, too. Here we go. First tornado warning on stream today. And it's for that storm that was over towards Louisiana. And has this one gone with it yet? Gotten it yet? Nope. Let's go ahead and look at it. with Nick Mullis on the storm here. So radar indicated tornado. And this also has 1.5-inch hail. Getting close to golf ball size. So this is for Beauregard and Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana. This is located near Tula or near DeRidder, moving east at 30 miles per hour. It's capable of producing a tornado. This is in effect until 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what we have going here. This is that storm with the interesting structure to it. It's been trying to produce for a while. Still may not quite produce, but it looks a lot better than what it has. So here's the hook on here, or the donut hole weak echo region. Here is a look at the velocity couplet. And there's a point right here of rotation, and then there's a point here. I think this is where they're most concerned, though, is right here. Okay. And we're going to draw this out all the way out towards Interstate 10. I think this is going at about 30 miles an hour. So now we can take a look at the direction right here. We have we don't have a lot of towns here, thankfully, but Cole Central is one of those, and we have about maybe a little less than 30 minutes before this is on you guys. Sugartown, you're next. About 5 minutes after that at 5:07. Reeds and Pitkin, you guys are down the line at 5:21 to 5:22. So make sure if you are in the warning and you're in near proximity to it, head to your safe spot. Can't disinclude some of these areas a little bit further outside of where this cone is, where the tornado could end up being at. So make sure if you are just in this polygon in general, head to your safe spot here. Unless you're in DeRidder, you guys can probably come out. Looking now to see what's going on a little further out towards areas like Alabama right now. Not really too much going on over towards Mississippi just yet. We see this storm that's moved into the Alabama-Georgia line here. This storm is tagged for 1.5-inch hail as well, probably getting close to golf ball size. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Muskogee County and northwestern Chattahoochee County. This could be some of the same areas that got hit by a tornado earlier today. So we have ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is radar indicated. This is a little further to the south of where there was a tornado earlier today. It's over towards the Grange. But Columbus, North Fort Benning, Bibb County, or Bibb City, Upatoy, Fort Benning, Lawson Army Airfield, St. Mary Hills, Edgewood, Flat Rock, Highland Park, Laurel Hills, Green Island Hills, Sand Hill, Battle Park, Vista Terrace, Columbus in Metropolitan Airport, Rose Hill, Kenwood, Midland, and Custer Road Terrace and Bidding Hills. Be on the lookout for a severe thunderstorm that is producing ping pong ball size hail and damaging winds. This actually has been upgraded to 1 3/4-inch hail, so that's right about at golf ball size now. Switch over to this radar site really quickly. can probably no, we got a good view of it. But we're almost to the point where we could actually switch over to the Warner Robins radar if we had to. So there's a pretty stout hail core with this right here. Here's a reflectivity return. And then, of course, we can go to the VIL here. Maxed out values again. That's crazy. Seeing an increasing number of special weather statements here. A lot of these look like they're for hail. Okay. So here's probably the next storm that will likely get a severe thunderstorm warning, because there's a pretty good VIL index on this one as well. Multiple storms along this region here could end up seeing severe thunderstorm warnings in a minute. But we got to go back to that one storm over here that has a tornado warning on it. We're seeing an increase in severe thunderstorm warnings over here between Louisiana and now starting to get over to the Mississippi River as well. Like I said, really within the next couple of hours here is when we'll start to see severe weather really begin to go on the rise here. Go ahead and switch over to this radar site here and get a look at our tornado warning. Have two chasers that are near the storm right now. So this is the storm's hail core maxed out values. No surprise there. That's pretty much been the trend all day. We'll go over to the velocity product again and get a look and see if this thing could potentially be down. Like I said, it's not the most impressive storm that I've seen, but there is enough rotation here to call a tornado warning for sure. Highly doubtful that anything's down. Could have been a point where maybe it could have been down briefly. Yeah, there's no CC drop here, so I'm not necessarily concerned. We'll go ahead and run this in a loop just to be sure. I don't see anything there, so not too concerned with that right now. We're going to show out in a minute. All right, so here is the other storms that have severe thunderstorm warnings on there. Nothing that draws out any sort of concerns with tornadoes with these, thankfully. But all of these storms here have a lot of potential to produce probably some damaging winds and hail. I'm starting to see a little bit more of a linear look to those storms to the north here. So some strong winds are becoming more and more probable with these. Mainly just trying to look at values here. There's small pockets where these storms are getting some, maybe getting downburst here, but I think hail is right now the main thing that we're seeing here. Most of these warnings are going to probably be for hail. Here's some of those higher value storms right here. That's 1 inch hail, but we could probably see it much higher. Ooh, 2 inch hail. That's getting towards that's golf ball size plus at least. This storm is 8 miles east of Afton, moving 10 miles southwest of Taluya, moving at 45 miles an hour. Still under this severe thunderstorm warning for another, well, actually, it's about to expire now, but it's probably going to be extended. 2-inch hail. So now we could be looking at Toluca getting into the action here within the next 5 minutes. Mansford in the next 10. Eagle Bend within the next 20. Redwood within the next 25. And then Valley Park within the next 30 minutes here. Other areas that could be impacted here would be Mound, Delta, and Richmond in Louisiana here. Or actually, this is now heading in. This is now on the Mississippi River. So this is going to be heading into Mississippi, leaving Louisiana. Let's run back to reflectivity here real quick. And we'll go on from there. Come on now. That's an interesting little feature right here, though. We'll have to watch and see what that ends up bringing forth here. This could become an embedded supercell with potential, with some tornado potential down the line here, especially as we start to see a very similar situation occur as we did on Friday, where we were seeing these storms cross the Mississippi River, and then after that, these storms really started to take off here. Look at that hail core right there on this storm, the tornado warning on it. Still a good inflow notch. This could be a LP supercell almost. Like, if you were able to look into it and see where the tornado would be, if it's HP, it's going to be tucked up in here. Otherwise, I would say LP would be here. It's a very odd structure, though, still. It's not a textbook by any means. Or at least towards where we would expect the tornado to be. Maybe if you saw more of a donut hole, I'd feel that way. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really look super duper impressive. I'm thinking mainly towards where that little fold is right there is where we could see rotation. Do see another point of rotation trying to develop here on the front flank of it. Maybe a gustnado? I'm not sure. But we have to watch. This is going to, like I said, this is really more so the beginning of what could be an active evening here. So just have to be on guard here. Might take a little bite to eat real quick while we're waiting to see what this does further down the line. All right. I had to sneak in a bite of food real quick, but we are still here. We still have our one tornado warning right now. Rotation, not the most impressive thing I've ever seen. They've extended the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead with it. Whether they continue the tornado warning is questionable at this time. I don't really know for sure as to whether or not they will. I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards no. Yeah, I think they might have just canceled it. We'll see if they end up reissuing it. It might have let that they might have canceled it. If so, that's good news. Just taking we're gonna be here all night anyway, so we're just taking our time watching things unfold as they are. Yeah, that might sneak another bite in while we're waiting for the next storm to go up. Grant Parish. This is our severe thunderstorm warning here. Has a tornado possible tag on it. So we have Grant and Natchitoches, LaSalle, and Wynn Parish in Louisiana until 4:30 with the severe thunderstorm warning. There's a potential for this to maybe produce a tornado. Mainly going to be tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Excuse me. There is a little bit of a shear line and a very weak couplet here. Very broad rotation, but we'll have to watch that threat really closely. It doesn't look like the storm down here is going to get a new tornado warning just yet. Rotation on it's a little bit broad at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if they reissued it. It looks like actually they could. This looks a little bit better since that last scan. Main point I'll be watching is right about here. So far, there isn't really anyone on this storm right now. Or there's someone on this storm, but they aren't in close proximity enough to really get a good look at what's going on. Still got interesting structure to it from the looks of it here. The mesocyclone seems to be more so inward right here instead of outward here. We kind of would want it to form up here. This kind of almost has a look of a semi-linear storm or embedded storm, even though it's practically discrete right now. It's an interesting little feature there. Still producing some big-time hail here. And also producing some pretty strong winds, especially on the back flank of this. We're still trying to see what this tail is going to end up doing. That's what I keep side-eyeing the most with this storm here. Just what exactly is that tail going to end up doing here? If that tightens up any further, that could become a big problem down the line. Speaking of down the line, let's go ahead and take a look at who could be down that line. So here is, okay, so we can't get that to work right now. Let's try it again. We'll go 55 with this one. So the next towns that are in line for this dangerous storm that could be rotating here would be Sugartown, Reeds, and Elizabeth. Sugartown, you have exactly 4 minutes before the storm reaches you. Reeds, you have 11 minutes. And then Elizabeth, you have almost 30 minutes. So maybe it might be a time to head to your safe place. This doesn't have a tornado warning on it. It doesn't have a new tornado warning on it yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if they issue one. Oh, that scan looks a lot more impressive now. This is the best that I've seen this storm look so far. I do think that this is going to get another tornado warning now. Actually, I'm pretty confident in that. So far, there aren't any other tornado warnings right now. All right, we're going to zoom out real quick and take a look at some of these other storms right here. We'll keep an eye on this one. We'll keep this one in frame. I think this is the one that's probably going to end up producing a tornado first. Hold on a minute, though. Look at this one right here that's up towards Colfax and Dry Pong here. Or Dry Prong, I should say. I didn't see that R. That's a little bit... looks like it's a little bit outflow dominant here. But yeah, it does have the tornado possible tag on it. Let's switch over velocity here and take a look at this. Let's take a look. Do see a very broad rotation, but we'll have to watch and see how that develops there. There's a couple of points where we could be a little bit suspicious right here and then right here. For the most part, I'm not super concerned with this storm. It's mainly this storm that I'm watching closest. Still a little bit disorganized, but it looks like it's getting a little bit stronger. There is a couplet right there that does draw my attention. That does really catch my eye here. So right here is where my couplet would be. It's where I'd be looking for rotation once again. I'm honestly surprised they haven't called a tornado warning for that just yet. I think they want that couplet a little bit stronger to be more confident in it. But I think that one might be sufficient enough for a tornado warning. Could be a mesocyclone that has multiple points of rotation here too, though, because that point looks pretty interesting in its own right. Storm is getting a little bit more organized. It's really trying. I think this storm is really trying to put an effort in to produce still. It's been doing that for a while here. It's very well defined on the front flank here as well here. You can see that little contrast between the green to the orange and reds here. Also indicative of probably some strong outflow as well, though. Oh, look at these storm chasers starting to converge on it from several different points here. You might be driving right towards the mesocyclone right here. Storm's getting more organized. I think this will cycle and eventually maybe prompt another tornado warning. Just how soon will that be is going to be the question here. I'm gonna take a look at a couple of other storms here, see what we have going with that. This storm doesn't look all that impressive still. It still looks pretty outflow dominant. You can see by this little backward C on the south side of it. Whenever you see that backward C, that's usually a good sign of storms heading out from the storm. You want a little bit more inflow if you're looking for tornadic activity. So these storms I'm not super worried about. This storm over here that's towards Vicksburg is pretty interesting as well. I don't see an immediate tornado threat with that. I mainly see hail and damaging winds being concerned there. Then for these areas over towards Columbia, Clarks, Olia, and Urania, mainly just severe thunderstorms. Maybe a little bit of a flooding threat could start to develop here too as time goes on, because these storms are traveling over the same areas over and over again. So for right now, we're not really concerned about anything that's immediately producing a tornado except for this one cell right here that's producing 1 3/4 inch hail. Also got to watch these storms that are heading in from eastern Texas here towards Lufkin. These look like they're starting to get their act together a good bit here. Could see some damaging wind potential with this storm right here. This could probably get a severe thunderstorm warning soon. It could be a splitter beginning to develop here, because it looks like this mesocyclone is starting to take over, as this part looks like it's kind of failed a bit here. But this could be what this storm needs to really start to organize here. Hello, Nikki. 11Q. What is that supposed to mean? Okay, I'm trying to make sure my mic is still on. I thought I lost it for a second. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it just does not want to let go of that little area to the south here. I think if the storm splits off is when I think the chance for a tornado definitely increases with this. I'm gonna watch this storm right here. We'll actually go ahead and switch over to velocity. I expect to see some moderately strong winds with that one. Yeah, so far I don't really see anything that Leads me to think it'll immediately get a severe thunderstorm warning with it. But we'll keep a close eye on it. Storms formed yet another weird couplet right here. Could this one prompt a tornado warning for it once again? That's going to be a key question now. Increasing lightning around that point. That could be a new point for the mesocyclone that takes for an upcoming mesocyclone here. It's just in a weird spot. That's the weird thing about this storm. It's formed its mesocyclones in a spot where you typically wouldn't expect them to be. You kind of expect it to be somewhere around here. It's kind of almost got the detail of the detail of almost an embedded storm, but it's still pretty discrete supercell, if you were to ask me. New tornado warning. Let's see who this is for, though, because none of these storms over here. This is over towards Alabama again. Looks like that storm finally got its act together, and now we see a new tornado warning with that. Let's go ahead and take a look at that storm now. Ow. I didn't want to get that close to it. Sheesh. Okay, so this storm looks pretty good on radar. It's a decent signature on it as well. These are one of the storms that have been going through the Florida Panhandle here and sneaking their way up north. It's a decent little shear line that's developed. So let's go ahead and look at the velocity here. It's increased amount of lightning here, so that's always a good sign that this storm is strengthening. And here's our couplet right here, and it's a pretty decent one. Red and greens are touching there. Got 26 going away from the radar and 29 going towards the radar. So about 50 miles per hour gate-to-gate shear. Could potentially be trying to produce something. Let's go ahead and look at the CC. I don't expect anything to be down. Could be something here. We'll see. If this produces any damage, that could be the first sign of that. So far, it's mostly meteorological objects, but that lighter green color is always a telltale sign that maybe something could go up. You can't be sure yet. When you start seeing more of the blues, that's pretty much a confirmation that there is something down there that is tearing something up. Pretty impressive storm over here that's to the south of Columbus, Georgia here. And this is going to be a corridor that's going to have to be watched for the increased threat of flooding as time goes on too, because a lot of these storms are heading over the same areas. We got this big storm right here with heavy rain and hail potential, along with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then there's storms right behind it that are pretty considerable as well. So this is going to be probably right along that stalled frontal boundary where this storm ends up going. And of course, we have these storms over here well to the south of the Atlanta metro area here. That look like there's a few severe thunderstorm warnings with that. We have one that was issued directly for Columbus. And now it's probably moved east of the area now. But this is for 1 1/4 inch hail. And maybe damaging winds. This doesn't look as impressive on radar as far as that's concerned. Go ahead and look at the alerts bar here. Probably wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning. No, it's all severe thunderstorm warning still. It's just one. As far as winds are concerned, I don't really see anything that makes me believe that these are producing damaging winds actively. The potential is there, but I don't think they're making their way to the ground at this point. Some of these storm systems a little further to the south, I would be more inclined to believe they would bring winds down. So we'll go back to our tornado warning over here. This is looking like it's going to be heading either to or to the south of Enterprise here. This holds together. Switch back over to this radar site. Still see a couplet, but it's a lot less impressive. I think the storm's already starting to fall apart here from what I can see on the radar. We'll have to see if that rotation cycles or not. Because these supercell storms like this often will tend to cycle, but the dynamics here aren't quite as favorable during this time frame. It's more so going to be much further off to the west, where we would expect an increased threat for tornadoes. So that being said, probably take a bite real quick and see what's going on with these other storms here. Still muted. Sorry about that. All right, so it seems like we're still on this one tornado warning and only that one tornado warning. So we have a little while until that expires. Hail threat with this has gone down notably as well, so I think this storm is weakening pretty quickly. So this is going to be mainly remaining over rural areas, so we aren't going to be too concerned about this for much longer, it looks like. It's kind of on a weakening trend as well, which is nice. Yeah, it even looks less impressive on reflectivity here, so this isn't going to be tornado one for too much longer, it looks like. Of course, we always have to watch for these storms and see whether or not they'll end up cycling, because cichlid supercells are often very dangerous. You look away for 1 minute and then they produce a big tornado out of nowhere. Oh, there's a new tornado watch, and this one is for southern Mississippi. We've been waiting for that one to finally get issued, and it's getting towards around that time. There's already storm chasers in place, so this is we're starting to get towards the main part of the event. Things have been relatively slow, but now we may start to see business pick up over the next couple of hours. Go ahead and switch over to the Jackson radar. We'll actually go ahead and probably clear out this storm, this spotter network. I'll also go ahead and take a look at the tornado watch details in just a minute here. All right, so we do see a few storms starting to fire over here. We're hanging out just outside of Jackson. We have this severe storm over here towards Vicksburg that's producing some pretty notable damaging winds from the looks of it. And 1-inch hail, penny-sized hail. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity with that one. I do see a storm a little bit further off to the east here towards Morton that looks a little interesting. We'll have to see if that, let's have to see how that evolves as time goes on, because that could end up becoming a storm that would rotate. We're starting to get into that time frame now where the parameters are becoming more and more favorable for tornadic activity. So with that being the case, we're gonna have to keep an extra close eye on storms like this one. So far, I think we're too close to the radar really to see whether this one's rotating already. But it's definitely something worth keeping an eye on here. Then this one part of the cell here off to the southwest of Vicksburg here, there's a little shear line that we have to keep an eye on too. So far, we still only have one tornado warning, and that is over in Alabama. But that storm is on a downtrend right now. So we are seeing something a little less impressive with that. Now we're more or less just waiting to see what these storms will end up doing over here as they get into Mississippi and cross the river. We'll switch back over to reflectivity real quick. Looks like this storm over here that's over towards Oakdale, Louisiana is finally looks like it's lost that battle here and is going outflow dominant. Let's go to the Lake Charles radar and look at that one. No, it hasn't lost its battle. In fact, it's looking the best that it's looked in a while. So now I'm actually watching this storm a little bit more closely. Still has that tornado possible tag, still producing hail of about 1 inch plus, 1.5 inch as of right now. Go ahead and take a look at the velocity with this one. But yeah, this is the best this storm has looked in a while. Probably ever. That's a pretty solid couplet that's starting to develop there. We're going to watch this. I think I'm going to keep my eye on this one too. This business might start to pick up here in just a minute.
They take away stage breaks and the things that they've done to try to make this interesting. So my current Clint Gunter, I've been doing the math. So Tyler Reddick did it on lap 13. If he goes to the max side of fuel number 24, to your point,
So we'll watch that one.
lap 37. If he does that again, 24 more laps, it takes him to lap 61. That's 6.
New severe thunderstorm warning. This one's back towards that storm that we were looking at just a little bit ago. Switch back to the Jackson radar.
You're going to need caution. I don't think you're going to save on this track this big. 20 turns, way too long around here. Going to need some help. I agree with you. He's going to need some help. I mean, he had a 4-second lead a little bit earlier. Now it's a 7-second lead. Can you start to back it off? I don't really think you're going to gain that much fuel by dropping your pace, but he does have a big cushion. Final lap.
There's a couple of these storms that look like they're starting to go severe here. It looks like this storm over here towards Forest looks like it might become a line segment, but we'll have to see if this curls in a bit. This storm up to the north looks a little bit more impressive, but there may come a point where these two end up trying to compete with each other a bit too. So a lot to keep an eye on there with that, with these two as well. We still have our one tornado warning ongoing here. And we can see these additional cells starting to pop up here along the Mississippi River here. These storms could very well be making their way towards Jackson as time goes on. And then, of course, there's these storms over here, which I'm more or less leaning towards them not going tornadic just yet. But I think what we're going to end up having to keep an eye on as time goes on is this cluster right here. And then this cluster here. We'll see what happens with this. Be watching this one right now since this seems like the most urgent of the storms. Yeah, I'll switch over to the Baton Rouge radar. Maybe we can get a view of all of them. Looks more or less like no right now, though. Thought there was one that was a little closer, but it still looks like we're going to have to be hanging out towards Lake Charles, the Lake Charles site, to get a good view of this storm. There it is. Look at that. No sooner than when we honed in on it. There's a tornado warning on this storm. Oh wait, now it's gone. Wait, what? What just happened there? Okay, there it is. I was about to say, hang on a minute. Radar indicated tornado warning. This is for Evangeline, Allen, and Rapides parishes in Louisiana. This expires at 4:45 here. Storm capable of producing tornado near Elizabeth, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So we got 22 minutes for this storm, for this current warning right here. We have ping pong ball sized hail and a radar indicated tornado over here. So some towns that could be in the way would be Glenmore, right within the next 22 minutes or so. And then also Union Hill, McNary, and Forest Hill. You guys need to be heading to your safe place. There's a tornado warning for this storm over here. Let's go ahead and look at the velocities here. And this storm's been trying for a while to get its act together, but it looks like it finally has here. We'll move this out the way. Not the most impressive couplet I've ever seen, but there is something there. Right about here. Very small area too. Some pretty strong winds with this too, heading into the storm, so to speak. So we'll have to see what this couplet ends up doing as time goes on. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing strengthen a bit more. There was a better radar I could look at here. Probably would do it. Actually, there looks like there is. This storm might be just far enough to the south to where we could get a better look from the Alexandria radar. Oh yeah, that's much better, and that rotation is a lot more pronounced on here. Come on now. Wow. Come on, Radar Omega. Don't do this with me, please. There we go. And here's our couplet right there. There's our couplet right there. Still not looking super duper impressive, but well, actually it's moved a little bit. That's why. But our scan is right. Our storm is right here. You can see increasing lightning around it too, so that's something to keep an eye on as time goes on. All right, so that tornado warning over towards Alabama has now expired. We're now just dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings out towards western Georgia here in southwestern Georgia. We'll be keeping an eye on that as time goes on. And then we need to keep an eye on this storm over here that's over towards Forest, Mississippi. As those storms are starting to get their act together and may end up becoming tornadic down the line here. So plenty of stuff to keep an eye on as far as today's concerned. Scrolling on this one. Still not the most impressive storm on radar, but it's gotten a lot healthier since I've last looked at it. Earlier, this thing was looking a lot more sloppy. We're starting to see this become a little bit more defined here. And then this storm right here is starting to look a little bit better too. Earlier, this was looking like an outflow dominant storm. It's starting to. It still looks like it is, but it's getting a little bit more organized. It was kind of dealing with the same thing. It was kind of fighting the same outflow dominant issue that this storm was before it went tornado warned. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one as well. This is just to the south of Georgetown here. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity with that one. I see a little couplet here. It does look like we have a couplet trying to develop here, so could be our next storm to get a tornado warning right here if it organizes any further. So let's go back to reflectivity here. I don't think these are spinning quickly enough to where I would be concerned about anything down just yet, but I'm leaning towards this one being the one to watch now. All right, I'm back here. I don't know why I bumped. I guess I bumped the mute button that time. But still looking at our storm over here. This looks like it could be trying to split, maybe. Could be seeing multiple little mesocyclones trying to form with this too. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on with this storm. This storm has had weird characteristics about it all day. Like you would see a point of rotation here. Sometimes you'd see a point of rotation here. So it's kind of hard to keep track of this one. Let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity again. Yeah, see what I'm saying? There's another couplet right there. It's just weird how this storm is cyclic and could be could have multiple mesocyclones within this. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Rotation with this one is kind of weakening just a little bit, but that's because a new meso area could be forming. Then you see another little shear line that develops here. So yeah, this storm is still doing its own little thing here. It's interesting to watch from a meteorological perspective. Let's go ahead and switch back to reflectivity here. But I don't think right now that this is going to be producing a tornado in the immediate term. See, look at where that spot of rotation is all the way up here. That's not normally where you would expect a tornado to be. It would be somewhere around here, maybe somewhere around here or here. It's still having issues with outflow for sure. It's a lot better than what it was, but it's still fighting it. This is our only tornado warning as of right now, though. Still other storms to watch out for, like this one over here towards Alexandria. Looks like it's starting to get its act together a bit more. And maybe soon we could be looking at potentially another tornado warning. This storm looks like it could be a lot healthier, too. The wind speeds themselves are decreasing, though. So the winds are under 50 miles an hour for this storm. Mainly the concern is hail. We haven't looked at the VIL in a while, or the vertically integrated liquids. This is usually a good indicator for looking at ice in the higher levels of the atmosphere. And both of these storms have it in pretty good abundance here, especially this storm with the 1.5 inch hail. Still watching this storm over here as well towards Jenna, where this also has a tornado possible tag on it. Also has 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch hail. Still hanging around in Louisiana here. We have Grant, Cadwell, LaSalle, and Wynn parishes involved in that severe thunderstorm warning for at least another 40 to 45 minutes. And here's that little line segment of storms that looks like it has some pretty strong damaging winds on the south side of that. This could be affecting Harrisonburg, just to the north of Harrisonburg right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at those. Look at the winds with that one. Some pretty strong winds on the north side of this too now. I mean, there's something there, just not much of anything. Here's that couplet right here. It's a pretty solid shear there. Pretty weak shear there. We'll be watching these. Of course, like I said, it's only going to be picking up from this point, so we'll be watching these develop further and further. The further east they move, especially once they get past the Mississippi River from this point. Right here. Here's our next one. Storm is still trying to fight its outflow dominant tendencies. Tornado warning just expired. We'll wait and see what happens with that one. I think this storm that's to the east of Alexandria may end up being the next tornado warning here. Because look at that little couplet that you're seeing right there. I think that one will probably end up prompting the next tornado warning if this doesn't get reissued. Looks like they've gone with a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see if they go back to a tornado warning or not. I do think this is still outflow dominant. Yeah, definitely outflow dominant, but looking a little bit more healthy than it did before still. If this storm were to do a splitter, then I'm telling you, this storm would be a monster. It will become a monster. And it very well still can. But this right here is where I'm thinking the next tornado warning is going to be. This cell right there. Kind of center that one up. And then this one towards Jenna looks a little bit more impressive now. We'll go back to the velocity product here. Okay, so right here is where we could be seeing a point of rotation develop there too. So again, just a lot to keep an eye on here, but still nothing of significance just yet. Just sip a drink while I'm at it. To anyone that is watching, by the way, we are in the midst of a potential severe weather outbreak today, with all hazards possible, including the threat for tornadoes, some of which could be strong. Activity will be picking up more and more over the next couple of hours in particular, and even heading into the overnight tonight. So if you happen to be living in these areas, take these warnings seriously. This has the same kind of validity as what we were seeing on Friday night. Also, if you are watching down the line, you could see severe weather potential as far out as even southern Alabama, southern Georgia throughout the course of the evening. I'll be live for as long as I can, and we'll be doing the best live coverage that we can here. There's plenty of other people that will be producing live coverage tonight, so it doesn't matter really who you watch tonight necessarily. More so, just make sure that you are sharing any info that you can with people that could be in these affected areas. And furthermore, just trying to do your part to help keep the fatality count down. We didn't want to see what we saw on Friday night. But if we maybe if we can help do our part and get the warning out a bit more, maybe we can lower those fatality counts, preferably down to 0. So share this video, hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed already and you've been watching for a little bit, definitely do that. So we'll go ahead and actually look at one of the storm chasers out here, see what their feed is looking like right now as they're sitting and waiting. It's the first time I tried this today. Let's hope that this actually works. Always have trouble with Vince Welty's stream here. Okay, so far we seem like we're getting somewhere. Seems like he's still driving around trying to get set up in a spot that he likes. But it looks like we're still buffering. Could be his end, it could be my end. Obviously, we can't talk to him. But maybe we'll be able to see something a little bit later as time goes on. Around the Ozarks region as well, though, the cell phone signal can be a little bit sketchy, especially during severe weather events. So could be asking a bit much, but we're gonna just try and wait and see, and hopefully we'll get something out of this tonight. It doesn't look like we're getting anything right now, so we're gonna X out of that. Try and see if maybe we can get a hold of. This looks like Brad Arnold. Yep, it's Brad Arnold. Also, get a good chance to take a look at the overall conditions in that area too. We're just about at 80 degrees here with a dew point of nearly 70.
Use my shirt.
Okay, so we got something with Brad.
Yeah.
Can we keep it? Yep.
I don't think I can reach that far with the Tahoe.
It's a little better than Vince's, but even so, we're still having our problems. Problem with these areas, there's a lot of trees in the way, a lot of elevation change here. Being in the boonies, so to speak, it's not easy to get coverage. And actually, even though I live in the Atlanta metro area, I live near the Chattahoochee River, so a lot of trees around our area. We're kind of tucked away a bit, so it's a little tricky for me to get good Wi-Fi. So these streams can be a bit challenging at times, especially when I'm trying to look at other people's feeds. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to keep hold of his stream either. So far, no new tornado warnings issued. We just have severe thunderstorm warnings and more or less continuations of them. Looks like Brett Adair might be latching onto a storm here. That's severe thunderstorm warned. Switch back over to reflectivity real quick. So far, we don't even have a hold of his stream. Yep, we don't have a hold of his stream at all. It's probably in a rough service area right now. Looking at these storms over here to the south of Philadelphia, neither of these look like they are producing anything of urgency right now. So we're really just more or less waiting to see what happens next here. This is a little interesting feature right here, but don't really see any urgency needed behind that yet. I think damaging winds might be a bigger deal with this and flooding more so than a tornado as of right now. Let's hope we can keep that being the case throughout the course of the evening here. It'd be nice not to see another tornado outbreak within 3 days. Within really 2 days of another significant one. It's new severe thunderstorm warning over here to the south of Alexandria here. It's clocked in for 60 mile per hour winds and 1.5 inch hail. This is towards Evangeline Rapids and Avoyelles Parish in Louisiana. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour gust. This is located towards Glamora, moving 50 miles an hour. So Bunkie, Cheneyville, Lecompte, Bessemer, Evergreen, Echo, Poland, Forest Hill, and McNary are areas in the severe thunderstorm warning here. main thing I think is going to be hail with this one. Not to say that we can't get 60 mile per hour winds out of it, but if we were to look at the VIL here, the vertically integrated liquid, probably going to see something close to maxed out values. Not quite there, but we're probably not getting as good of a view out of this one. Maybe if we were to switch over to the radar site a little further to the south here, maybe we'd be able to get a better view. Go towards Lake Charles. Oh, yeah, there we go. And we also got the maxed out view. So our values with this are maxed out. Let's go ahead and look and see what the straight line winds with this one look like. There really isn't too much to be had with that there. There's something, but not much. Oh, this still looks like it's trying to produce, though. It looks like there could be potential down the line. We'll watch and see what that ends up doing. I think these storms over towards the south here are going to be the ones to watch here, and I think that's what Brad and Vince are kind of playing on, are these storms here. The storm to the south of Natchitoches looks pretty impressive too. It's a nice little curvature to it. We'll see what this ends up doing. This could end up producing. Has a nice look on it as far as radar is concerned. Go ahead and look at the velocity with that, as well as the hail threat with this too. No tornado possible tag with it just yet, but I do see potential for a couplet to emerge here, though. So here's what the hail is, and I think that's going to be the most noteworthy thing about it right now is its hail. Right now we don't have maxed out values, but it's pretty impressive here. We're getting towards about 50 kilograms per meter squared. So there's a pretty prominent hail threat with this penny size hail as of right now. But I do think that the chance for that to be increasing, it will be going up over the next couple scans. Scroll out and go back to reflectivity here. Might get a better look at this with the radar site near Alexandria. Oh, yeah, that's a much better look. In fact, these are maxed out as well. This is a maxed out storm, so this is probably going to get a higher hail report than just 1 inch. I would actually say that this probably could be producing a much bigger hail, maybe closer to ping pong ball size, like I was trying to say earlier, even though that wasn't what was shown on the warning. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity while we're at it. See if we can clear a picture here. No immediate couplet there. It's a little bit messy there, but I do see this feature here, which is kind of interesting, but I don't think that will be in the right spot either. The storm looks like it is broadly rotating at the very least, though. So we're going to mainly be watching this storm here from this point. If there's any other storms that produce, it could be either this one or maybe something along this cluster here that might be worth watching. The further out we go, the less impressive the storms have been so far. I think we're mainly just looking for that jet streak And wherever these storms end up intersecting across it, that's where we may end up seeing some of the tornadoes forming, or at least starting out. Hook echo. Hey, welcome back, Baconator. Yeah, it looks like this one's trying to form it. It's not quite there. It's definitely got an appendage. And it's definitely got that supercellular look. And then same with this one, but this one's been fighting outflow for a long time here. Yeah, almost half of the storms that I've seen on this radar image are almost maxed out practically. Or they practically are maxed out. So it's pretty wild. But yeah, if you look at this one was maxed out. And shoot, even on a further out radar site, it was almost maxed out. Right now, they only have this one for 1-inch hail, but this could end up being like probably closer to ping pong ball size. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But yeah, look at that right here. Both of these are maxed out right now. And then there's one over here, further off to the north near Wisner. That's maxed out. Just almost everything that we've been seeing today, even if you just had to shift radar sites a little bit, these are just about maxed out. Look at this one towards Jackson. It's nuts. I think it might be this one. Yep. Yeah, it's the one that's just to the north of Jackson here. And I'm at a radar site and I'm looking at it from a radar site that's pretty far away here too. That's the most impressive part about that. Like, I'm looking over towards Alexandria. Like, I'm on the edge of the circle here. Like, if I clear this, yeah, you can see it clear as day. If I can get that out of the way. But yeah, you can see it clear as day. This is about the edge of the radar ring, and you can clearly see maxed out value. So this one has a 2-inch hail, and then all of these, even though they're only being reported so far for 1-inch hail, I think that's probably going to go up. This one has 1.5-inch hail, but it's maxed out too. This is the one thing that we were kind of being slated for with this event, was the fact that this was going to be a big time hailer. I didn't expect it to be like this, but yeah, hail was always going to be a factor, but it wasn't until late yesterday and into today where the tornado threat kind of became the dominant factor here. So we're going to switch back to reflectivity real quick. I'm just waiting on the next scan really to come in to see just how these storms are going to continue to evolve here. I'm really leaning towards this storm over here. We're on Provincial, maybe becoming tornadic here. Next scan just came in. There is a hook on this one now. So we're going to go ahead and look at the velocity again. See if a new scan even came in. It doesn't quite look like it yet. Seems like there's still some outflow issues with this one. Those winds going towards the radar here. Our radar is right about here. So winds going towards the radar this way, winds going away from the radar this way. It's just not rotating tightly enough just yet. So I wouldn't. So basically, outflow and inflow. Outflow is pretty self-explanatory. While this is relative to the radar site, the storm, it's basically winds going away from the storm. And this is usually going to be rain-cooled air. That's outflow. Whenever you feel like let's say you were looking at a line of thunderstorms, for example. Well, kind of. The red and the greens are winds going toward. The red is winds going away from the radar. The green is winds going towards the radar. So I'm looking at it relative to the radar site. But if you look at it based off the storm itself, like I'm going to go back to reflectivity real quick. Just wait for it to load. Okay, there we go. But you can see this storm right here, right? So what you end up seeing with this storm is those winds that are going towards the radar, which is this green circle right here, they'll be blowing in this direction. And the winds going away from the radar are blowing in this direction. The winds going away from the storm are going to be more or less outflow dominant. Those are being influenced by rain, cold air. The winds that are going into the storm is the warm air that was out in the warm sector. So what tends to happen is whenever you get warm air going into the storm will push out more so in this direction. Or it'll form a hook. It'll curl around, that cool air will wrap around the warm air. And this is usually where you'll end up seeing a tornado start to develop. No, it's a crappy drawing. But what happens when you deal with outflow is you'll see that little backward C shape like what you'll see with a bow echo. So basically, when you see a storm going outflow dominant, and we've seen this a couple of times today, you'll see a storm, it'll start out with this little appendage here, but it'll make that little backward C shape, something like this. When that happens, the rain-cooled air has undercut the mesocyclone just a bit and is preventing it from producing a tornado. So that's the big deal about outflow. You do need it for tornado genesis, but you can't have the rain-cooled air undercutting the updraft. Otherwise, the storm's not going to produce a tornado. You'll get some damaging winds out of it, but it can literally just choke off the storm altogether. Take a look at this storm over here. This storm looks a little impressive still, but it's also a good example of slightly outflow dominant. Because you can see, because I can show you actually where the warm air is feeding into the storm. This little inflow notch right here. So this is where the warm air is coming into the storm here. And then what you would expect to have happen, the inflow is strong enough, so you'd have that rain-cooled air starting to wrap around, and then on the tail end of this here is where your hook would develop. But yeah, basically, right here is where we're looking at our warm air getting in. And then right around the back side of this, and probably right around here is where we would look for a point of rotation. But you can kind of see where the this is kind of kinked out a little bit. It's battling a little bit of outflow. One of these two, new scan came in, and it is starting to curl in a bit, so that inflow looks like it's starting to win out just a bit more now. In fact, I'm gonna actually go ahead and look at the velocity with that one, because that's looking. This could be working its way towards something more tornadic here. This is towards Cheneyville and Bunkie. Yeah, I think that is trying to rotate here. I do see a decent couplet. This could be trying to form something right under our noses, so to speak. No CC drop with that, that's for sure. But this is going to be one that I think this is going to be the one to watch now. It's pretty much between these two storms right now that I've been looking at where I'm thinking rotation is going to be, where the rotation is going to be right now. These other storms just seem like they're competing against each other too much, and they're going to have a hard time really getting mature enough to the point where they can produce anything tornadic right now. There is this one lone storm over here towards the Mississippi-Alabama line that's interesting. Nope. That storm doesn't even have a tornado warning on it yet. So I'm not super concerned about it, but it looks interesting. But we are starting to see more and more storms starting to develop in this open sector right here. So it may not take long for new storms to fire, for these storms to go severe, maybe even tornadic. All right, so we'll switch back to this radar site over here towards Alexandria, maybe. Probably should be far enough away to where we get a really good look at it. Might have a little bit of radar noise, but it shouldn't be awful. If not, then if it is bad, we can always go to this site here, over towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Yeah, I think Alexandria is our best bet. Yeah, this storm is going to form. This storm is forming a very nice hook, though. Has some pretty good hail in it, just based off of what the reflectivity is showing us. Here comes a new scan. Oh yeah, this thing's trying to produce. I don't think it's going to be long before this gets a tornado warning. Let's look at the latest scan now. See if they velocity scans come in yet. Yeah, this could be getting ready to get a tornado warning. It could be trying to produce right now. I don't see any reason as to why it wouldn't get a tornado warning soon. I was gonna go to VIL, but no, we're gonna take a closer look at that. Plenty of lightning around it too, but yeah, this storm is really trying now. This also has 2-inch hail now. Look at that, Henry. Has a tornado possible tag, but I think that this is about ready to get a warning. I think it should get a warning in the next few minutes here. Within the next 10 minutes or less. I'll even go as far as to say that. But yeah, you can see a little bit of a couplet developing here. Not a super strong couplet yet, but yep, I couldn't agree with you more there. Let's go ahead and look at the VIL real quick. This has 2-inch hail on it, so we already know this is going to be maxed out. There you go. Look at that. That is huge, and that's a big hail core too, nonetheless. That is a huge hail core. See a few extra viewers in here. I don't know. I don't know if you've been here for a while or not, but we are watching what is possibly going to be yet another active day of severe weather outbreak possibly. So far we've been seeing a lot of hailstorms, but we are starting to get to that point where now maybe some tornadoes could be coming into the mix here. There is a moderate risk for severe weather today, and there is an increased chance of some tornadoes even being strong to violent. This is over towards areas of Louisiana, Mississippi, southern Alabama, and this will actually be spanning off to the east as time goes on into the overnight here. We'll be live streaming as long as I physically can do so, and so long as my equipment allows me to do so as well. But from what we can see here, this could be a very long night. The storm that we are currently looking at right now has a severe thunderstorm warning towards Cheneyville, but is showing signs of rotation. And just as my friend Baconator Henry here is saying, you probably want to get into your safe place because this does look like it is rotating. It has the look of a classic supercell over here. And I would not be surprised if this gets a tornado warning soon or is trying to produce one as we are speaking. So if you happen to be... Sheesh, I'm trying to get this cleaned up here to where I can actually show you what's going on here. But if you're anywhere to the east of Bolbenzir, over towards Mansura, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and do a little thing here real quick. Make sure I have the speed right with this too, though. It's moving at 40. I just messed it up. I double clicked it at the last second. Oh, latest scan just came in. Yeah, that is definitely looking like it's ready to produce. This is going to get a tornado warning on it. This is definitely going to get a tornado warning on it. I'll pull up the reflectivity in just a second. I'm trying to make sure I get all these towns in the warning here. If this thing will work. Come on. Yeah, this thing is not wanting to behave right now, that's for sure. Try it one more time. Oh, wow, I don't know what... Okay, computer's acting a little wobbly right now. Come on now. We've been streaming for about 4 hours now, and this thing hasn't been acting horribly. All right, let's try one last time. We're going to go just outside the severe thunder. Okay, screw it. We'll get there, and we're going to try it again in just a moment. We're going to look at the reflectivity for right now. I haven't remembered where that couplet was. It was right about here. Still nothing that makes me believe immediately that there's a tornado down based off reflectivity. But I think this is definitely on the verge of doing something here. Still dealing with a tiny bit of an area where there's some outflow dominance right about here. I can't get this thing to cooperate at all when it comes to seeing where the towns are with this. But right here, there's a little point where there's a little bit of outflow dominance. I don't think this is quite down yet. This is going to be down just yet. I mean, the velocity's there, but it's still fighting a little bit of outflow dominance because, like, you see where this little curvature, where these winds, where the rain is kind of shooting forward a bit. It's still trying to it's still trying to undercut the updraft a bit. So I don't think for sure that this is down just yet. If we look at the CC, it's just mess right now. Yeah, it's a lot of noise more than anything else right now. Like I said, mainly I think the outflow is trying to undercut this storm still. See what I'm saying? Like, and you could see it in the last couple of scans too. We're going to shorten the frames here to about 7. But on the last 7 scans, if you look at this, that last scan, it looked really good. And you could see that this little area of yellow a lot closer to the storm. And now you can see it kind of shooting forward here. It's a good sign of that storm showing outflow dominance. Because based off where the radar is, you would want to see more of a surge of the green here. And you do see it, but you need those two to kind of intersect. So that's where the problem really lies as far as this thing trying to produce a tornado. The rotation's going to stay broad until those two intersect. And you need tight rotation in order to really produce a tornado or to really even prompt a tornado warning. So that's probably why they haven't pulled the trigger on that just yet. We'll switch back to reflectivity again. Still a huge hail core with this storm too, and plenty of lightning. Seems like we might have a storm chaser nearby on this where we could watch a stream. I think this is Brad Arnold right here. He's hanging over towards Gloucester. I don't know if he has visual on this storm yet or not. We're going to go ahead and check out his feed real quick, though. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting his stream. Well, that's a bummer. He's probably in a rough signal area, too, though. Like I said, this area is not friendly to cell phone signal at all. Go ahead and take a look at the velocity again. Yeah, this is still looking outflow dominant. Look at the VIL again. Nope. That's a really impressive hail core right there. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be back, you guys. All right, we're back. I haven't seen any recent mesoscale discussions as of yet. I think I'm going to check on one of those really quickly too while I'm at it. Yeah, that storm's starting to look a little less impressive now. Might need to switch over to another storm then. Storm looks outflow dominant as well. Let's go over towards the Jackson radar. Maybe there's something we could see there. Good to be back, Henry. Thank you. Good to be back. Dang, why is my radar not working? There we go. Should be working now. Yeah, nothing really impressive right now. Nothing really catch my eye as far as tornadic potential is concerned. We have discrete cells, but just right now, I just don't think the atmosphere is really yielding to or really favorable enough to produce just yet. I really think over the course of the next couple hours is when things will really start to organize. I mean, we see some potential of what could happen, but for these storms right now, it's just like they aren't really too rooted. It's kind of more or less just in a wait. We're kind of more or less playing the waiting game, and it's just like the storm chasers really are. I mean, they're interested in some of these storms, but they're not really just like chomping at the bit to go after them. I guess they kind of can see the same thing. They're seeing the same things that we are, pretty much, really. Hey, Henry. Need a little sip. Oh no. I wasn't necessarily calling you. I was just saying, yeah, they're seeing the same thing as us. I was just more or less saying, right now, it just doesn't seem like these storms are able to root themselves all the way to the ground as far as rotation is concerned. Either that, or they're just getting outflow dominant and not really doing much anything. Door's open. I'm gonna close that really quick. But yeah, oh, wait a minute. Speaking of which, I don't really know if I would say that's tornado warning worthy, but okay. So we have a tornado warning now. Switch back to this radar over here towards Alexandria. This is also getting close to that Mississippi River line. And usually, or this has been the trend over the last week, where we've seen storms cross over that line and then all of a sudden they start to ramp up. This does look like it is a little bit better on radar now. It does have a good hook on it. I think that's why Brad Arnold was heading towards it. He was starting to see more of a trend with it. But with a radar scan every 5 minutes and me walking away for a minute, that made sense as to why I couldn't see it. So the point of rotation right here looks like it's right over or just to the northeast of Cottonport. So we'll go ahead and take a look and see who's in line for this tornado warning right now. Still 2-inch hail with it. This is for Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana until 5:45 Central Time. So we have at least another 25 minutes for this tornado warning. And this is near Moyerville, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is currently radar indicated. And Moyerville will be in line within the next couple of minutes here. 4 minutes out from Moyerville, and then Borderlandville within the next 14 minutes. And then the next 24, 25 minutes around Big Bend and Lake Ophelia Wildlife Refuge. Hamburg is also in line for this potentially tornadic storm. Come on now, move out of the way. So we'll also span this further out and see if this lasts, just how much for who else could be down the line here. All right. I think I saw 50 miles per hour on there. So Cotton Port, Lawton Ridge. So we got Voorhees, Bordellanville. Actually, I think I actually have the speed wrong here. But Black Hawk, it could be you guys over there to you guys by 7, and then also Shaw as well. About 4,000 people in line for this storm here. So get to your safe spot if you haven't already. The storm is headed in your way. So let's go ahead and look at the CC. I don't think anything's down with the CC right now. Nah, nothing yet. We'll watch and see what's going on with that. We'll give this a couple of scans just to see if there's anything that could be down. We'll actually go ahead and split this, split the screen actually. Yeah, there's nothing down just yet. So we only have one tornado warning right now. We're going to be keeping our eye on this storm, and we'll see if there's a new one that ends up popping up in just a minute here. We zoomed out a little more than I would have wanted. See another point of rotation right here on the south side of this. I do find that kind of interesting. Yeah, I see a whole bunch of noise right now. No, nothing non-meteorological with that. So we'll go back to reflectivity here. It seems like the inflow has gotten so strong that the inflow is not really staying open with this storm right now. So this could go as quickly as it developed here. This is an interesting point right here. It's just outside the tornado warning, though. Like, you can kind of see something developing right here, but it looks really weird on reflectivity. It's like maybe a new meso is trying to form. But this is going to be it's going to be the point to watch right here as things start to really unfold here. Yeah, you can see a point of rotation developing there. You can see almost 70 south of KEOX. See if I can get a good look at the radar. Brett Adair is going to the storm now. Take a look at it. Oh, this is over. I clicked the wrong radar site. This is over towards New Orleans. Ah, crap. Let me see if I can't fix this. That's KLIX. Oh, this is over towards Alabama. Let me go back to single screen here because it's going to be hard to navigate with a multi. Oh, this is over towards Dothan again. All right, let's go and see what this one has for us. Yeah, there's a decent look to it. I don't know why I thought KEOX would have been Louisiana. The way they codename these radars are kind of weird. There's something there. It's pretty broad, but there is something there. Just a little bit of interaction there. Could be some weak shear. Guess we're going to have to play musical chairs with this one and that other storm with the tornado warning on it. It's the name of the game sometimes. It's hard to say whether or not that is, but it's at an odd spot. Not to say that it can't happen, but it will probably, if it does form, it'll be short-lived. Kind of like how this one's acting. Like the mesocyclone kind of keeps moving around a lot with this one. I think I remember this storm exactly like being over towards Louisiana a bit more, and it would just kind of meander around a little bit. The velocity with this one is about gone again too, so it's just this. It's pretty much how it's been the course of the day. Occasionally you'd get a tornado warning, and then nothing really forms with that. The storm ends up fighting with the outflow, and then we end up going back to severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's go ahead and check this storm out again. Now that scan looks a lot more impressive. I think you might be right here, Henry. Maybe something might form. So I'm going to go ahead and actually map out who might be in the path of this. Come on now. All right, I gotta check and see this severe thunderstorm warning. This is starting to get into some counties in Georgia now too. This is for Henry, Geneva, Houston, and then Early County in Georgia here. So far, no tornado possible tag with that. It's moving at 40 miles an hour. So let's try this again. So the towns that could be in line for this storm here, Terry Crossroads, you have exactly 1 minute. And then Love Hill, you have exactly 2 minutes. It's about to be right on top of you. Dupree, you have about maybe 5 minutes. Pansy, you have 10 minutes. Philadelphia, I'm going to guess this is Georgia. Philadelphia, you have 15 minutes, roughly. Gordon, you have closer to 20. Cedar Springs, you have close to 25, more like 30. And then at the top of the hour, we could see Hilton, Salhatchee, Crossroads, and Luke in line for this storm. It's pretty rural, so there's only about 415 people in this area. But even so, if you happen to be in the path of this storm, you might want to take shelter because this could easily produce a tornado. Although this most recent radar scan kind of leans towards it being outflow dominant once again. Let's go back to our tornado warning here. Latest scan here does not look as impressive as it did before. I think this storm is still fighting with outflow dominance. The rotation just continues to be broad. It just doesn't really seem like it wants to try to tighten up enough to produce. It'll get enough to get a rise out of the weather stations and get a tornado warning out of it, which it rightfully warrants, but it's nothing that says to me this is producing a tornado right now. Yeah, you can see nothing really on the CC. It's all pretty much just rain, meteorological objects right now. So we're just gonna be sticking with this and just waiting to see what this ends up doing. Look at the Dothan system in Alabama, huh? All right, let's go ahead and take a look at that then. If this thing will roll for me. Oh, I still got this up. This is the system we were just talking about. It doesn't really look like it's trying to do anything. But, interestingly enough, there is a little bit of a drop going on here. I'm trying to determine what I think that might be more so noise than anything else. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity with that again. It's a small little couplet that develops right here. It's still pretty, still a little bit on the weak side, but that's something worth keeping an eye on here. Still no tornado possible tag on that just yet. Oops. Let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity here. Nah, this storm's outflow dominant. No, not right now. Yeah, you see that backward C that I'm talking about right here? This is why this isn't producing a tornado. This is outflow dominant. That cold air from this storm is wrapped around and pushing out on the backside, and it's that reason why we see that little C right here. So out ahead of this storm, you're going to be experiencing a lot of strong winds, but you're also going to feel the temperature drop if you're ahead of this part of the storm. I don't know. I don't know if they... I mean, there's always a chance that they don't drop, which would be good news, but we just kind of have to wait and see for right now. It's pretty much what we've been doing the entire time on this stream so far. Go to this radar site over here towards Mobile. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, hello. I think this is one that Brad Arnold is on. This is over towards Coffeyville. This actually looks promising. Will this actually do anything? Hard to say. Will we actually get Brad Adair's stream up? Right now, I'm leaning a little bit more so towards no. But where he is right now behind the storm, it is 73.8 degrees with a dew point of 72. Now, this was an area where we were watching for the more impressive soundings and hordeographs earlier today when I made my video this morning. Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have a stream up right now. But this storm does look pretty good so far. But a lot of these storms have started out that way and then eventually would go outflow dominant before they could really get rooted, so to speak. Very weak rotation in this, but there are some points of rotation here. So, I don't know. We're just going to have, like I said, we're just stuck in this wait and see mode. It'd be nice if this was a whole lot of nothing today, especially considering what we have already seen a couple of days ago, so I'm not complaining. So let's go ahead and switch over to this radar site here near Slidell. It's just to the west of New Orleans. Still got a little couplet here, but it's not that impressive. Still have a couple of small couplets. I think the Alexandria radar probably is the best one to look at still. We're a little further away from the radar now, so we should have a good look at it. Yeah. Not really impressed with these couplets either. Sure thing, go right ahead. It seems like we're gonna be waiting a while if anything happens at all. I've actually been secretly gnawing on a snack myself for a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I had to respond to the text message real quick. There's only 3 of you here though, so hopefully you don't mind. Is there a new tornado warning yet? Nope. Still have one storm that has a tornado possible tag on it. Actually, 2. This one's associated with what we have here. I think that tornado warning's about to expire though, and they're not going to reissue it from the looks of it. Oh, hold up a minute. Oh, wow, look at that. No tornado warning, but if you see what I'm seeing here, I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, wow, really? I think I just saw a severe thunderstorm warning with a tag for 2.75-inch hail. Yeah, I sure did. And this is over towards Montgomery, man. Holy smokes. Okay, come on, baby. Load for me. Wow, I'm having a really hard time getting this radar to load. Not much in the way of rotation. There is a little something there, but nothing spectacular. Do I dare even look at the high res velocity? Because, I mean, honestly, or even the VIL, because really at this point it's formality. When you see hail like that, you already know it's going to be maxed out. So, let's just look at it just for fun. But whoever is in the path of this, you don't want to stay here. The storm has 70 mile per hour winds with it too. This is radar indicated, but it is a very destructive storm though. It's moving at 30 miles an hour. The severe thunderstorm warning is for Elmore, Macon, and Montgomery counties in Alabama here. I think this is the highest threat for hail that I've seen all day. Total's maxed out. Let's go ahead and move this out the way. All right. Gonna try to see if I can get this to work. I'm having a lot more trouble with Radar Omega lately. First half of the stream, it was good. Yeah, that's about baseball size. That is not something to play with. If you happen to be in the path of this storm, get away from the windows. Come on now. Yeah, this thing just does not want to work with me, does it? Here we go. 30 miles an hour. And here's some towns that could be seeing some huge hail in the next couple of minutes. That would be good when you have about 2 minutes before this hail is on, you guys. Time's already up. Milstead, you already mentioned in that one, you got 4 minutes. Hornaday, you have maybe about a little less than 10 minutes. And then towards the top of the hour, we have Buckville, Tallapalooza City, Reeltown, Gold Dust. Gold Dust. Gold Dust. That'd be a cool name. Gold Dust. Yeah, I don't think that umbrella is going to help anything. Even the metal umbrella against golf ball size hail, man, I don't know about that. But towards the middle part of the hour, we could see Natasuga, Simmons Crossroads, McRitchie Mill, Thornton, and then towards the bottom half of the hour, Thornton again, Lochapoka, James, Middlebrooks Crossroads. Towards the last quarter of the hour, we could even see Jamesville, Mary, Rowell's Crossroads, Pennell, Ridge Grove, and Waverly in the path of this dangerous storm. Don't get the umbrella. Get inside. Stay away from the windows. Hopefully you have your car inside somehow. But regardless, get your behind inside now because you don't want to be in the middle of this. Take shelter. Good grief, that's some crazy hail. Tornado warning, it has now been allowed to expire. Gonna more or less just kind of sift through the severe thunderstorm warnings and see what we can see. Oh, there's another severe storm. I think this is the same one, though. Yeah, this is the same storm. It's registered for 2.5-inch hail. Got another tornado possible storm over here towards Choctaw, Marengo, and Clark counties here. We'll go ahead and look at that one next. If it'll let me. Sheesh. So I guess we'll go ahead and look at the hail first since we're already here too. This is over towards Coffeyville from the looks of it here. We do have a chaser nearby, but I don't think his feed is working. Let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity with this one. This does look like it's trying again. Does look moderately healthy, so we'll be watching this one for a bit now. And then watching this other one that's off to the north of it, to the north and west of it. Maybe that might produce as well. And we see a few more cells towards southern Mississippi here that are showing some interesting features with that too. Do see Vince Welty over here. He does look like he is maybe trying to get onto this storm right here. The storm has no warning on it right now, but it is something worth watching. Let's see what his feed's looking like. Well, guess we're not getting his feed. Was hoping. Oh yeah, I know who Andy Hill is. He works with Ryan Hall. I wonder if he's probably streaming this along with Ryan now. Oh, now this has a severe thunder. That still has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Still watching this storm over here towards Coffeeville. It's a pretty good hail core with that one too now. Let's go ahead and look at the VIL real quick. How long have I been into meteorology? I've been into meteorology since I was 4, and maxed out values on this one. Has 1.75 inch hail associated with it. It's getting close to that golf ball size. So if you happen to be in the path of this storm right here, over in Choctaw and Clark counties, you will see a new warning issued for this storm, and you have a concern of golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe even a tornado possible. So let's look at some areas that could be seeing the new warning and also the threat for some large hail. Where's Kyle at? Yeah, you need to tell him about his umbrella. Need to tell him about his umbrella. All right, let's go ahead and stretch this out a bit here. Up there's the new warning. It's moving at 25 miles an hour. It's awfully slow. Yeah, Kyle would love that. But Tallahassee Springs, it looks like you guys are next in line for this. You have at least another 30 minutes from the looks of it here. Glover, you have you have about 35 to 40 minutes. Rural, you have almost 45 minutes. Same with Thomasville and Round Hill. Clay Hill, you have you have over 50 minutes. Finley Crossing, Atkinson, you're closer towards about another hour from the storm being out towards you if this holds up. And towards the top of the hour, Hessel, Sunny South, Vinland, Culpeper, I guess you pronounce it that way, even though it's spelled a little different. Pine Hill and Moores Valley. All of you guys are in line for this storm that has the potential to produce 60-mile-per-hour winds, some very large hail, and possibly producing a tornado down the line here. So get away from the windows if you could. That'd be great. Yeah, Kyle's all the way out in Arizona right now, so depending on what he's got going on, he may not be here for a while. Oh, I didn't mean to have that up still. I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity on this. There is a small couplet here. Very weak one, but there is one there. Remember years ago, they used to call tornado warnings for this one. We've come very far over the last couple of decades. My best food combo. Shoot, I don't know. Are you talking about just anything in general, or? It's a good question there. That is a very good question there. Could be, That's that is a really hard question. I've had a good bit of food over the years. Does this include drinks? Shoot, that makes it even harder. But shoot. I'm pretty simple, and there's a lot of food that I like. If I had to pick a favorite category, so far I'd guess I'd lean towards Italian. You'd have me a little white wine or something along with like a pasta, maybe a pretty good pizza even, who knows. I also really like Chinese food too, though, so it's kind of hard for me to pick. Then again, you can't ever go wrong with something along the lines of pizza and beer, as my mom always liked to say. You like what, pizza and beer? Oh, Thai food. You like Thai food? I haven't really had too much of that actually. I'd actually love to have some sometime. I think I may have only had it once, and I don't even remember. Some of that may change soon enough. We'll see what happens with that. These storms are all over towards the radar site now. It's going to make things a little difficult. Looks like we got an expansion to the tornado watch over here. It's now including Birmingham. Gonna just keep on having a radar hop here and just see what ends up happening here. Some of these storms towards Alabama, though, are starting to look a little bit more vicious. I'm over here watching the NASCAR race. This poor guy. Oh, wow. They just had another crash. This poor guy who's leading the race just wants to get to the end, but you can't win the race without without getting to the final lap, or the white flag as it's called. If you don't get that flag, the race isn't over. You can have it do over as many times as you want. It's like the second or third time he's had to deal with it. Poor Tyler Reddick. And this all because two guys crashed out at this road course that they're racing at. Storm over here towards Thomasville looks pretty impressive still, but looks like it's not imminently going to produce. It's a very nasty looking severe thunderstorm right here. Probably some pretty strong winds. Maybe could have a nah, I don't see any sort of rotation with that. Go back towards these storms over here towards Louisiana. The Storm Prediction Center earlier today kind of described this more so as an episodic type of severe event. Tornadoes were very likely at one point, but I'm starting to not be so optimistic. I'm not so sure about that. I'm a little bit optimistic, maybe saying that we could get out the other end, out of the other side of this without too much issue. However, I remember feeling that way Friday, and then look what happened. So I'm not trying to jump to conclusions here. This storm over here towards Olia here looks pretty impressive. They all start out like they're trying to rotate, but they never can really fully develop. It seems like it just seems like they're just becoming outflow dominant. Just trying to get this out the way too. Sheesh. There we go. Starts out looking like this all the time, and it looks good, and then all of a sudden it just goes away. You don't like NASCAR because of the crashes? That's fair. I grew up watching NASCAR. I was a Jeff Gordon fan. I like the skill more so than anything else. The skill it takes to drive that fast and drive that well. But yeah, the crashes sometimes can be a little irritating. Hold on, smoke detector. Wait, what? So over here, this storm looks moderately impressive. This next scan looks a little more impressive. I think we'll keep an eye on this storm now. See what this ends up doing. It seems like the storms that I keep an eye on, they either end up going tornado warned and then I'm back. Oh, you had your smoke detector going off. Yikes. Yikes. Don't jinx it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because I was thinking, okay, nothing's gonna happen here this Friday, and then all of a sudden Rolling Fork happened. So maybe I don't know. Maybe I want to jinx it in a bad way, so that way nothing happens. Then again, I'll just assume nothing happens, and then that happens. I also think my computer might have jinxed it too. It sure chose a great time to go out during the middle of a tornado emergency. Not like there's a whole lot of people watching, but still. Just as I say that, the view count goes up to 5. And then goes back down to 4. Yeah, I got to see 2 of them, and then, yeah, just everything kind of went, oh, another scan came in, and it's getting more impressive. Let's go ahead and look at, all right, we're going to go ahead and look at the velocity here. Probably a new severe thunderstorm warning will be issued for this, but I do see some potential. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. Not much in the way of rotation, but it seems like it's getting its act together just a little bit. There is some wind shear there. "30 miles per hour gate to gate." So nothing incredible, but nothing to but it's not something you can just scoff off. The Easter Sunday 2020 outbreak. I think I do remember that. This was before I started doing YouTube, though. But I think I do remember that. I don't know if I'm not sure exactly where it was. I'm not sure if I remember, because I remember 2020 was a wild year for severe weather. A lot of that got overshadowed by COVID, but dude, I remember back in March, back in March of that year, I almost got struck by lightning. Yeah, I don't fully remember, but I knew there was some big storms that day. I remember the March outbreak that had a moderate risk for my area over in Atlanta. I remember I was taking pictures of the lightning, and then shortly after I looked away, I felt all my arm hair stand up, and I heard the lightning bolt kind of just wisp over my head and hit like maybe about a quarter mile down the way, or maybe about half a mile. And as the lightning bolt was arcing over my place, as I was standing on the porch, I felt all of the hair on my arm, my neck, my head standing up, and it was insane. I ran into the house as fast as I could. That scared the absolute crap out of me. Like I did not go back out there to film any lightning for a while after that. That just had me almost like paralyzed in fear. I was so scared. And it was just like out of nowhere too. Oh dang. EF4. How close was it? How much did it miss you by, or did it not touch down when it was near you? Man, my why, that's crazy. That must have been terrifying in its own right. Shoot, I remember there's a tornado that hit towards far north Georgia in a town called Adairsville back in my senior year of high school. That storm actually ended up passing over my school, and a tornado warning was issued while I was at school that day. I remember I was coming out of lunch, and by this point, of course, I was able to read cloud formations pretty well. I look up and I could see almost what kind of looked like a wall cloud on a beaver's tail. I saw a lot of movement in the clouds. I was thinking, oh, that doesn't look good. And there was a tornado sign right next to the school to my right. It started blaring, and then I was like, oh no. And I sprinted. I literally sprinted to my classroom, got to the hallway. And then the storm didn't produce over my area, but once it got to Adairsville, it dropped an EF4 as well. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. It was on the news and everything. And my homeroom teacher, whose class I was in at that time, because I went to go talk to her. I was going to go talk to her anyway. She looked at me because she knew I was a weather nerd at the time. Was like, "Hey Ty, come look at this." And then I was like, "Oh my good, like you got to be kidding!" I was thinking to myself, "You got to be kidding me! That was over us." And it was the same thing with the Atlanta tornado back in 2008. That was an EF2, but right before it went tornado warning, it went right over my house. It it formed up over towards Rome, moved in a southeasterly direction, which was weird. And then after that, the storm took that little jog to the right, dropped that tornado, and went through downtown before dissipating. But right before that, in the city of Vinings was where I lived at the time. Well, I mean, yeah, but where else are you gonna put them? I don't. They didn't have storm shelter. They don't have storm shelters like that here in our schools. So it's almost like, what do you do if you sit in the classroom? It's not like it's that much better. It's kind of like darned if you do, darned if you don't. Really, at that point. Yeah. Still waiting to see what this thing's gonna do here. It's like it's trying to produce, but it just doesn't seem like it's able to just yet. Rotation just it's actually seeming like it's kind of going away a bit. Maybe the mesocyclone's getting more organized. those steel window covers really don't do a whole lot. Once you get up to a certain wind speed, it just doesn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, as good of an idea as that sounds, that eventually could become flying debris in its own right, and if at the proper wind speed, the results will be just as disastrous. So it's just a tough situation until schools decide to put the money into investing in storm shelters. It's not that I don't disagree with you. I 100% agree with you. Being in the hallway didn't make me feel any safer. Especially the building I was in when we had to take cover that year. But that's just how it seems to be sometimes. That's one thing that would make me nervous about putting a kid of mine through school. If I were to have any kids, So, I don't know. It's a lot to take into account. I'd probably would just say, hey, I'm going to have to get my kid out of there and try to beat the storms home or just keep them at home. So these are just stronger winds. This is mostly outflow at this point because the yellow is still indicative of winds going towards the radar. Just a little bit stronger winds, really. Like if you actually look at this little feature right here, you can kind of see it. You can see where I just clicked. It's at about 51. I saw 73 just a second ago. But yeah, you can see we're at 49. The brighter color got to about 53. But then when you get back to this color of red, it's about 38, 35. And then like right where you see this line, that's the neutral zone where winds aren't going towards or away from the radar really, I guess. And then the green is winds going towards the radar. And these colors are weaker winds, I guess, or maybe even stronger winds. When you see those blue colors, it's usually a telltale sign. But yeah, this storm, as of right now, I wouldn't say is anything to be concerned with just yet. But I'm gonna watch this sector here because I think that we could end up seeing something develop there. I'm gonna try to use what little storm chaser instincts I may have and go with this storm here because I mean it still looks good on reflectivity. It's just not tightening up enough to really produce just yet. But like I said, but as you can see here, the structure is really good. It doesn't really look like it's outflow dominant or anything like that. Let's go. Uh-oh. So as I'm watching the NASCAR race, I see a severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. And that was the same county that just got hit earlier today with a tornado. They don't need anything else. Just leave them alone. Come on, Mother Nature, calm down. But yeah, apparently over towards the Grange, which is where Troup County is where the tornado ended up hitting. That part of the state where I live in tends to get hit a lot. But it looks like it was a particularly bad one that went through this morning. It might have been pretty significant, at least EF2, maybe more. Yes, I still think this storm has a pretty good shot of maybe getting it together and producing something. It might be a little while, but I think I'm going to bet my money on that one for now. We still have that storm over towards Macon that has that 2.5-inch hail. And then we have one towards Clark that has a tornado possible tag on it. So first severe thunderstorm warnings towards oh, you're good, man. You're good. Oh, wait a minute. Tornado warning. This is towards Clark and Wilcox County, Alabama. This is radar indicated. We're going to go ahead and take a look at it. Looks like we finally got one that got strong enough to produce a tornado warning. Looks a little messy on the reflectivity, but maybe to the south here might be where we end up seeing a couple of that. Oh, wow. That is a very impressive couplet, though, actually. That is a very impressive couplet. And this scan was about a minute ago. So, that being said, we might have to watch this one. We're going to actually go ahead and take a look at the CC here. Welcome back, Henry. Well, that escalated pretty quick. I don't see anything on CC yet, but we're going to watch this one right here for sure now. I wouldn't be surprised to see that other storm eventually go tornado warned as well, but I think this is going to be definitely one to watch extra close here. This one popped up real sneakily. Oh wow. Yeah, no drop yet. Well, there's a spot that looks a little suspicious, but it doesn't look organized enough for me to really think that it is a true drop. It could just be noise, because there's a lot of noise coming from this right now. If there's going to be a drop, it's going to be somewhere around here. Somewhere in this region here would be where the drop is. I mean, you do see something, but really the best thing to do in this situation would probably be to wait till the next scan. When it comes to weather, a lot of it is a game of patience. Sometimes I do well with that, and other times I'm absolutely horrible with it. I think another scan or two is gonna really tell what's going on with this. I wouldn't be surprised if there was something though. That was a pretty good it was a pretty good couplet. Hang on a minute here. Let's go ahead and put this in a loop. Kind of get an idea of what the history of this was. Well, it looks like the NASCAR race is finally over. So far, it does not look like... Doesn't look like I see anything that's down yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see if something does develop over here just to the south of Fulton. We'll actually go ahead and put this in split screen here. It's a pretty good signature still. Yeah, so far still nothing. Hold the phone here. I think that could be something here. Let's go back into the loop here. I think there might. Extra emphasis on might, but I think there could be something down here. I'm really suspicious of this. This last scan definitely kind of looks more resemblant of that of a tornado. I think this could be on the ground here, folks. Finally might have a tornado on the ground, the first one of the night. Yeah, this looks oddly suspicious, though. Even though it's like a minute difference, I think there's something down. This just doesn't look. I don't know. We'll have to. I'm still not quite sure. I'm a little reluctant to say that it is, but it looks suspicious to me. It definitely looks very suspicious. There's still a lot of noise here, though. Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do too. I think this is just a little too far ahead from what I can see here. Okay. I had to take some ibuprofen because I actually think I have a wisdom tooth growing in right now. It's actually very painful. Oh yeah, I know. It definitely sucks. It's like the back tooth too. All right. I think we're all right for now. Yeah, I do think there. I really think there is something on the ground though. Something just tell. My gut's kind of telling me the way that CC drop is. It just doesn't quite look right to me. It just looks a little bit too much to be just noise. But I hate when we end up having this little look like this. So it's still radar indicated, but you hate when you get scans like this where it's a little bit noisy. Maybe I could go to another radar site where I can avoid. Maybe I can get a better look. But I think this tornado warning is going to continue. All right, so this is remaining in effect until 7. So another 27 minutes for this tornado warning here. New scan came in. It's staying consistent. I don't know how you would send that to me on radar scope. Maybe you could screenshot it to me, and I guess you could send it to me on I don't know, Instagram or Facebook or something. I'll leave a comment with one of my social. Oh yeah, Discord. I could do that obviously. So my IG, I'm gonna send that. I'm gonna drop that in the comments real quick. Oh, you don't have. Oh, you don't have that. Hmm. Yeah. I could send you my Discord. Just give me a second then. Movie. Dang. Yeah, this still seems like it's just too noisy to pick up on anything. I don't have a radar site nearby that's gonna really give me anything good. It looks like. 'Cause if I go out this far, if I go this far out, then I'm not gonna get much of anything. And that's gonna be outside of the range of this radar here towards Dothan. It's almost like we're in a miniature radar hole in a way. All of them are pretty noisy. Oh, wait. Here's a radar site I could use. Maybe. I mainly use my Discord. I used to use my Discord more for gaming, not so much for social until like the last couple years. So the name is a little odd, and it was also for a project that I'm still trying to do for music. So I'm just gonna leave it in the chat here in just a second. Once I switch over to Velocity here. I mean, yeah, I can see. I've been seeing something on Velocity for a while here, but it's just so daggone noisy. So much radar noise, and it makes it hard to kind of. It makes it kind of hard for me to really say, okay, this is down or anything like that. Yeah, KMXX has been out. These some of these radar sites that are a little bit more quintessential, they don't always seem to be reliable when we need them the most. Been noticing that problem a lot, which is really frustrating. We're gonna switch. All right, I'm gonna switch over to Velocity really quickly. Oh yeah, I mean, no question about it. It's definitely a Velocity couplet. Okay, so now to get back to the chat here and put that in real quick. This is my Discord right there. I want to change the name actually, but this was based off of a, gamer tag that I had when I was playing Ace Combat and a solo project for a metal band I'm trying to do. That's it right there, right above you. Oh. See, that just shows you how little I use Discord, unfortunately. Oh, duh. There you go. All right. So we still have one tornado warning right now, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, and a couple with the tornado possible tags, but not really much going on beyond that. We've seen a few storms with some pretty significant hail, especially this one that's towards Tallapoosa and Lee counties. Go ahead and look at that really quickly since we don't really know what's going on with that storm. It has decent rotation on it, but we can't tell for sure whether it's on the ground or not. There's a point where I was kind of suspicious that it was, but again, can't really tell for sure. Here's our next radar site right here. This is getting close to the Georgia-Alabama line here. And this is getting close to, unfortunately, an area that got hit earlier today towards LaGrange. Seems like so far the most impressive storms have really been more so around Alabama so far. It didn't work. Dang. Yeah, I'm not super active on Discord or super familiar with it, so it's kind of hard for me to I don't really know how to really do that yet, but I'm working on it. But yeah, I don't really see anything that screams out to me that this is looking like it's going to imminently produce a tornado. I'm trying to get better with the whole social media thing. I try to. Oh yeah, you could send me. You could send me your Discord. Sure, I'm down for that. There is a couplet here, but it's not a very impressive one. Very weak rotation. But that's pretty much. It seems like it's almost been the theme of the day, really. Here is the one with the large hail. Ah, okay. Big Baconator. I'm going to try and do that real quick. All right. Just sent you a friend request. Here's that huge hail. Pretty much everything here is just about maxed out. Then even as far back as this storm is and how far it is away from the radar site, it's still picking up on this hail here with this tornado warning even. That's pretty impressive if I were to say so myself. I'm going to go back to the mobile radar. Let me know if you got it, Big Baconator. Man, all of these storms back here, whether you're in the radar ring or not, man, just it's crazy just how much hail is with all of these storms. All right, worked. Yeah, pretty much every storm that we've seen today has had significant hail, or at least pretty strong pretty strong hail signatures with this. Look at these. Just look at these right here. Just utterly ridiculous how intense those hail signatures are. Even these hail signatures back towards Louisiana are even maxed out. I think something happened with Brad Arnold here. He's just been sitting there the whole time. I wonder if something went wrong. See more storms over here towards Louisiana that look moderately impressive, but we're waiting to see if they organize. Oh, this storm looks interesting here. This storm could very well be on the way to trying to produce a tornado here. Looks moderately healthy, but again, we'll have to see if this develops. And here's our next storm right here, just getting out of that radar ring for Jackson. Switching back over to Mobile. All right, I'm about to look at it right now. I'm still looking to see what you had sent me. Wait. All right, I just got it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was seeing earlier. Just it looked like it was down, but but there was no way to tell for sure. That's what's irritating about it. It's still radar indicated tornado too, so no one's really confirming this for us, so it's not really doing us any favors here. Unfortunately. I guess the only way to know for sure is if there's damage reported over there, that somebody will report that to the National Weather Service and it gets investigated. That's really all we can go with right now. We'll also watch this storm over towards Heidelberg, as that seems like it's trying to get something going. Yeah, I think that tornado warning might not last for too much longer. Starting to chop away at it little by little now, too. Yeah, it just does not look that impressive anymore. I feel like that storm's going to fall apart. Terraria. No, I do not, actually. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be hanging around much longer. Yeah. What's the game about? Is it on console, PC? Okay. What's the game about? Don't give me too many spoilers, but tell me what the game's about, because I'm looking to play more games whenever severe season calms down a bit. Oh, it's a free play. Okay, that sounds good. See little shear lines and couplets here. Oh, world exploring? Sounds interesting. Every once in a while, you find a really good hidden gem in those kinds of games. is it free to play, or is it or is there like certain things you can do to upgrade, like okay, okay. Wait, that name actually does kind of sound familiar now, though. Oh, it's 2D, huh? Something else. It's still something I wouldn't be against playing here. Still has a couplet on there. Ouch. Still a decent couplet on this. I think this tornado warning has a shot of being extended, but for the moderate risk that we have, this seems like it's underperforming. Might be a good thing. This looks like it could be a good thing here. Depending on what happens, I may just stream for a couple more hours. Cost $9.99. I'll have to see where I'm at with my finances right now, because I could be going to a concert soon. So we'll have to see what happens there. And then, of course, there's plenty of other gear to have to get here to try to upgrade the streaming experience I have here right now. The main thing I want to be able to do is look at more Storm Chasers feeds. So I'm into metal, but the bands that I'm looking to see next month are Insomnium, Enslaved, and a couple of other bands. Insomnium's my favorite band. They're supporting act. They're going to be the supporting act in that concert. And they just dropped a new album on top of that, which I've been absolutely loving. Alright, we're just gonna have to radar hop here. It's alright. It's fine if you aren't. It's not for everybody. I'll be the first to tell you that. And if it isn't for you, there's nothing wrong with you. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be into Insomnium either, because they're like they're weird, but they're pretty heavy, but they're also very melodic. They're what's known as melodic death metal. They're from Finland too, so yeah. I'm gonna go back to this radar site here. Alright, looks like we're having trouble getting on this radar site. Let's again. So still sitting here and waiting. See what unfolds here with some of these storms. It looks like it's staying pretty quiet right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. We have big hail, but we don't have anything in regards to tornadoes other than one tornado warning. And this is off to the southwest of Montgomery here. The storm does not look anywhere near as impressive as it did earlier. Yeah, I don't know if that storm's going to be tornadic for much longer. In fact, I think they might have just let that warning expire. It's the same with these storms here. Scanned it a little bit. I went and oh no, they reissued it. The storm just does not look that impressive to me though. There's a velocity couplet there, but it's not that impressive. Guess they'll let it go for a little longer, but I just don't know if this storm's really got the ability to produce. Seriously wondering what's happened over here to Brett Adair. He's been there forever and okay, no, he is moving. I don't know why the icon has him stuck there. can't keep his stream up, of course, but he's been stuck there for the longest. I don't know why that is. Last update was at 6:11 according to Radar Omega here. I still said I was gonna look at a storm at the Storm Prediction Center and maybe look at a couple of meso discussions, but I haven't even had a chance to yet. Every time I try to step away here, that's when I start seeing stuff again. All right. Okay, so I just taking a look here. Probably should pop this up on the Radar Omega here. We'll go ahead and go ahead and pull this back up. But this mesoscale right here is depicting trying to get this to work. There we go. Mesoscale discussion 363. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what that is. So there is a growing cluster of thunderstorms that will likely organize further while spreading across the central Mississippi into central Alabama from 9 to 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Increasing risk for potentially damaging wind gusts. With the large-scale Cape values, it looks more like we're transitioning more towards a linear pattern. This isn't really depicting anything for tornadoes now. We are starting to maybe trend away from a tornado threat, hopefully. These storms have remained outflow dominant, which is great news. They've mostly been hailers, which, while it might make for a boring stream for some of you, considering what we saw Friday and how some of these areas were affected by tornadoes, even though they were a little further north than what we've been seeing here, I don't think we want to see any more tragedy either. So we'll watch for a little longer and see what happens here, but I think we are starting to trend away from a tornado threat. And if so, that might be the best news we've heard all day. Still, even with this, there's a lot of potential for flooding here. In fact, there's flash flood warnings now in effect for the city of Jackson, a couple of counties off to the east here. Expires in 84 minutes. Storms are continually tracking over these areas, regardless of whether they end up producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. The fact of the matter is 2 to 4 inches of rainfall have already fallen, and there's 1 to 3 inches of rainfall that still could be to come from this. And the thing that needs to be remembered here is these storm drains that are in these big cities, they are not designed to deal with extensive rainfall over and over throughout the course of a day. What you're told is that these storm drains can take up to about 17 inch per hour rainfall rates, but that's only for the first hour. After that, you may get 2/3 of an inch of rainfall after that. So that being said, when you have storms like this going over and over again over the same areas with 2 inch plus per hour rainfall rates, it's not going to take long for eventually those storm drains to start to get overwhelmed and flash flooding to occur. So I do think over the course of the evening, the number of flash flood warnings are going to be on the increase. Yeah, I know you are. It's just quiet, really. I mean, there's just that one tornado warning that just doesn't seem like it's doing anything. Hey, Kyle. Nothing's really happened. There's been a few tornado warnings, but nothing, nothing crazy going on here. We have this one really weak circulation here that I've been watching for a while. There was, yeah, just as Baconator was saying, there was nearly 3-inch hail earlier with one storm. I think it's still going, actually. Probably working its way into Georgia now. There's one storm over here towards Louisiana here that has 2.5-inch hail. Let's go ahead and look at that. Because, oh, God, here we go with the umbrella. Not the umbrella. Not the umbrella. Wait and see what this radar does. Bring your bats, because it's baseball season. Took it to a different place now, did we? Dang, two things bother me. Do have an interesting little signature with this cell here that has the 2.5-inch hail right now. Let's go ahead and look at the VIL. No surprises there. Maxed out again. Wait a minute. I thought I clicked the one that had the 2.5-inch hail, but even so, still has an impressive hail signature with it. Oh, and there's oh, there it is right here. Look at that. Yes, I have, Kyle. It's nuts. Literally. For some, it's literally nuts. But look at this storm. I think this actually is one that has 2.75 hail. Ooh, wow. Yeah, this is look at that. Look at that. Oh, this is the one that's heading towards this one's going to be heading just north of LaGrange. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at this storm here. This probably has a considerable severe thunderstorm tag on it. Yep. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning right here for Tallapoosa in western Chambers County. Baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Radar indicated storm located near Camp Hill, moving east at 30 miles an hour. You are not kidding there. You are not kidding. Yeah, put on your helmets. Hopefully your car's not outside. If it is, I feel bad for you. For anyone in those areas. Looks like I just got a notification on my phone. on my Amazon here. Kind of curious to see just what could be ahead here. I clicked the wrong thing now. It's moving at 30 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and see who's in line for some huge hail. So, Markut, you're first in line here. You have 4 minutes before this hailstorm is on you. 11 minutes before Rollins. 13 minutes before Buffalo. 21 minutes before we get towards Mill in Alabama. 5 points, it's about 8:35. Stroud, you have 8 until 8:40. Fredonia, the same. Welch, 8:42. This is probably getting close to the Georgia, Alabama line here. So Cumbie Mill, 8:43. Findlay, 8:45. Bacon Level, 8:50. Standing Rock, 8:51. Evansville, 8:51. McCosh Mill and Abbotsford. We have another 40 to 45 minutes between McCoshville and Lyme and Vernon. Then Glenn and Pien at 9 o'clock. O'Neill's Crossroads at 9:02. Denver and Houston, 9:06. Where's Crossroads? 9:09. Aubrey at 9:10. Owensbyville, 9:14. Viola, 9:14. Hillcrest, 9:14. Franklin, 9:21. Whitfield, Harrisonville, 9:22. Louise, Cooksville, within the next hour or so. Same with Bass Crossroads, Corinth, and Hoganville. It's a population of about 4,000 in this warned area. Yep, I'm Radar Omega. Kyle, what the? Just put a tarp over it and you'll be okay. I'm not responsible for damages. Of course you would say that. Yep, I'm using Radar Omega, Kyle. Still got that radar indicated tornado warning over towards Wilcox County in Alabama. We'll switch over to that really quickly. So we're trying to have a little fun with this hailstorm right here. Ah, geez, my tooth. Just waiting on the radar load again. Sheesh. Big time hail with this storm too, by the way. See if Brett Adair has seen anything or not. Yeah, that's well said. Don't listen to Kyle's advice. Oh no, what do you call a happy cowboy? I don't know. I'll bite. Why not? Oh, there we go. We got a stream up. Well, we had it up. I like to make jokes. I like making jokes. Need to make that into a sound for anyone that has it. For anyone that may eventually find it to donate someday. Or maybe make that the a subscriber sound or something like that. A Jolly Rancher. Hey, don't make jokes about those. I like that candy. I like Jolly Ranchers. They're good candy. It's good candy, man. No, I know it was a punchline to the cowboy joke, but I'm like, hey, no, don't mess with that. It was used to be my favorite type of candy at one point when I used to eat candy a lot. What kind of tea is the hardest? Hmm. I don't. I guess I'm used to expecting somewhat dirty jokes since I'm in a band, since I was in an old band and whatnot. Reality T. V. Oh, I don't know why I have this on VIL. I mean, literally with nothing going on here, it's kind of hard to stay locked in. Uh-oh. R. Storm's reflectivity still looks good, but oh, there's actually a decent couplet on this again. Too bad we can't see anything going on here in Brett's stream. Seems like he's still stuck behind it. You think it's R, but it be the. Wow. Nice, Kyle. Nice. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting Brett's stream. Not like we'd see too much because it seems like he is neck deep in the hail core of that storm. Let's go ahead and look at the CC drop. Maybe there might be something sneaky in this thing. I'm not entertaining this. I'm not. Vixen? Well, it looks like there's nothing. I don't really see anything on the return here. It's noisy. It's just super noisy. Why did the turkey join the band? Well, Henry, you can answer that one. Daggone it, man. How fast is this storm moving? Maybe he might be able to get into it. 35 miles an hour, I think he has a shot. Does he have a road option? Yeah, it seems like he's going to be more so on the outside of it unless he can get to 41 here. If he gets on 41, well, no, really he will want to blast towards 265 because he had drumsticks. Good grief. Yeah, imagine playing drums with your legs. Yeah, if he blasts towards if he stays on 10 and either blasts towards 265 or really just stays with it on 10, maybe he might get out ahead of it and get into the main part of into like the mesocyclone a little bit later down the line. Or maybe shifts over to 28. I think actually if he goes to 28 is where he would have a shot. right, God. Don't drive him insane, man. We need more people in the stream. We need more people in the chat. If anybody's watching, hit the share button. Share this to a friend. Well, these jokes are good, or would I rather deal with these jokes from you, Kyle, or would I rather deal with Ligma jokes from Hugo One? I wonder. Oh, new tornado warning. This has been issued for Hale, Perry, and Marengo counties. So this is a brand new tornado warning. This does not have a CC drop on it. It just has a lot of noise. But let's go look at high res. Ooh, that actually looks pretty impressive. One of the more impressive storms I've seen. It looks pretty frontal in comparison to the rest of this line here. Or this line segment, I should say. So we got 2 tornado warnings now for the first time today here. Uh-oh. These storms might be moving in my direction over here towards the Grange and Woodbury here. They keep heading in their current track here. They might get here by about maybe 10 o'clock my time. Let me go ahead and look at those real quick. Kind of got distracted by what's going on in my area. Trying to figure out where the heck Jordan is. I thought he was, am I in my storm cellar? I don't have a storm cellar. What's that? I don't even live in a house. I live in an apartment. What's a storm cellar? Ooh, look at that return. Look at that velocity coupler right here. There's actually 2 of them. Look at that. Here's the first one here. This is actually pretty strong too. This could end up being down too. If this holds together, this could drop one. This actually realistically looks like you're dropping. This also has baseballs. This also has baseball size hail in there. So you know what? Let's do something fun here. Kyle, Baconator, why don't you guys go ahead and spam the bat emoji or the baseball emoji? How about that? You live in a box. Well, yeah, you are in a college dorm, so that sounds about right. Oh, hey, you actually did it. Let me see let me see if there's anyone else I can get on here real quick. Oh, studio off campus. Oh, that's even better. It's not like that's really a tornado shelter either. That's not what I meant by bat. Well, I should have specified. Oh no, that's even worse. 3rd floor? Sheesh. I meant baseball bat, but I guess baseball will have to do. Since you 2 want to be a little smart behind. Little smart asses. Trying not to cuss, not trying to muffle too. I'm trying to mutter it a little bit just to be a little slick. Are you guys sharing this video to your friends, this stream to your friends, even if they aren't interested? Just if they want to come in the chat and just be silly for a little bit. I don't care. I don't mind. I'm not that wound up. I'm just chilling. Just if they would, as long as they avoid politics stuff and conspiracy theories. This is about weather. We can talk about our social lives, all that other crap, but just leave all the crazy stuff out of it. But this actually does look pretty interesting right here. I do think that is rotating pretty well. Let's go ahead and go back to the CC here. I don't No, but there's two different areas of rotation here. I'm gonna be watching this storm even closer than the other one to the south here. This one seems a little bit more promising, like it might produce. It is it's a lot of noise right now, that's for sure. Might be a small radar hole here. I'm trying to find the proper angle to where I wouldn't be able to see the see noise. Well, we'll see what happens, Kyle. I might stay on for a little while longer. I might not. Depends on how things are going with this. This might keep me on for a little longer. If we get more tornado warnings, I'll definitely be on for a while longer. Until then, I'll catch you later, bro. Yeah, Henry, don't disappoint me. 2 a.m. If it's 2 a.m., I don't know about that. But I'll give it a shot. Depends on what happens with the weather mostly. No, I don't like 5 hour energy, and I'm definitely not doing the white stuff. I'm not doing the sniffies. I'm not doing the sniffies. This looks a little interesting right here, but I still think that's noise. That's one thing I can't stand about this right now. And this is the only radar I can really look at that's going to be in range sufficiently enough to look at a CC drop. Both of these storms are still pretty healthy. Both of these have good lightning on them. I don't think Brad Arnold or Brett Adair is going to be able to get ahead of this storm. What happened earlier? I guess maybe he had some type of issue on the road. But it looks like he's just not able to keep going, unfortunately. At least it looked like he was moving, though. So it doesn't look like he's in great peril right now, thankfully. He's safe. Oh, we got his stream up for a bit, but had no sound. Each tornado warning, one shot. I do not have any alcohol on me right now, so unfortunately, yeah, he's having stream issues, so I'm gonna have to probably exit out. We had him for about a good 20 seconds, which is better than what it normally will be on stream, but hey, what can you do, I guess? It's kind of annoying, though, still, not gonna lie. But, Let's go back to the velocity product here. Still hard to tell if anything's really down. Like these will get pretty good signatures on them, and then they'll start to fade out. Or yeah, like this has a pretty good signature on it too, but the radar noise is. Oh, I'm having stream issues now. Well then. But both of these storms still have couplets on them. This one to the south looks a lot better now than it has before. Each tornado warning, one shot. I have no liquor with me, so that's not going to happen. It'd be interesting to do that. I don't want to do it often, but maybe one day if we get... Tell you what, if we can get 30 people watching on a stream, how about that? Maybe I'll do that one day. If y'all are and if y'all upvote it, I'll even leave a poll in the chat. How about that? Of course, I still have to figure out how to use Streamlabs really well, but which I still haven't. Because I still can't figure out how to even do the chat commands. Uh-oh. Come on now, move down. There we go. Let's go ahead and look at the gate to gate with this while I'm at it. It's not like a super strong couplet, but it's notable. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought I had set up the cloud bot and the night bot, but I don't think I did it quite right. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff I'm still trying to figure out on my own, and I haven't really gotten around to using stuff like Discord to my advantage for that, which I really should have been, but you know, at times I can be like a social butterfly or a social hermit. I kind of lean more towards the social hermit personally. It's sometimes a mental. Might as well just say it's like a mind fuck basically whenever I'm on here streaming sometimes and being social. It's not that I can't do it. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit outside of my character a little bit. Sometimes that's why I get silent. It's like but yeah. That's pretty much where I'm at with things with Streamlabs right now, and I'm pretty new to it still. This is only like what, maybe my fourth time trying to stream. This couplet still looks sufficient, but it doesn't look anywhere near what it did a little bit ago. Still got the baseballs in the chat. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be the next thing I do is get onto a Discord server for Streamlabs. And maybe start paying them a little bit more attention there. Because I want the experience itself just to be better. Ooh. I don't know if I would want to bet. I don't know if I would want to do gamble comment or gamble commands for severe weather. I think it would either A, take too long, or B, it just kind of seems wrong as well, you know. Try to have somewhat of a moral compass. Crazy that that's coming from a metalhead, but you know, I have a little bit of a heart, not much of one. Try and keep it serious. Yeah, I think that would be the best thing to do. Yeah, that's something I would not be doing for sure. I mean, if it was anything else, nah, probably not for weather. On my other channel, if I started doing live streaming, I think that I would probably do something along the lines of that. Because I want to do stuff like gaming. I want to do stuff like music. So that probably would be more feasible for that kind of deal. I kind of want to really dive into the whole content creation stuff full time, really. Well, it looks like we're down to one tornado warning now. It looks like they allowed this one to expire. I don't know if I don't think they should reissue it. If they do, it wouldn't surprise me, but just as a precautionary measure. But I think this storm will probably be the main one that they'll be focusing on from here on out. Are there any tornado possible tags on these severe thunderstorm warnings? We have one that was in Mississippi. Let's go over to that one. Okay, it looks like this radar is having a little bit of trouble loading. Still waiting to see what it's going to do here. Oh, it looks like a new meso discussion got issued here. Oh, new tornado warning. Looks, oh, that's a good couplet right there. That's actually a really good couplet. That is a nasty looking couplet, actually. We're going to have to check the CC for that one, because that could be down. That's a pretty impressive looking couplet. So I think that might be the best couplet we've seen today on stream, actually. And it looks noisy. It looks very noisy right now. It's the only problem. It seems like you want to think that there's going to be a drop with this, but there is a lot of radar noise in there. There's a lot of radar clutter. So it makes it hard to determine whether or not there's anything down at the CC. Daggone it. And this is embedded. This is an embedded supercell. That's not going to make it any easier either. Not to mention, there's a boatload of lightning in here, too. I think this storm's probably going to lose its tornado warning soon. Let's go ahead and look at this special weather statement here. Number 364. Could be some strong surface gusts back there. How do I ID an embedded supercell? So if you actually look at what a traditional supercell looks like, you'll see several things. I actually have a YouTube video that talks a little bit about how to read storms, and I'll send the link to you in the chat. But simply put, an embedded supercell is basically what you would look for in a discrete supercell, but it'll be in a line. Like you'll see a line of thunderstorms, and then somewhere in there, you'll kind of see that structure. You'll see a little bit of that hook echo shape, like kind of what you're seeing in this storm here. Yeah, I'm putting it on chat on here. I actually have a whole weather playlist that talks about how I learned some of the stuff that I did over the years and the stuff that I'm still learning. So I'm putting it in the chat here. This is a link to the whole playlist, and then I'm going to open this up entirely and then check out the video. All right, and here is the link to that video coming in soon. All right, so those are the ways that those are some of the ways I've learned over the years. There's a bunch of different terms that you can look up, and some of the sources that I use in those videos are really just from the National Weather Service. There's a lot of stuff you could find, honestly, and it's kind of surprising how easy it can be. With the way the internet is nowadays, it's so easy to find stuff now. It's kind of crazy, but I looked that stuff up from the time that I was like maybe 8, 9 years old. By the time I was a teen, I was almost ready to go storm chasing. I felt like I was that guy that was just like, let me at him. Deviating a little bit though. Let's get back to the storm. Still have two tornado warnings currently. Still have this little kink here in the line that could be resulting in a possible tornado. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity again. It's probably been a couple of scans since we've seen it. All right, so this is the main storm to watch right now, and it looks like there's still a pretty good couplet with this storm. Not quite as impressive as what we saw earlier, but this is still looking like it's trying to evolve here. Still see some pretty good gate to gate here. I think this storm might have taken a right turn too, though. About 55 on the gate to gate here. Could be a little bit elevated right now, but it is trying to make its way to the surface. And you can see that this is still a bit embedded because you can see the supercell feature, and one of the main things to look for is the eagle claw here. You can see kind of where the anvil and the leading like frontal edge of the storm kind of goes out in these directions here. And then here is where you see the inflow notch where the warm air gets into the storm. And here it is, and then on the back side we have the cold air coming this way, rushing out. And right in this little kink here is where you would see the tornado likely end up being, somewhere in there. I've not mentioned any of the towns on this one yet, so we'll go ahead and do that now. $45 miles an hour. So some towns that are in the line of this storm here. Toxie, you have 2 minutes left before this potentially tornadic storm. This dangerous storm is over you guys, and then we have 5 minutes before Wembley gets a piece of it. Thornton Springs. You have 7 minutes. Lou, you have 7 minutes. You have 14 minutes if you're near Ararat. Slater, you have 18 minutes. Woods Bluff, you have 19 minutes. You have 21 minutes if you're towards Smear. Failatown, you have 22 minutes. 24 minutes in Putnam. 26 minutes in Morven. Almost 30 minutes in Luska and Hottamville. Nicholsville, you have close to 30 minutes. Tallahassee Springs, and I thought we mentioned you earlier, you have over 30 minutes to go, as well as Bashy and Hoboken. Coxheath, it's quite a name. 35 minutes. Glover, same for you. Almost 40 minutes towards Exmoor, Aimwell, Sweetwater, Van Gale, Marengo, Dixon Mills, Wayne, Clay Hill, Atkinson, Finley Crossing. So we're basically out looking towards the next hour for some of these areas that are involved here. So if you haven't gotten into your safe place, if you're in line to see this within the next 30 minutes, definitely do so and don't come out just yet until it's safe to do so. Go ahead and look the velocity again. Probably should be a new scan that just came in. So So we're looking a little less impressive on the scans here. This could be coming apart a bit. So this may not last for a whole lot longer. We might have another 20, 30. We have 30 minutes left in this tornado warning, about 37 to be exact. But there's several points of rotation here that need to be watched really closely, though, on the leading edge of the storm. This is definitely starting to take more of a linear look, too. So it's going to be tricky to kind of nail down what's going to happen here with this storm. So some strong surface winds could be in effect here. This is mesoscale discussion 362 probably that I looked at earlier. Surprised I haven't seen any storm reports pop up on here. I don't know if I took those off or not. I didn't mean to if I did. I do think we're starting to lose a little bit of the tornado threat, though. I mean, we've only seen a couple of tornado warnings. We're mostly leaning towards hail and damaging winds. If it continues to be this way, I don't think we're going to have to worry about the tornado threat for too much longer. We'll probably hold out for another hour or so, and depending on what happens next, we'll go from there. To anyone that is still watching, thanks for being here. We've been watching what was possibly expected to be a severe weather outbreak, and it still may yet be one. But we might be trending away from a potential tornado outbreak like we were fearing it would be earlier. Oh wow, that's something I didn't notice. Severe thunderstorm watch, and this is issued from my neck of the woods. That ought to be interesting. We'll go ahead and take a look at the details of that watch. I guess that's what the notification was from my Alexa device. So this is effective from 8:10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So scattered large hail and very isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter or more. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Tornado 2 possible. I might stay up a little longer. I'm going to try and see what's going on. Thank you, Henry, for still being here, man. I appreciate it a bunch. I really do. Both left and right moving supercells. Okay, so this basically is a watch that has the potential to maybe go to produce a couple of tornadoes. All right, so I guess we'll try and stay up a little longer and kind of dog this out a bit, kind of grind this out. If you can, Henry, keep talking in the chat, man. That's going to help me get through this, because we might have a long way to go here. Somehow it wouldn't surprise me if a couple of these storms started to really ramp up as they got further off to the east here. as they would drag further along to the east here. I'm starting to lean away from there being a tornado threat here. I mean, there's a few storms that have some potential out here, but for right now, I'm kind of leaning away from things. Also, I might have to go use the restroom real quick. Just give me a brief moment here. You're good, Henry. Charge that phone if you got to, man. Do what you got to. Appreciate you being here for as long as you were here, regardless. Huh? Got this package sitting outside my door here. Gonna go see what this is. What in the world is this? What in the world is this? Huh? I don't know what it is. Oh, it's a jacket. Somebody, I guess that's my, grandma, my godmother, got me a jacket. If you're watching, Ma, I appreciate you. That being said, let's go get back into things here with this one tornado warning that we have ongoing. We have a warning that's getting closer to the Peachtree City radar site and then may eventually be working its way towards downtown Atlanta. Might start shifting my attention towards my neck of the woods here too. Because it looks like this storm might not be lasting too much longer with the way the velocities look here. Could be a couple other storms that need to be watched, like this right here, that has a decent couplet on there, but for the most part, I'm not really concerned about tornadoes at this point anymore, I don't think. Or at least at this time, I'm not. Let's go ahead and look at some of these storms over towards Georgia now. Just in little line segments that have popped up here. These storms are moving. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little sample of these storms, see where they're moving. See who's down the line here. All right, so here are some cities that are next in line for this big storm right here, and the population center, of course, being near the city. The numbers have gone up considerably. So it's 9:05 right now. So Tyrone, you have 6 minutes. Stop, you have 7. Fairburn, you have 17 minutes. Lee's Mill, you have 16 minutes, as well as Fife. Union City, you have 23 minutes. Red Oak, you have 32 minutes. Riverdale, 35. And then the number of cities only increases from that point. College Park, 36 minutes. 40 minutes at East Point. Hapeville or Hapville. I'll say Hapeville. 44 minutes. Cox Crossing, we have 45 minutes for you. Forest Park, 45 minutes now as for you as well. Lake City, 46 minutes. Conley, almost 50 minutes. And it only spreads out further from that point. Or a lot of cities about to be in the line of fire here for this storm. Main threat with this is going to be damaging winds and hail. But as the watchman aforementioned before, you cannot rule out the threat of one of these storms trying to spin up briefly. Still have one tornado warning here. Let's see if we maybe can get a look at one of these storms here. Oops, forgot that's still up. Good to have you back, Henry. Good to have you back. I'm gonna take this time probably to share this for some of my folks that are down in the metro here. let's go ahead and look back at this tornado warning here, which is just outside the radar coverage at the moment. It looks like this storm is starting to come apart here. Still looks like an embedded supercell, but doesn't look anywhere near what it was earlier. Still probably a signature there, though. Yeah, I think this tornado warning is about to be expired at this point. I think we're going to shift our attention more or less towards... Oh, you're going to beat that boss real quick. Good luck, man. Go get him. Go get him. Hey, I'm trying to... So I'm going to go ahead and do this old school way. See if I can't find a way to get a look at this mesoscale discussion real quick before we move forward here. I think that tornado warning just got allowed to expire. Okay, it looks like I'm not able to even get up a mesoscale discussion right now. Sheesh. Wait, there we go. These are all issued concerning tornado watches right now. No real worries about severe thunderstorm warnings currently. Severe thunderstorm warning drawing ever closer towards the Metroplex. You have to sacrifice one of your NPCs. Well, dang. Switch back over to the Peachtree City radar real quick. Closing in on 8 hours streaming. Good grief. The thing is, we still aren't really finished yet either. All right. So we have some storms over here towards Greensboro. Some of these are going to be moving a little bit faster, and if these continue to move at the rate that they are right now, some of these will be heading towards the South Carolina line soon, the Georgia-South Carolina border soon. So we'll have to watch these closely, as the threat for damaging winds and hail seem to be the most prevalent factors for this right now. Again, we can't rule out the threat of a tornado. Most likely it will be a quick spin up. Won't be anything of quite as significant as what we were seeing on Friday. But nonetheless, the threat is still there. This current severe thunderstorm, which is the furthest out to the east right now, is moving at about 30 miles an hour. So at least we should have a couple out, at least several hours in theory before these storms roll in. Hang on a minute, though. Hang on a minute. So we'll get that out the way real quick. And then we're also going to take a look at this storm that's to the south of the metro, because it's starting to look a little bit sus. So the right on the line will be the city of Grabal, and that will be at 10:40. So that will be at least another good almost 2 hours from now. Parameters are set up for this to continue onward, but it looks like over towards the Georgia-South Carolina line, we may have 2 hours to go. I actually have family over here towards Augusta. I'm going to actually be biased for a minute and look, actually see what direction those storms are heading for them. You beat it. That could be interpreted in many ways, unfortunately. And I'm sorry if I had to do it, but it's kind of funny too. I'm not going to lie. Sorry, Harry. Sorry, Henry. Please forgive me. The storm was moving at about 30 miles an hour. Augusta would be in the line of this probably by close to 11, I would say. Be close to midnight by the time the storms are over there for those guys. So, my brother and my sister over there, hopefully you guys are taking shelter there. And now we're going to look at the Atlanta storm here, where I'm a little suspicious of this. It's gained an interesting feature to it. It also has a 1 3/4 inch hail. Not forgiven. Fair enough. It was worth it. So right now there's no tornado possible tag with this. This is in this severe thunderstorm is in Fayette, Coweta, South Central Fulton, Clayton counties. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts reported. All of it radar indicated. So some locations in the warning are including Atlanta, Noonan, Fayetteville, Jonesboro, City of South Fulton, Peachtree City, East Point, Union City, Forest Park, Riverdale, College Park, Fairburn, Tyrone, Morrow, Hapeville, Palmetto, Lake City, Chattahoochee Hills, Hartsfield, Jackson, Airport, and Cascade Heights. Get in your safe spot, because this also seems like it's trying to do some sneaky stuff. It's trying to be an embedded, sneaky little cell, but this also could be partially due to the fact that we are pretty close to the radar site. And once you get close to the radar site, there's often a little bit of interference involved. But yeah, I don't really see too much in the way of rotation with this. It's nothing that's meant for me to be concerned enough yet. So we're just gonna keep an eye on this nonetheless. And go on from that point. So far, there are no more tornado warnings. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, including one that's starting to get awfully close towards Montgomery now. Severe thunderstorm warning expires in the next 11 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail moving at 30 miles an hour. The further east we go, these storms move a lot slower. It just doesn't seem like the low-level jet really timed in properly with these storms to where they would really start to rotate. So let's time this out here and actually see when this could get to Montgomery here, if this holds together. That's a very metal name, Wall of Flesh. That is a very metal name, man. Yeah, and it doesn't help your cause either, though. If I was truly just awful, I would make like a bunch of different dirty jokes off of that. But I'm respectable. I'm respectful enough. That's the key word. Respectful enough. Thankfully, some of the people I know aren't in the chat right now. Kyle would be bad, but there are some other people I know that aren't on here, thankfully. Otherwise, it would be just pure chaos. Oh, this has a little bit of an inflow notch here, which is interesting. This still looks pretty outflow dominant, though, so I'm not concerned about a tornado threat currently. We'll keep an eye on it and see what it does, but let's go ahead and scope this out and see how soon this could pass by Montgomery here. So here is when Montgomery could see this storm rolling in. We will probably see it rolling in probably within the next hour or so. Yep. Maybe a little bit less. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm just trying to make things interesting, Harry. I'm not. It's nothing personal. I'm pretty sure you already know that. But it looks like Montgomery might be in line for another dangerous thunderstorm, one that could be producing some pretty strong winds on its south flank and maybe also some hail. We'll go back to the velocities here. We'll see if we have any sort of downburst going with this right now. Henry. Did I call you Harry? Did I really just call you Harry? Oh my goodness. Yep, this is how you know I've been streaming for a while and my brain is just kind of getting fried. Definitely not as sharp as I was earlier. That's for sure. If I called you Harry again, my bad, man. My bad. Maybe that'll just be a joke in between, like between all of us here in the chat. Just between you, me, and Kyle. Probably really just more or less you and me. Looks like there could be some damaging winds in this, but I'm mainly thinking that threat's going to be hail. go ahead and look at the VIL. We haven't looked at that in a bit. Bacon Anthony, wow. Well, their accent, it's plausible. I'm pretty sure you had to correct him a few times. I'm just tired. That's just the honest truth. I'm not even going to make an excuse. I'm just, brains half fried right now. But yeah, there's some pretty good hail in this. Not any maxed out values like we've been seeing earlier, but pretty daggone close. Probably could see 1.5 inch hail with this possibly soon by the next severe thunderstorm warning. It's probably going to update shortly because this warning's about to expire in the next 5 minutes. So we'll switch back over to the Atlanta radar site, and I think here's the main part of the line here. We're starting to see less and less severe storms around Mississippi, so we'll probably be seeing a decrease in tornado warnings. We do have one that's about to cross the Mississippi River. I don't really see anything updating on this radar site, which is kind of annoying. We'll just shift back here for right now. Towards the Jackson storm. Storm chasers aren't even going after really too much of anything, really. It just seems like today was kind of a nothing burger for them, unfortunately. You hate it for those guys because they have to exhibit extreme patience and hope that everything comes together for them to do their job, so to speak. And we just aren't really seeing that. Yeah, these are mainly going to be outflow dominant storms from the looks of it tonight. So we're going back towards Atlanta. We're going to look at those storms because they look the most impressive right now. This storm looks like it's going to pass to the south of me. I think I'm actually hearing thunder right now, too. These storms are getting pretty close now, so we're going to start to hear some increasing action over this area. So look forward to that, anyone who's still here. Whoever is still here, I appreciate you being here. Oh, of course. Yeah, I have like some body armor water over here. I've I filled this up earlier. It was like a gallon, not a gallon, but it was like a liter and a half. I've had that, and I've had a couple of body armors, and just kind of just sipping on that throughout. I've been sipping on that throughout the course of the stream. It's been kind of helping me along. Just took a sip right now, in fact. But right now, you probably can't hear it, but I've been hearing occasional rumbles of thunder, even though the storms are pretty far to my south right now. Not super far, but about maybe 20 miles or so. We'll probably see those close in a bit. I think with the way things are, these two cells right here are going to pass in between me. I'm somewhere around here. So, just more or less waiting to see what's going to happen here. I love this. I always love a good thunderstorm, though, too. Thing is, the power out here is sometimes a little wish-washy. So sometimes we could lose power depending on how strong the storms are. Wouldn't surprise me if this ended up being the case here. Speaking of which, I need to check something real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, you guys. I had to make sure that well, apparently I found out my mom was out and there's like a severe thunderstorm warning to the southwest. She doesn't live far away from me. Actually I do sometimes watch over her. But yeah, I saw that she was out and about. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "Mama, what are you doing?" Please get back home. But she's back safely, so we're good. But still watching the weather over here towards Atlanta. If you happen to know anybody in the Atlanta area, feel free to share the stream. It's not like it's anything urgent, but definitely just tell them to keep an eye on the weather. Don't want to get caught by surprise by some large hail or maybe some damaging wind gust. Threat for tornadoes can't be ruled out, but nonetheless, anyone getting caught off guard by a storm, it's never fun for them, I'm sure. Same for me whenever I'm at work. So, that being said, just kind of stick with things for a little bit longer. I'll probably hang out for about another hour or so. Done really well all stream considering I've been on here for about 8 hours. Looks like they extended that severe thunderstorm warning to areas to the south and east of, to the north and east of the city. Have anything really going on to the south here. This is an interesting looking feature, but more than likely this is not going to end up being anything of major significance. It's a special weather statement right here. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, up to penny-sized hail, frequent cloud to ground lightning. This should end up prompting a severe thunderstorm warning then most likely. See where this ends up going. Because we do have these storms over here towards Kennesaw. Maybe Alpharetta and Woodstock might see these in just a little bit here. Storms might be moving them over my area in not too long. So a lot of people in the line of this storm right here. So Hannah, we could be seeing this storm in the next 5 minutes. McWhorter, you have 10 minutes. Rico, you have almost 15. Fouts Mill, you have 18 minutes, as well as Rivertown. Apparently she needed to get something she was having some dental pain, so she was probably getting some Oragel or something. Not entirely sure. I wasn't trying to pry too far into it. But Chapel Hill, 10:02, it looks like you guys have 25 minutes. Campbellton, 10:03. Douglasville at 10:09. Lithia Springs, 10:17. Austell, this is getting closer to where I am, 10:22. Clarkdale, 10:23. Mableton, 10:27. Floyd, 10:29. Pebblebrook Estates, 10:31. Battlefield Haven, 10:33. Oakdale, 10:33 as well. Smyrna, Gilmore, and Vinings, we're about an hour out away at this point. Marietta at 10:44. Elizabeth, 10:46. Then we have North Druid Hills, West Oak, La Vista over an hour out from now. Chattahoochee Plantation at 10:52. Brookhaven, 10:53. Sandy Plains, 10:54. Sandy Springs, Mount Bethel, 10:55. Chamblee, Northwoods, 10:57. Noonday at 10:58. Dunwoody at 11. Embry Hills at 11:01, and Doraville by 11:01. It's a pretty nice little span of storms right here, though. Only this section here has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but we can easily see this one get a warning in a little bit here. Still gonna sift through these severe thunderstorm warnings, see just in case if there's any tornado possible tags on here. We do have this one that's over towards Clark, Choctaw, Washington, Monroe, and Wilcox counties, just like earlier. Go ahead and look at those real quick. We're zooming in a little too far. looks like the radar is struggling to load a little bit. I'm wondering if my Wi-Fi signal will start to go since we got storms going on right now. Starting to hear that thunder getting a bit louder outside now. Dang, this radar is not my friend today. It's not loading now. I don't know if Vince and them are chasing this storm right here that's got the tornado possible tag with it. That could be something we could end up dealing with here. You'll probably be hearing a lot more of it within the next 10 to 20 minutes, that's for sure. So it looks like there might be a tiny little kink in the line here where maybe we could see a little bit of a spin up happen. I'm leaning more so towards no. I think the tornado threat with this line isn't really that impressive. So these are the two storms that have the most potential to produce a tornado, and even then, from what I'm seeing here, I'm not really thinking that's going to be urgent here. Yeah, you probably did hear some. This might catches a lot of stuff very easily. Oh, wait a minute. What in the world? Hold on a minute. New tornado warning. This is for that exact same storm. Just going to look at the radar velocity here. Oh, here we go. There's that notch that you're looking for. Weak echo region. There we go. Just as I was about to look at the velocity here, I was kind of writing it off based off the way the reflectivity looked. Try to get a good look at this here. If I can move this out the way. Yeah, it does not want to move. There we go. There's our little couplet there too. Sitting right back here on the back side of this in the weak echo region. Bowed out weak echo region. Are those common in supercell thunderstorms? Not really. They can happen, but they tend to happen more in little MCSs like this, or mesoscale convective systems, QLCS type events. When you have storms with a lot of strong straight line wind shear, every once in a while, if you can get some warm air to feed in, you can see something like this pop up. Most of the time, these storms will produce like weak tornadoes, but they'll be quick spin ups, but sometimes they can be pretty strong and pretty damaging. This doesn't really have that embedded supercell look. This is just more linear. Like there's a couplet there, but if we actually look at the storm itself on reflectivity again, it's not that impressive. You can see that little kink right there. Right up in there is where our tornado would be. Might try and look at the CC here. I don't think anything's down, but you can never. But it's really hard to tell, especially with these little these little broken parts of the line here. And so far, I want to say no, there's nothing there, but we'll keep an eye on this. It's a good bit of lightning with this section, too. Don't want to zoom out that far, though. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning over towards Atlanta. Have our mesoscale discussion here, too. Yeah, that's the problem with those weak echo regions. They are not known for being easy to read here. They're very messy looking storms, very hard to pick up on radar. They're very sneaky. That's why a lot of storm chasers will not like chasing these linear type events. They'll honestly be like, I don't want to chase them. It's usually something they'll avoid, especially in an area like this. Because the thing about Dixie Alley and why a lot of chasers tend to stay away is simply because the phone service is bad. Visuals are bad due to all the trees and elevation changes. And not to mention, just the storm nature here tends to be fast-moving storms, high precipitation storms. You add a line of severe storms with that into the mix, chasing becomes almost a nightmare. So it's easy to guess why most guys don't like to go over here. At one point, I precisely wanted to chase because of that, because I knew not many people wanted to do it, but when I really think about it, though, I'd really have to build up my experience before I'd do that. Might be better suited doing this, too, though. Although I think it would be fun to try this. To try and chase, too. I may do it someday. Slightly elevated storms over Atlanta here. Could be seeing some hail here in a bit then, possibly. Let me get off the CC here. Still has that little weak echo region. Trying to have that little bit of a embedded supercellular look, but this doesn't really seem like a tornado is going to really form from this right now. Go ahead and look at the velocity while I'm at it. Excuse me. So here's that tornado warning still there. There's still a decent couplet here, actually. Not the strongest gate to gate. It's not your problem. It's not your fault, Henry. I mean, it's hard to do that. It's hard to be active and you're just doing that by yourself in the chat. It's nothing you can do. I mean, in reality, just hopefully I can get my audience to grow and more people interact. That's just really all there is to it. It's nothing for you to be sorry about, though. Just got to get better at it. That's all it is. I'm also sneaking in a little bit of TV on the side here, so it's not the end of the world. Definitely not. Just kind of relaxing here and there whenever it's quiet. I do kind of wish I could listen to music sometime, but it's difficult sometimes. But it's difficult, with the whole copyright thing. Oh, so I'm actually also have like a secondary computer to the side, and I found out there was a tornado near Oakdale, Louisiana. I think, and that was Reed Timmer that it intercepted it. So I think we did catch at least one tornado on stream today. So that makes me a little happier. Hopefully this tornado wasn't too damaging. If so, then that was cool. But I think this was mainly the only storm that really produced a tornado right now that I have any sort of confidence in. So that being said, I mean all in all, even though it's a slow one, I don't mind it. Oh, can bow echoes be common in supercell thunderstorms? I didn't see that question actually. No, but supercells can be in bow echoes. Normally, you don't really see that, but it can happen. Normally, a bow echo is a lengthy squall line that's developed, and usually you'll see damaging straight line winds. Occasionally, you'll have a weak echo region that'll develop a tornado or two, and then also just in general, normally that cluster of storms will be just a long line of supercells that are just gusted out, more or less. Still can be supercellular, still will be supercellular, but the overall threat, but overall the bow echo's threat for tornadoes is a little bit more on the minimal side. There are events, however, where that hasn't been the case. A good example would be the December 15th derecho event of 2021. Yeah, that couplet's about gone. I'm going to switch back the storms over towards my area now, I think. See if there's any new severe thunderstorm warnings. Doesn't look like there are. Still have that meso discussion. Let's go back to the Peachtree City radar here. Yeah, I think this severe thunderstorm warning is going to stay just to the south of me. Okay, looking at this storm right here. Not really much in the way of damaging winds either. No velocity couplets. Thunder starting to increase. Hope you're enjoying that, Henry. I wouldn't mind a severe thunderstorm. Would definitely make things a little bit more lively. But this is gonna pass off to my east here. It looks like by a good little bit. But even then, I enjoy thunderstorms myself. I don't like when they do damage and hurt other people, but aesthetically, they're very pleasing to me. They're very calming, very soothing. And of course, seeing hail every once in a while is pretty cool too. I just don't want to have to replace a windshield, of course. But that's natural. I'm probably going to stay on for probably another 30 minutes, and then I'm probably going to call it a night. I think for the most part, by the time most of the weather's over, it won't stop me from going to work. And if so, I need to be there at 7:30, and that's a 30-minute drive, so I'll have to be up early if from the looks of it. So that being said, we'll just kind of hang out for a little longer, see what's what, and then I'll probably try to make a video for the morning discussing tomorrow's slight risk, and then we'll get into the meat of things tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, which will be discussing everything from atmospheric rivers to the next potential big event. It's quite a little shear line here, I'm telling you. Some of these areas towards Norcross, Peachtree Corners here, we could see some pretty strong winds. We also are likely to see some pretty big hail. But heavy rain's probably going to start to move in the next 20 to 30 here. Just overall, it really seems like the tornado threat is just about done for all of us here in general. This one storm towards Alexander City looks semi-impressive, but I just don't see that really being able to produce either. We'll take a look at this storm that's over towards We'll take a look at this from the Alabaster radar here. For the most part, I don't see this really having a chance. I think we have too much rain, cooled air now at this point. I think those storms from earlier today have pretty much limited the severe threat. I still think this has a shot. Unfortunately, if this does end up being the case, this might be heading towards a very familiar area once again. I just want those guys towards the Grange to just be able to clean up. This tries to have the look of an embedded supercell here. But beyond that here, we're mainly just seeing damaging winds. You could see this little comma head try to produce a tornado here that's to the west of Montgomery. But really beyond that, it's just mainly damaging winds and hail. Even then, the surface winds in general with this setup it's gonna be pretty strong regardless. I think I hear a little bit of wind ongoing with this too. That's partially why I'm being quiet too. I'm just kind of taking in the sounds a bit. Still, a lot of the thunder is a little too far off to really be that loud right now. Still seems like there's plenty of lightning in the area though. But it's just going to be a little bit off to the east here. To the east of my location. We'll see what these next couple of storms here will do. Starting to hear a couple of raindrops. Let's go ahead and take a look at this storm that's over towards Alexander City. Yeah, really not much of anything going with that. Expected such, but had a decent look to it. Had a decent shape on reflectivity. There's going to be no rotation with that. Hey, Brandon. How nice of you to join us. Yeah, I figured it is. Yeah, it passed me. It never really did much of anything. I'm just getting thunder, but I know what's going crazy over there. It has to be. Uh, don't go outside, but you think you might be getting any hailstones? Because that's what the main threat's going to be for our area tonight, man. But I think that storm might. I kind of wanted to see a little something. I wouldn't call myself lucky. I'd say you're the luckier one. Unless you're getting big hail, then you might have a few dents in that in those Priuses. The Prius. Oh, you're getting pea-sized hail. You didn't get the bad stuff. There was potential for some of that hail to be close up to 2 inches in diameter. What in the world is that emoji? Probably hear some of the thunder in the background too. I'm just mainly looking more so at this one storm that I thought had a little bit of potential to produce a tornado earlier over towards Alabama, but really, other than that, not too much going on here. Yeah, that storm is right next to you guys, though. Oh, yeah, I've been getting plenty of thunder and lightning, but nothing really beyond that on my end. Let me see where exactly you are in relation to where the hail could be. If this will work. There we go. I think I was scrolling upward. That just lets you know how long I've been on here for. So here's where the hail. Here's where the biggest hail is right now, Brandon. Right over here. It's over to. Yeah, that's. Oh man, that's right over. Oh no, that's right over you guys. Oh jeez. And that was an old scan too, so that's probably gone right over you guys. Or is right over you. Okay, there we go. We finally got a new scan after 13 minutes. Oh yeah, but that hail probably went right over you guys. It was definitely nuts, and you're probably gonna be dealing with some lightning. Yeah, y'all had it like bad, bad. Let's go ahead and look at the loop while we're at it. Might as well. Yeah. Oh, I just thought about it, Brandon. You probably dig his name perfectly because of the first 5 letters in it. But yeah, you guys went straight through that hail too. So you probably got at least maybe a penny size hail, maybe some larger hailstones in there too. You were lucky though you weren't towards downtown because the hail values were almost maxed out there for a minute when it was like over towards East Point and even towards the center of town. Brandon, Brandon Bacon. No, Brandon, don't you respond to that. Don't you respond to that. We know your history. I know your history. You know that. You know I know your history. Me and Danny might have to deal with you again. We might have to have a very unfriendly intervention, okay? Just like last time. Oh no. Oh no. Oh hey, here's some louder thunder finally. Of course, Brandon gets all the good stuff, and I'm just sitting here bored. Cause, well, I mean, I shouldn't have made. Yeah, I did kind of make it sound weird. It was funnier in my head, though. I thought. Literally, with only 4 viewers here, I mean, no one's really gonna care. I think. One of those viewers being me, so I can actually view the chat, because I can't even do that the way things are set up on here right now. I'm still trying to figure out how to use Streamlabs. I'm an absolute amateur still. Not to mention I've lost my brain's half. Ooh. These are sounds I like. He used to, not gonna lie, you used to be a real bacon addict, man. Like hey, 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 no. If I say the word, I'm not going to say the words that we used to say when we were younger, especially the brand of bacon. The worst part was whenever you'd hang out at our place, my mom and dad, they would egg you on with your favorite brand of bacon too. And I used to look at them every time and be like, "Do you know what I'm gonna have to deal with now?" I don't want to mention that story either on stream because that just it's almost kind of embarrassing. I don't want to embarrass you. I already feel like I did a bad job enough just making it sound bad. I didn't want to be like completely insulting. But yeah, but as far as this is concerned, I think your hail threat's about over. Oh no. Good thing oh god. I'm surprised you popped up here. I thought you weren't gonna be able to show up. This is actually one of the quieter streams. Well, I mean, it's better than just looking at a radar the whole time, so yeah, these guys wouldn't know about that. They wouldn't know about that at all. But really, the good news is for you, Brandon, and really for all of us, is that this is the only storm that had like a severe thunderstorm warning on it or anything like that. I don't think Henry's biting. So I guess that's his business. Whatever. But yeah, after the storm is really past here, you're mainly going to be getting heavy rain, a good bit of lightning for a while. This next complex of storms might be pretty impressive too, but I think these are going to start to weaken as they move further towards us. Really, I think the worst weather for us is about over. Oops. Number of severe thunderstorm warnings is really starting to drop off here. Oh, well, hold up here. Tornado possible tag here on this severe thunderstorm warning over towards South Carolina here. This is towards Aiken. This isn't far from Augusta right here. This is just off to the east of those guys. Hey, I can't get this radar to load now. Not a problem, man. I appreciate you jumping in, man. I'm probably going to be about out of here probably within the next 15 minutes or so, unless something crazy starts to happen. And it looks like no. Well, this looks like it has potential. But it looks a lot like some of these other storms earlier. So it looks like we'll just have to wait and see what this one does. We're getting close to the radar site too, which is also going to make things a little bit tough. Might be towards the northern range of this radar site here. I think this has a better look at the rate of the storm here. The KLCX radar. This looks like it has a brief opportunity of maybe dropping something here. We'll look at the velocity. Oh, yeah, there is a pretty good couplet with that. That could produce. That very well could produce. We'll see if it does or not. Mostly looks like it's on more or less of a shear line. Rotation's there, but it's kind of broad. We'll see what happens with this. Go ahead and watch this for a bit. If nothing happens within the next 20 to 30, I'll probably just call it a stream here. We've been here for almost 9 hours. And not a whole lot's really happened. It was still a pretty notable severe weather outbreak. A lot of hail. Most hail that I've ever seen on live stream before. Even though we never got any live shots of hail, unfortunately. We'll also go ahead and take a look at the hail while we're at it. That's been the main calling card of this event, has been the hail for sure. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's about maxed out right there. 1-inch hail, tornado possible tag on it. We'll see what happens with this next, but I think if this doesn't produce a tornado warning soon, I'm probably going to head off. So we got till about 10:30. So this is, I'm thinking about 10:30, 10:45. What's wrong, Henry? The hail? Is that what it is? This setup has been absolutely perfect for hail, but not so much tornadoes, actually. It was a sneaky little tornado setup, but looks like not much is really come from it. Is gonna really come from it. Another nice thing is I might still be able to work tomorrow, which will be nice. Probably gonna get upgraded beyond 1 inch. I wouldn't be surprised to see 1.5 inches. I wonder if they're gonna issue a watch this further out to the west. I haven't seen any sort of meso discussions to make me believe that they will just yet. I mean, the structure of it seems like it's okay. It's just we've seen the structure of this on structure on multiple storms, and nothing's really come of it. It's like the storms seem like they're a little too elevated to really produce. They kind of have the shape almost like as if they're a little bit elevated too. I'm pretty sure Convector Chronicles is going to talk about that in a video. But I think this is probably going to end up going outflow dominant, and probably we'll probably maybe see a brief spin up out of this in the worst case scenario. But beyond that, I don't really see this one producing a tornado anytime soon. We got storms closing in on Montgomery. Well, I'll cover that real quick. The hail threat with this is dropping. The wind threat has increased with this. Kind of saw this coming considering the mesoscale discussion we had over here earlier. Continually hearing more thunder, but a lack of rain, which is kind of a buzzkill in a way. Well, that's definitely a good feature of damaging winds. This part of the line here being bowed out in that backward C shape. Always a telltale sign for damaging winds here. But yeah, pretty much anyone along this line between Autaugoville and Hainville, we could see some pretty strong damaging ones. There is a small little kink in, there is a decent little kink in this line. Somewhere along that shear line, we could see a tornado maybe spin up. But right now, I'm not really thinking that we have to worry about that just yet. Oh, hang on a minute. Tornado warning just got issued. I bet you it's for that storm in South Carolina. I'm willing to bet money on that. Yep, there it is. Also got a boost on the hail. It's now upgraded to 1.25 inches. Hate how it just automatically zooms me in. I just wish it would take me at a mid-level zoom, not a super tight zoom. I'd rather still have a little bit of control over that. That was a nice little rumble right there. Dang, I can't get the radar to load. Probably don't want this radar anyway, if I remember correctly. So we're going to shift back over towards this radar over in Furman, if I can. Oh, finally loaded now. Okay, so here's what our storm is looking like finally. Jeez, computer's probably struggling. It's getting a little bit tired, probably a little hot too, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it's putting out a little bit of heat. Pretty good bit of heat, actually. Where was this when it was cold? I'd keep my hands warm when I was working. But from the looks of it here, the storm still has pretty good structure to it. Here's what our high-res reflectivity is looking like. We're going to switch over to velocity. We should be able to get a good indicator of what it's doing. Does look like it's trying to go on an outflow dominant trend here. As you can see, those winds that are moving towards the radar kind of rushing out, but it looks a little bit like there's some inflow in there. Winds going away from the radar coming in. So I think there's a decent shot that this could spin up. We'll actually take a look at the CC here. I don't think this is producing, but who knows? Storm setups like this can be really tricky sometimes, and today was a perfect example of that. Oh, I went into the VIL. I'm so used to going to that today more so than the CC that it's gotten kind of crazy. A lot of noise. A lot of noise. Both outside and on radar. Yeah. Not really giving me much to look at there. Yeah, it seems like the storm's about to cut itself off and become outflow dominant. We'll wait for this tornado warning to expire, and then after that, I think we'll call it a night. It's the only tornado warning we have ongoing right now. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. There's another one with a tornado possible tag. We'll look over towards Alabama here. Plenty of thunderclaps going on outside the window. Dang. Yeah, does not look impressive on radar. There's that little kink in the line that I was talking about earlier. I recognize this storm. It's from a little earlier. Go ahead and look at velocity here, but I'm not really expecting much to come from this. Very small areas of shear. It's almost like a shear line. None of which really are showing a lot of spin. This is the most impressive piece of that, but even so, like maybe somewhere around here it could possibly be enough to produce a tornado warning. But really, I'm not expecting too much to come from that. Let's go back to this storm here. Still can't get the radar to load. Come on. All right, there we go. It went up and then it went away. Good grief. Yeah, I think it might just be time to get off of here.
Never wavered from it. So don't take my story as like a picturesque, perfect. I just knew what I wanted to do from the start. It's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to hone in on your interests. Estimated time for the squall line to hit Montgomery.
Okay. Finally up. Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's a really impressive signature with this anymore. Maybe I need to go back to the radar site over here towards Columbia. Yeah, I think this is... I don't see this really showing the potential to produce right now. I mean, there's a couplet there, but it's nothing that that screams out to me. This is producing something. This is going to be producing something dangerous at this point. Look and see if there's any other tornado warnings. It looks like there's not. But yeah, I think I'm going to be signing off for the night here. To everyone who watched, whether you've seen this now or if you're watching this later, appreciate you for being here. Not a lot really happened with this. There were a few storms, there were a few tornadoes. There was maybe one or two tornadoes that we would end up seeing on stream here. Well, we would see them on radar, not necessarily on stream. It wasn't a day like Friday, and thankfully that wasn't the case. But this is it's springtime, so there'll be plenty more opportunities to anyone that is looking to see something crazy. We just gotta hope for the best and be ready. Next big severe system that could be of interest that you might see here on live stream might be towards the weekend. Maybe Friday. I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Thursday or not because I'll be working. But that being said, you guys take it easy. Anyone, whether you're still here or you watch from the beginning. And I'll see you probably in the morning with the video. But until then, this has been Ty, your Metalhead Weatherman. You guys have a good night, and you take care. See you later, Henry. Have a good night, man.